The Infinite Conversation. Maurice Blanchot. Translation and foreword by Susan Hanson. This Mad Game of Writing. Malum. But why two? Why two instances of speech to say the same thing? Because the one who says it is always the other. The neutral. How strangely this sounds for me. Because, for us, something might appear in the heart of the day that would not be the day, something in an atmosphere of light and limpidity that would represent the shiver of fear out of which the day came. Speaking is a fine madness, with it man dances over and above all things. Nietzsche. Note. Certainly there are always books published in every country and in every language, some of which are taken as critical works or works of reflection, while others bear the title of novel, and others call themselves poems. It is probable that such designations will endure, just as there will still be books a long while after the concept of book is exhausted. Still, this remark must be made, since malum, reducing the latter to a name and the name to a reference point, what has tended to render such distinctions sterile is that by way of them, and more important than they are, there has come to light the experience of something one continues to call, but with a renewed seriousness, and moreover in quotation marks, literature. Essays, novels, poems seem only to be there, and to be written in order to allow the labor of literature, now considered as a singular force or a position of sovereignty, to accomplish itself, and through this labor to allow formulation of the question what would be at stake in the fact that something like art or literature exists. This question is extremely pressing, and historically pressing. I refer here to certain texts of The Space of Literature and Livre Vener, as well as to the pages entitled Literature and the Right to Death, but it is a question that a secular tradition of aestheticism has concealed, and continues to conceal. I will not say we have gotten past this moment, this would have scarcely any meaning. Whatever we do, whatever we write here, and the magnificent surrealist experience has shown Thesa literature takes possession of it, and we are still in the civilization of the book. Yet literary work and researcher let us keep this qualifying adjective here contribute to an unsettling of the principles and the truths that are sheltered by literature. In correlation with certain possibilities offered by knowledge, by discourse, and by political struggle, this labor has caused to emerge, although not for the first time, inasmuch as repetition, the eternal going over again, is its very origin, but rather in a more insistent manner and as affirmed in these works, the question of language, then, through the question of language, the question that perhaps overturns it and comes together in a word that today is apparently and easily accepted, even rendered ordinary, but that only a few dozen years ago in its neutral simplicity was considered nearly unreasonable, even the most unreasonable, writing, this mad game of writing. Writing. The exigency of writing, no longer the writing that has always, through a necessity in no way avoidable, been in the service of the speech or thought that is called idealist, that is to say, moralizing, but rather the writing that through its own slowly liberated force, the aleatory force of absence, seems to devote itself solely to itself as something that remains without identity, and little by little brings forth possibilities that are entirely other, an anonymous, distracted, deferred, and dispersed way of being in relation, by which everything is brought into question, and first of all the idea of God, of the self, of the subject, then of truth and the one, then finally the idea of the book and the work, so that this writing, understood in its enigmatic rigor, far from having the book as its goal rather signals its end, a writing that could be said to be outside discourse, outside language. Yet another word of elucidation or obfuscation. When I speak of the end of the book, or better the absence of the book, I do not mean to allude to developments in the audio-visual means of communication with which so many experts are concerned. If one ceased publishing books in favor of communication by voice, image, or machine, this would in no way change the reality of what is called the book. On the contrary, language, like speech, would thereby affirm all the more its predominance and its certitude of a possible truth. In other words, the book always indicates an order that submits to unity, a system of notions in which are affirmed the primacy of speech over writing, of thought over language, and the promise of a communication that would one day be immediate and transparent. Now it may be that writing requires the abandonment of all these principles, that is to say, the end and also the coming to completion of everything that guarantees our culture, not so that we might in idyllic fashion turn back, but rather so we might go beyond, that is, to the limit, in order to attempt to break the circle. The circle of circles, the totality of the concepts that founds history, that develops in history, and whose development history is. Writing, in this sense, in this direction in which it is not possible to maintain oneself alone, or even in the name of all without the tentative advances, the lapses, the turns and detours whose trace the texts here brought together bear, and their interest, I believe, lies in this supposes a radical change of epoch, interruption, death itself, or, to speak hyperbolically, the end of history. Writing in this way passes through the advent of communism, recognized as the ultimate affirmation of communism being still always beyond communism. Writing thus becomes a terrible responsibility. invisibly, writing is called upon to undo the discourse in which, however unhappy we believe ourselves to be, we who have it at our disposal remain comfortably installed. From this point of view, writing is the greatest violence, for it transgresses the law, every law, and also its own. MB plus his feeling, each time he enters and when he studies the robust and courteous, already aged man who tells him to enter, rising and opening the door for him, is that the conversation began long ago. A little later, he becomes aware that this conversation will be the last. Hence the kind of benevolence that emerges in their talk. Have we not always been benevolent? Always. Yet we are to be asked to bring proof of a more perfect benevolence, unknown to us as yet, a benevolence that would not be limited to ourselves, nor that is content with extending itself to everyone, but maintains itself in face of the event in regard to which benevolence would not be fitting. The event that we promised to evoke today. As always, one of the two awaits from the other a confirmation that, in truth, does not come, not because a chord would be lacking, but because it was given in advance. This is the condition of their conversation. He tells him to enter, he stays near the door, he is weary, and it is also a weary man who greets him. The weariness common to both of them does not bring them together. As if weariness were to hold up to us the preeminent form of truth, the one we have pursued without pause all our lives, but that we necessarily miss on the day it offers itself, precisely because we are too weary. They take seats, separated by a table, turned not toward one another, but opening, around the table that separates them, an interval large enough that another person might consider himself their true interlocutor, the one for whom they would speak if they addressed themselves to him. Forgive me for having asked you to come to see me. I had something to say to you, but at present I feel so weary that I'm afraid I will be unable to express myself. You are feeling very weary? Yes, weary. And this came upon you suddenly? To tell the truth, no, and if I even took the liberty of calling you, it was because of this weariness, because it seemed to me that it would facilitate the conversation. I was even entirely sure of this, and still now I am almost sure of it. Only I had not realized that what weariness makes possible, weariness makes difficult. He has to do with a person who expresses himself with such difficulty that for the moment he could not contradict him. Besides, he does not wish to. He asks him, he would like to ask him, and if you were not as weary as you say you are, what would you say to me? Yes, what would I say to you? He repeats suddenly, almost gaily, a gaiety that he, in turn, cannot help pretending to share. Then, after what had seemed to him gaiety and is perhaps only liveliness, there follows a silence he must break. He would like to apologize for this pressure he exerts upon him in questioning him against his will, but he thinks he would exert it in any case, whether he question him or not, from the very moment he is present. Yes, he resumes, what would we say? His interlocutor bows his head, as if he were growing heavy and preparing to sleep, and it is true that he gives the imposition, because of his powerful frame, of being not weary but powerful, and also of giving to weariness the breadth of his power. A little later, and without raising his head, he asks, what were we saying? This time he appears wide awake. I'll come back. I believe you should rest just now. Yes, I need to rest, but we must first arrange to meet. Then he adds, you are no less weary than I, perhaps more so. From which he concludes, smiling, weariness is generous. Yes, indeed it is. I wonder how we would get on otherwise, but do we get on? One might ask oneself, and perhaps reply that, on the whole, we get on fairly well. Each of them laughs at this. Yes, we get on fairly well. One of them stands up, as though strengthened by this reassurance. He turns aside almost abruptly, in a way that provokes a disturbance in the small room. He is turning toward the shelves where one notices now books are arranged in great number, in an order perhaps more apparent than rigorous, but which explains no doubt why even someone familiar with the room would not discover them at first sight. He does not touch a single volume, he stays there, his back turned, and utters in a low but distinct voice, how will we manage to disappear? In a low but distinct voice, as if night, settling around them with its rumor, it is broad daylight, he could recognize these obliged him to reply, well, it would suffice for us. No, it would not suffice. From the instant that this word or a word, a phrase slipped between them, something changed, a history ended, an interval should be placed between their existence and this word, but the word always comprises this very interval, whatever it may be, and also the distance that separates them and separates them from it. They are always very conscious of this. It sometimes happens, through guile or through neglect, that they remain far from one another. It is easy, life keeps them apart. And when they stop seeing each other completely, when the city assigns them rounds of life that do not risk bringing them back together, they would be satisfied, if contentment were not also the manner in which the understanding of this word imposes itself upon them. They are not satisfied therefore, and this is enough to render vain both distance and forgetting. There is a moment in the life of a man, consequently, in the life of man, when everything is completed. The books written, the universe silent, beings at rest. There is left only the task of announcing it. This is easy. But as this supplementary word threatens to upset the equilibrium, and where to find the force to say it? Where to find another place for it? It is not pronounced and the task remains unfinished. One writes only what I have just written, finally that is not written either. He remembers their conversation. He was questioning him in a weary manner. He seemed attentive, discreet, indifferent. He understood everything right away. This was visible, but on his face there was an expression of incuriosity, an inexpressive expression that was turning the words aside. I asked you to come. He stops an instant. Do you remember how things happened? The interlocutor reflects in turn. I remember it very well. Good. I was not very sure, finally, of having initiated the conversation myself. But how could I have come otherwise? Friendship would have sent you. He reflects again. I wrote to you, didn't I? On several occasions. But did I not also call you on the telephone? I certainly, several times. I see you want to be gentle with me. I am grateful. As a matter of fact, it's nothing new. The weariness is not greater, only it has taken another turn. It has several. I believe we know them all. It keeps us alive. It keeps us speaking. I would like to be able to state precisely when this happened, if only one of the characteristics of the thing did not make precision difficult. I can't help thinking of it. Well. Then we must think of it together. Is it something that happened to you? Did I say that? And he adds almost immediately, with a force of decision that might justly be termed moving, so much does it seem to exceed his resources of energy. Nothing that has happened, yet along with it this reservation, nothing that has happened to me. Then in my eyes it's nothing serious. I didn't say that it was serious. He continues to meditate on this, resuming, no, it's not serious, as if he perceived at that instant that what is not serious is much more so. His interlocutor must feel it, and feel as well that he should do something to help him. Well, if it is not serious, then talking about it cannot be either. He looks at his friend. Two weary men, that is to say, not weary, but distant, as two weary men can be. And no doubt this is what he awaits, that he tell him once more, Lamb not weary, but the conversation brings him something else. I have no secret for you, you know this, it's just that I wasn't certain you would come. Yet I have never missed a single meeting. Indeed, you have been the truest friend, but tell me if you didn't happen to hesitate in coming. Now I might hesitate. But I came, nothing else matters. Yes, you came. Each of them listens to this word spoken with benevolence, with honesty. And both feel as though they are watched over by the conversation's own benevolence, obliged to an obligation difficult in its gentleness to withdraw into it. Each time, they hear, how could they not hear them? These words that form for the instant the background against which all words still stand out, weary or benevolent, we understand one another. Understanding that opens suddenly to this speech where nothing is expressed, hardly more than a murmur, I don't know what's to become of me. This re-echoes softly. It does not let itself be disturbed. And softly too he asks, but tell me, what has happened? And in the same way receives the response, what had to happen? Something that does not concern me. At once he is struck by the manner in which this statement remains at a distance. It is not solemn, it makes hardly any call upon him, it does not change the late morning light. He knows that it is, after all, only a sentence, and that it would be better not to translate it into this other that nevertheless he cannot refrain from offering. Do you want me to understand that this might concern me? It concerns neither one of us. The silence has a character to which he does not attend, given up entirely to the impression that a threshold has been crossed, a force of affirmation broken, a refusal thrust aside, but also a challenge issued not to him, the benevolent interlocutor, but impersonally, or yes, it is stranger to someone else, to the event in which precisely neither one is involved. He would like to be able to keep himself at a distance in order better to reflect on this, and it seems to him he will have the time for this, as though he had been forgotten, that is, as though he had to confront this forgetting in order to think of it. It is true. Does he think of it later? Does he think of it now? That he feels temporarily abandoned by the conversation, of which there subsists only the absence, an absence itself also benevolent. Perhaps this continues, but perhaps what follows comes immediately. What he is now ready to hear, this concerns neither one, this concerns no one. Is this what you wanted to tell me? The other gives him a pained look. I didn't want to, and still now I do not want to. After which he is silent in a way that can only mean, help me, you must help me. Both are thoughtful enough to realize that they should not remain there, one, so he supposes, because he now feels the need to speak, the other for a reason he does not delay in expressing. Why did you not want to? You know very well, and then he adds softly, I feared compromising you. For an instant he accepts this idea, if only to make it lighter. Well, now there is no place for that fear. Have we not, since we met, been engaged together, bound to lend assistance to one another, as before the same arbiter? Engaged together? Engaged in the same discourse? True, but because of this also we must take heed. I am aware of my responsibilities. As I am also, in regard to you. You are, it would be unfriendly not to recognize it, but up to a certain point. He questions himself about this limit, then he ceases to question. You mean, inasmuch as we speak? That's right, speaking is the last chance remaining for us, speaking is our chance. You would not listen to me, if I spoke. But I listen. I too listen. Well, what do you hear? They remain always facing one another, yet turned away, each looking at the other only from a great distance. You asked me to come so that we might talk about it. I asked you to come in order not to be alone in thinking about it. But, he adds with a faint gaiety, I have never been alone since I have been thinking of it. I will never again be alone. I understand. Yes, you understand, he says sadly, adding almost immediately, you know, I have been very weary for some time. You mustn't pay too much attention to what I might say. It is weariness that makes me speak, it is, at the very most, the truth of weariness. The truth of weariness, a weary truth. He stops, looking at him with a sly smile. But weariness must not prevent you from having confidence in the one with whom you share this truth. You know very well that I have confidence in you, there is nothing else left to me. You mean that weariness perhaps also wears away the power to confide. Speaking wearies him, it is visible. However, he would not speak, to me, were he not weary. It seems that, however weary you may be, you still accomplish your task, quite properly. One might say that not only does weariness not impede the work, but the work demands this being weary without measure. This is not only true of me, and yet, is it weariness or unwearying indifference to weariness? To be weary, to be indifferent, they are no doubt the same thing. Indifference, then, would be something like the meaning of weariness. It's truth. It's weary truth. They each laugh at this again, the space freed for an instant, where he hears a bit later in the silence, and as though it had been necessary for him to be silent in order to say it, promise me you will not draw away too soon. The conversation, he notices, assists them with its own benevolence, however difficult it is to pursue on account of their mutual weariness. It assists them, it allows them to say nothing that preoccupies them. True, there remains the slight concern regarding their carefree conversation. To be sure, their conversation is held at a distance from them, under the discreet supervision of general speech, the speech that bears the law and is such that no aggression, by intent or by deed, can arise against it. I suppose I should have been concerned about this situation earlier. It seems to me that you have always attended to it. In a certain way that is true, but in this unceasing preoccupation there was the concern over not having attended to it earlier. He recalls in what circumstances the circle was traced as though around him a circle, rather, the absence of a circle, the rupture of the vast circumference from which come the days and nights. Of this other circle, he knows only that he is not enclosed within it, and, in any case, that he is not enclosed in it with himself. On the contrary, the circle being traced, he forgets to say that the line is only beginning and does not allow him to include himself within it. It is an uninterrupted line that inscribes itself while interrupting itself. Let him admit for an instant this trace traced as though in chalk and certainly by himself or by whom otherwise? Or else by a man like him, he does not differentiate. Let him know that it disturbs nothing in the order of things. Let him sense, nevertheless, that it represents an event of a particular kind, or of what kind he does not know, a game perhaps. Let him remain motionless, called upon by the game to be the partner of someone who is not playing. And sometimes addressing himself to the circle, saying to it, try once, indifferent circle, if only for an instant, to close up again, so that I'll know where you begin, where you end. Be this circle the absence of a circle traced by writing or by weariness, weariness will not permit him to decide, even if it is only through writing that he discovers himself weary, entering the circle of weariness, or entering, as in a circle, into weariness. Everything began for him, when everything seemed to have come to an end, with an event from which he could not free himself, not that he was obliged to think of it constantly or remember it, but because it did not concern him. He only perceived, and no doubt well after it had come about so long a time, that he preferred to place it, and perhaps with reason, in the presenter, that something had happened, a something apart from the glowing history, rich with meaning yet motionless, in which everyone was taking part, to by noting, among the innumerable facts and great thoughts that were soliciting him, the possibility that this had occurred, not without his knowledge of necessity, he knew but without his being interested. Everything begins for him, and at this moment everything seemed to have come to an end with an event from which he cannot free himself, because this event does not concern him. an event, what nevertheless does not arrive, the field of non-arrival, and, at the same time, that which, arriving, arrives without gathering itself in some definite or determinable point, the sudden arrival of what does not take place as either a single or a general possibility. What, then, is this event before which, weary, he would remain weary? He wanted to speak to me, he found nothing to say. He alluded to his weariness and he urged me to ask him questions. But to my surprise, I had to recognize that I had forgotten how to question. In order not to worry him, I told him that we were too close to question each other usefully. Yes, he said, too close, that's it. And he seemed to draw away infinitely. Implicated in a speech that is exterior to him. When you are there and we speak, I become aware that when you are not there I am implicated in a speech that could be entirely exterior to me. And you would like to say it to me in order not to be implicated in it alone. But I am not alone in it, in a certain way, I am not in it. What is troubling you? The fact of being implicated in a speech that is exterior to me. If you were not there, I believe I could not bear the weariness. And yet I also contribute to it. That is true, you weary me very much, but precisely very much, within human limits. Nevertheless, the danger is not averted. When you are there, I still hold on, I have a desire to spare you, I do not give up appearances entirely. This will not last long. I ask you, then, to go. Out of respect for weariness. I will go then. And no, don't leave yet. Why does he give the name weariness to what is his very life? There is a certain imposture there, a certain discretion. In the same way, he can no longer distinguish between thought and weariness, experiencing in weariness the same void, perhaps the same infinite. And when thought and speech disappear one into the other, identical, not identical, it is as though weariness passed into another weariness, the same, nevertheless, to which, ironically, he gives the name rest. Thinking weary. The weariness grows insensibly, it is insensible, no proof, no sign altogether sure, at every instant it seems to have reached its highest point, but, of course, this is a lure, a promise that is not kept. As though weariness kept him alive. For how long still? It is endless. Weariness having become his sole way of living, with the difference being that the more he is weary, the less he lives, and yet living only through weariness. If he rests, then weariness has already, in advance, taken possession of this rest. It seems that at every instant he appears before his weariness. You're not as weary as all that, true weariness awaits you, now. Yes, you are beginning to be weary, you are beginning to forget your weariness. Is it possible for one to be as weary as this without offense? And never does he hear the liberating word, all right, you are a weary man, nothing but weary. The thought came to me that the reason for your friendship, perhaps its sole reason, and I could never say enough how constant, how disinterested it is what is most particular to me, my privileged part. But can one become attached to a weary man and only by reason of his weariness? I don't ask that weariness be done away with. I ask to be led back to a region where it might be possible to be weary. Friendship is given only to life itself. But it is a question of my life, which I do not distinguish from weariness, the difference being that weariness constantly goes beyond the limits of life. Weariness, so he calls it, but weariness does not leave him the resources that would allow him to call it thus legitimately. When he speaks of weariness, it is difficult to know what he is speaking of. Let us admit that weariness makes speech less exact, thought less telling, communication more difficult. Does not the inexactitude proper to this state reach through all of these signs a kind of precision that would also finally serve exact speech by offering something to uncommunicate? But immediately this use of weariness again seems to contradict it, to render it more than false, suspect, which is in the way of its truth all the same. Weariness is the most modest of misfortunes, the most neutral of neutrals, an experience that, if one could choose, no one would choose out of vanity. O natural, free me from my weariness, lead me to that which, though preoccupying me to the point of occupying everything, does not concern me. But this is what weariness is, a state that is not possessive, that absorbs without putting into question. As long as you reflect upon what you call your weariness, 1. You show complacency with regard to your weary self, 2. You miss your object, for you encounter no more than the sign of your intention, 3. You attenuate and efface it, drawing meaning and advantage from what is vain, you become interested instead of disinterested. That is true, but only partially true. I do not reflect, I simulate reflection, and perhaps this manner of dissimulating belongs to weariness. I do not really speak, I repeat, and weariness is repetition, a wearing away of every beginning, and I not only efface, I increase as well, I exhaust myself in pretending to have still the strength to speak of its absence. All of this is vain, quite true. You work, but at what is in vain? I leave you to work, then, since it is the only way for you to realize that you are incapable of working. Do you really believe you can approach the neutral through weariness, and through the neutral of weariness, better hear what occurs when to speak is not to see? I do not believe it, in fact, I do not affirm it either. I am too weary for that. Only, someone says this close to me, someone I do not know, I let them talk, it is an inconsequential murmur. The neutral. How strangely this sounds to me. The situation is like this, he has lost the power to express himself in a continuous manner, as one would properly, either by conforming to the coherence of a logical discourse through the succession of this intemporal time that belongs to a mind at work, to one seeking identity and unity, or by yielding to the uninterrupted movement of writing. This does not make him happy. Still, in composition, he believes now and then that he has gained the power to express himself intermittently, and even the power to give expression to intermittence. Nor does this make him happy. It makes him neither happy nor unhappy, but seems to free him from any relation to a subject capable of happiness or liable to unhappiness. When he speaks like everyone, or at least so it seems to him. When he writes, he does so by following the paths that he has opened for himself, and without encountering more obstacles than in the past. What has happened then? He asks himself this, and from time to time he hears the reply, something that does not concern him. The non-concerning. Not only what does not concern him, but what for itself is of no concern. Something illegitimate insinuates itself that way. As once, in the sadness of a knowing night, he could have evoked the foreign spirit simply by modifying a few terms, now he is himself evoked by a simple change in the play of words. To live with something that does not concern him. This is a sentence easily received, but in time it weighs upon him. He tries to test it. To live, is it really life that is involved? And with? Would not with introduce an articulation that precisely here is excluded? And something? The something nor someone. Finally, this does not concern him distinguishes him still too much, as though he were appropriating to himself the capacity to be discerned by this very thing that does not concern him. After that, what remains of the sentence? The same, immobile. To live, with, what does not concern. There are various ways of responding to this situation. Some say, we must live as though living did not concern us. Others say, since this does not concern, we must live without changing anything about life. But then others, you are changing, you are living non-change as the trace and the mark of that which, not concerning, could not change you. This is a sentence of a somewhat enigmatic turn. He considers it to be scarcely coherent, uncertain, and of an insistence repugnant to him. It asks neither for acquiescence nor for refutation. In truth, that is its very mode of persistence, neither affirming nor withdrawing anything, despite the negative turn that puts him into difficulty with himself. All life has changed, life yet intact. He comes to understand that the sentence here, which sentence is in question? A is there only to provoke intermittence, or through this intermittence to make itself signify, or give this intermittence some content, so that the sentence here is it a sentence? A besides its proper meaning, for it must surely have one, would have as its other meaning this intermittent interruption to which it invites him. Interruption, a pain, a weariness. While speaking to someone, he comes to feel the cold force of interruption assert itself. And strangely, the dialogue does not stop, on the contrary, it becomes more resolute, more decisive, yet so hazardous that their relation to the common space disappears between them forever. You know very well that the only law there is no other consists in this unique, continual, universal discourse that everyone, be he separated from or united with others, be he speaking or silent, receives, bears, and sustains through an intimate accord prior to any decision, an accord such that any attempt to repudiate it, promote it or willed always by the very will of discourse, confirms it, just as any aggression makes it more sure and any arrest makes it endure. I know. You know, then, that when you speak of these interruptions during which speech would be interrupted, you do speak of them, immediately and even in advance returning them to the uninterrupted force of discourse. When they occur I am silent. If they occurred in such a way that you should once have to be silent, you would never again be able to speak of them? Precisely, I do not speak of them. Then what are you doing at this moment? I'm saying that I do not speak of them. I know all of this, I know it better than you, since if I'm the supposed guardian of this speech, instituted and brought forth by it, you are but a guardian of this guardian, instituted and brought forth by him. Of what do you complain, silence without origin? Why come here to haunt a language that cannot recognize you? What draws you among us, into this space where the brazen law has forever asserted itself? Is it you, that plaint not yet heard? The difficulty would be the following. This is not an incident of simple interruption, even if it offered itself at the start as accidental, it has, and, fundamentally, it has always had, a certain obligatory character, true, a very discreet obligation, one that does not impose itself. Still, it demands respect on account of its very discretion. A kind of interdict is asserted this way, without one knowing whether the prescription of the interdiction does not already travesty, in decreeing it, the pure arrest. This is already a concern. But here is another: this interruption are perhaps merely an ancient accident, though with a certain obligatory character and bearing in an enigmatic way. The interdictor presents itself also as interdicted, a regrettable exception, a breach opened in the circle, and no doubt it necessarily still belongs to the rule, if only as an anomaly, a hypocritical anomaly. How can one express oneself in any other way, without laying oneself under an interdict? But he is aware that, despite this legitimation, it still continues, and every time as it has forever, to fall outside the rule that holds it nevertheless within the field of its force. The pure arrest, the sentence that interdicts, in such a way that there should intervene, by an unappointed decision, the time of the interdicting. He was listening to the speech of the everyday, grave, idle, saying everything, holding up to each one what he would have liked to say, a speech unique, distant and always close, everyone's speech, always already expressed and yet infinitely sweet to say, infinitely precious to hear, the speech of temporal eternity saying, now, now, now. How had he come to will the interruption of discourse? And not the legitimate pause, the one permitting the give and take of conversation, the benevolent, intelligent pause, nor that beautifully poised waiting with which two interlocutors, from one shore to another, measure their right to communicate. No, not that, and no more so the austere silence, the tacit speech of visible things, the reserve of those invisible. What he had wanted was entirely different, a cold interruption, the rupture of the circle. And at once this had happened, the heart ceasing to beat, the eternal speaking drive stopping. Forward. This double exigency, naming the possible, responding to the impossible. Susan Hansen. The beauty of the infinite conversation perhaps lies principally in the rigorous, coherent turn of Maurice Blanchot's thought, a thought whose concerted advance sets forth an array of themes and concepts that would seem to exceed the limits of any one writer. But the reach and rigor of this thought are not that of the system. It is not a matter of developing a unified theory or of encompassing a body of knowledge. The intuition Blanchot names in his title consists rather in a series of singular encounters with writers whose concerns are as varied as those of Heraclitus and Beckett. Each of these critical essays, marked by an extreme attention to the matter and texture of the writings, or lives, under consideration, effectively interrupts the whole it advances. Together with the meditative essays and dialogues contained in this volume, they punctuate a unique path of reflection that forms what Blanchot describes as an uninterrupted line that inscribes itself while interrupting itself. The place the infinite conversation occupies in Blanchot's work is itself singular. To be sure, it follows literature and the right to death, the space of literature, and the lever of energy, as Blanchot remarks in his introductory note, citing and continuing the reflections of these earlier texts with an almost astonishing persistence. But it also breaks with them in significant ways. This break is signalled most clearly by the emergence of the problematic of autrui, by the address of autrui as Blanchot responds to it throughout the text. While the carefully worked through terms of the question of reflection that Blanchot brings out in his earlier critical writings in fact prepare the space of encounter with autrui, the thematization of autrui in this collection signals the intrusion of otherness with an urgency that is not heard in the earlier volumes. The infinite conversation therefore seems closer to Blanchot's fiction than do the earlier critical writings, as is also suggested by the essays written in the form of dialogue with a friend, another, whose enigmatic presence adds yet another voice, or voices, to the conversation. Still another shift is marked by the fact that the dialogue between philosophy, ethics, and the space of literature here occupies a central site, marking a between-two or rift, out of which arises the appeal of autrui, and concerning not only thought, the work of the concept and of language, the writer and the work of art, but also the relations of human beings in the world. Since the question of autrui will be taken up again further on, let us for the moment simply state that the encounter with the other can only take place outside discourse, inasmuch as this encounter is accompanied by, and entails, a curvature of space that alters the very nature of being in relation. As a consequence, relations of reciprocity and equality that tend toward unity, the unity guaranteed by that of the concept and the self-subject, hold in the infinite conversation only up to a certain point. The terms and interlocutory voices thereby encounter, or prompt to saying something that is heard again and again, not quite here a strangeness, an event, that the categories of reflection will measure, but are unable to account for. In order to situate the stakes of such an event, let us sketch out the part that specific other interlocutors, in fellowship and in friendship, have in its coming about. It should first be said that Blanchot's thought, as that of other contemporary French thinkers whose names are now widely known, situates itself against the background of the concept of reflection as it develops from Descartes to Husserl. More precisely, it situates itself in relation to a rupture in the metaphysics of subjectivity that is discernible in various forms in the writings of Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger, and marked most demonstratively by the motifs of the death of God and the death of man. ends that both world wars demonstrated in their frightening ways in the 20th century. One of the approaches Blanchot offers to this success lies in the relations he defines between philosophy, poetry, and the space of literature. Let us take The Great Refusal, the fourth essay of the volume, as a beginning point not fortuitous housely, as it stages explicitly a movement between philosophy and literature. In the course of a discussion that recalls the terms of literature and the right to death, death and negation in particular, Blanchot names what he calls the loss of death, a loss that poetry is said to respond to, and, in responding, affirms. Yet this loss is not simply a loss, nor the forgetting of the fact that we are mortal. The loss of death that occurs in naming and in the movement of the concept is a loss of the immediate, a loss of the presence of what is, which is thus present only in its disappearance. A great deal is involved here. For one thing, each time I speak I affirm my power to do away with what I name, by naming it I master it, and cause it to disappear. My speech thus attests to the secret violence that haunts it, and that it sets loose in the world. Having introduced death into thought, I have also closed up the space where there might be a place for dying. What I have nonetheless gained is the power of the negative, the capacity to render absent, and this, as Blanchot writes, in favor of a clear and defined coherence of notions, relations, and forms of the work of tranquil man. The loss of this singular end thereby entitles the life of the mind, the work of the concept. Death interiorized is now a power, the movement through which meaning comes toward us, and we toward it. It has long been the fate of philosophy to fear the unknown that inhabits this space opened by speech between being and a formless immediate, or between word and thing, but let us not go all the way back to Plato. Blanchot's interlocutors are for the moment Hegel, Bonnefoy, Heidegger, and Hölderlin, each of whom will question and respond to the others in the passages of The Great Refusal that concern us. By way of their dialogue, death will be linked to speech and to thought, and poetry will be shown to respond to the question that philosophy asks. The question of the whole, but also the question of the lack that is fundamental to speech, that speech turns into a power of thought, a thought in its turn captive to the one, to unity. The question Blanchot reads in Bonnefoy's commentary on the task, and the hope, of poetry is the following: the fact remains. That what is has disappeared, something was there that is the no longer. How can I find it again? How can I, in my speech, capture this prior presence that I must exclude in order to speak it? And here we will evoke the eternal torment of our language when its longing turns back toward what it always misses, through the necessity under which it labors of being the lack of what it would say. What exactly disappears? The response initially offered to poetry's question is now accompanied by the names Baudelaire, René Char, and Hölderlin. The sacred is immediate presence at this body that passes, this simple life flush with the earth, the reality of sensible presence. But is this the answer? Is sensible presence what the speech of poetry seeks to capture? Heidegger, commenting on Hölderlin, will offer a further definition: the immediate is the very thing that offers neither any hold nor stopping point, the terror of the immediate that defeats every grasp, the shattering of chaos. Following Heidegger now, Blanchot suggests that what poetry affirms, in responding to this loss, this nothing lost, is nothing other than poetry's response, its desire and capacity to respond. What it affirms is its imperative to say the now, to an event that no light, no day can illuminate, for the coming and the place of this now of speech is inaccessible to vision, to sight, except as a between, a space or a rift, once again, that opens between the affirmation of speech, poetry's speech, and that to which that affirmation responds, which forms the object of philosophy's question. Perhaps after remarking this space, we now have a better sense of the infinite conversation's title, and of the gifts exchanged in the movement of questioning, responding, and affirming. In the case of poetry and philosophy, each works in the other's stead, suspending the identity of the other, interrupting their contrariety and setting it aside or out of work, deso over. Affirmation and negation also slip from their place, past one another and away from us, nonetheless not saying the same thing, even if negation now affirms in its inability to negate itself, nor in the same way. The sign, A+, 3 then, of a manner saying, a writing otherwise that would have no stopping point. Thought will not give up nor will speech, as neither knows any rest. In the note to the reader, Blanchot characterizes writing as the aleatory force of absence. It is a writing that remains without identity, and little by little brings forth possibilities that are entirely other, an anonymous, distracted, deferred, and dispersed way of being in relation by which everything is brought into question. Let us borrow this affirmation regarding writing and being in relation to describe the moves of exchange we just read in The Great Refusal in relation to death and the immediate. Philosophy and poetry are noting that if we are to speak of an exchange, we must think of it as an exchange withdrawn from all exchange, inasmuch as such a writing of and in this space between corresponds to a writing that could be said to be outside discourse, outside language. Outside discourse would mean that what occurs in this now of the between two pitches the interlocutors into a speech that is itself anonymous, neutral, into a dialogue where for the subject who speaks it is not a matter of winning, of seeking to settle the differences between the speakers, or to fuse them into one. This is a speech that does not tend toward unity, does not unify. Nor is it a matter of convincing the other, of having the last word so as to prevail or bring the conversation to an end. Infinite, then, in the sense that each turn the intrusion takes interrupts it, and moves it elsewhere, reopens it to an otherness that haunts the very limits of language. Conversation is thus understood as a turning toward and with, while intrusion in French suggests a holding up, a supporting and maintaining, a between that is rigorously held to, a keeping up of speech, that is, a keeping to the rift or opening that both permits and interrupts speech to its gift but also its shadow. Let us determine more clearly what would set us outside discourse, outside language. This space of the outside, in Blanchot's terms, is defined by the work that language and discourse accomplish in the world, a world governed by the light of the day, and that tends toward unity, identity, and the attendant notions of dialectical struggle and accomplishment. For by contrast, an infinite holding to a plural, anonymous and neutral, speech would open onto an outside of speech and language wherein these would abandon their work, and no longer answer to the demand for unity, or homogeneity, of the concept and the self-subject. The between of the several discursive spaces of the great refusal thus points to a truth that is other. In passing from interlocutor to interlocutor, never dwelling or detained, it continues on, but each time setting out anew. Blanchot can thus affirm that a limit has been passed. The limit at which the idea of a self, of a subject, then of truth and the one, then finally the idea of the book and the work are abandoned. Recalling the relation of speech to death, it is notable that this infinite and plural holding to speech that the infinite conversation makes heard in a strangely insistent now brings the book itself to the limit at which it encounters its own death, the limit beyond which it disappears. As it happens, the heartbeat of one of the interlocutors of the first untitled dialogue will cease, soon after one, looking around the room, full of books, in which two men are speaking of weariness, asks the other, how will we manage to disappear? Let us set next to the question concerning disappearance this other one, which is very like it. Would man have to disappear in order to communicate? The word communication pointing to a linguistic structure outside or beyond what we mean by this term as it is generally used recalls by their common radical, and by the strange temporality that accompanies them, the word communism, which sounds so strangely in the note to the reader, it, too, having already occurred, already past or passing, not yet having come, still to come. Death or disappearance that of man, consequently of men can also be understood as a kind of promise, a fervent vow or exigency, the unhoped for of all hope that is tied to the impossible, that to which the daybreaks of Holderlin's desiring speech, the gift of poetry, responds. The Great Refusal would in this sense announce the chapters that follow it and that conclude Part 1. Each of these is written in response to the thought of Levinas. Indeed, we may say that Blanchot's reading of totality and infinity moves the intrusion to one of its central concerns, the exigency of autrui, and the attendant notions of the non-concerning, the neuter or the neutral. But the encounter with autrui, prepared in the opening chapters of the volume, also reappears in the central essays of Part 2, which hold to the same path of thought. The same path, once again, that consists in holding to a between of speech that in its multiple divergences gives this path an almost musical complexity. What is said by the return of refrains and chords is repeated again and again, but each time as a fragment referring to no whole or system. As the melody turns it disappears, only to return again, so as to make something like a song audible beyond hearing. It is perhaps in this sense also that nearly every phrase of the untitled opening dialogue is cited in the essays that follow it, unless it can be said to cite in advance what is to come, thereby finally ruining the idea of a chord or beginning, except as an endless replaying or reworking of a movement or refrain. As though to take up the beating of the heart that ceases keeping time at the end of the first dialogue, the text continues to speak thus remarking the death or the limit experience to which it attends. But let us begin again, taking up the question of the place of autrui, which in the central chapters of Part 2 seems essential. I shall not dwell long on this, for autrui and the thematic branching out that this word entails should be left irradiate at the center of the volume. To speak too simply, too long, or too eloquently would in any case place too much or too little value on what cannot be separated out from the movement of thought and of writing that are inseparable from Blanchot's considerations of autrui. The fact that this sight is also not one, but consists in a moving outward, a rayonnement from a point always central and always moffing, makes the search for a center an infinite task. Let us nonetheless say that the question of autrui cannot be posed apart from the question of human relations, of what there is between man and man when nothing brings them together or separates them but themselves. The question of man would therefore be a universal question, but also a question of man as a questioner that situates this thought at a turning point, now, however mobile it may be, wherein what are often called the master narratives have more or less fallen into ruin. I shall take Blanchot's phrase man is the indestructible that can, nonetheless, be destroyed is a sign that the question of man, or the question of the human, indicates also the nature of the difficulty of the appeal that comes to man from autrui. For autrui is both man and other than man. Since he has fallen below even the level of need, he is the one from whom we seem not to be able to get free, despite the fact that, on the whole, man is getting on. If man can be said to be getting on passably well or disappearing, depending on how one hears this expression, a man as a question seems to call up a burden that we collectively bears each time consideration is brought to the idea of the human, and when we consider the relations that exist between human beings in the world. In attempting to answer the question who is autrui in relation to man, one must perhaps say that autrui is man, is still a human being, yet also an other to man, and other than any particular man or woman. These statements that fail to support one another are in fact irreconcilable, deducible one to the other. As are the terms of the phrase man is the indestructible that can be destroyed. Let us try to clarify this affirmation. It means two things. First, that humankind is capable of anything in its power to construct the world. Second, that man is a presence that persists even in the face of the greatest affliction. Man, human presence, in this sense cannot be done away with, even though individuals, and peoples, can be destroyed by other individuals. Man, then, is also capable of everything, since in harnessing and unleashing nuclear and other forms of energy, and in the power afforded by other technological advances, man has become capable of doing what, some 50 years ago, only the stars could do. But he is not capable of attaining the presence of the human itself. What then, O Fortune, inasmuch as autrui is the stranger, the unknown, the absolutely foreign, he offers no approach, beyond all horizon, he either looms over me or is situated so low that he becomes absolutely other. Lost through terror and oppression, he effectively disappears into the very conditions of affliction. He cannot appear as a subject and is bereft of even the power to struggle against the forces that render him powerless. Autrui addresses me, but as a subject he or she is essentially mute, outside speech as a power and invisible to the eye of justice. Let us now return to the two formulations we set side by side. Men is the indestructible that can, nonetheless, be destroyed, and would man have to disappear in order to speak? Would this not suggest, to put it much too simply, and without reserve, that in the encounter with autrui no self-subject would be able to be present, as such? For myself is not able to respond to the appeal that autrui addresses to me unless I am set outside the horizon bounded by the world and by the categories that attend the relations that dialectical struggle and discourse imply. If autrui, having fallen away from his or herself, deported and deprived of speech, has already disappeared, that is no longer a self-subject, able to speak in the first person, then by the same token I, too, am only able to hear his appeal outside the first-person subject pronoun. Seized by the infinite distance that I am from what I can neither think nor recognize, myself is disarmed, infinitely vulnerable and claimed by an otherness, by this other, that absolutely exceeds my power. Autrui is man without horizon, he who, coming from no land and errant, is dispossessed of any belonging, and he who, in his very dispossession, and herein lies the chance of this encounter and also of speech, dispossesses me. Since autrui is a stranger, also the guest, the one who is coming, the encounter with autrui opens the space in which the unknown is encountered as unknown. Autrui cites, calls up, the sight of a between two, between appearing and disappearing. The essay, being Jewish, presents a particular instance of the question of the relation to autrui inasmuch as it raises the question of the relation of man with man, which, as Blanchot states, defines in an implicit manner the relation of every man to himself. The terms exodus and exile, marking a relation to language, truth, and thought, are defined here by way of biblical reference, citation, and a reading of Judaic history. In the first part of the essay, The Indestructible, he writes, the idea of exile and the initiative that is exodus, which for Blanchot, situate being Jewish, exists so that the experience of strangeness may affirm itself close at hand as an irreducible relation. It exists so that, by the authority of this experience, we might learn to speak. The event of a setting out, of beginning, is thus tied to the experience of strangeness, and placed at the very origin of speech, a speech that would not work to secure, like the concept, a dwelling place, but rather open a relation to the other and deliver humankind to a nomadic truth. Levinas, in Zur Blanchot, draws out this contrast or contrariety between a rootedness in the land, which he also terms a paganism, and the movement of exile or exodus. While the themes of the pagan in the nomad require a more careful development, we may summarize Blanchot's use of this difference by noting that these words strike a particular chord or motif in Heidegger's work, as does the value Blanchot gives to exile or to the movement of setting out, a stepping outside, which breaks with, or brings out a difference with, Heideggerian thought. The world, for Blanchot, the world in which, also by which I am necessarily in relation, always entails relations of force, power, and possession, exclusion and inclusion with homogeneity in view, one truth, one land, one people or horizon. A nomadic truth would therefore set itself outside relations of a firmly established property and identity, that is to say, also, outside the relations by which the self subject if only by the grasp that is comprehension, and through the security afforded by the homogeneity of the concept and of discursi will secure its reign and its name. To be pagan is to be fixed, to plant oneself in the earth, as it were, to establish oneself through a pact with the permanence that authorizes sojourn and is certified by certainty in the land. In contrast, there is a truth of exile and there is a vocation of exile, and if being Jewish is a call to a sojourn without place, it also ruins a very fixed relation of force, and answers to a foreign truth. A foreign truth, a truth causing us to set out and wander from home, would not, in Blanchot's terms, signify a privation. Rather, it would engage us in an authentic manner of residing. That does not bind us to the determination of place or to settling close to a reality forever and already founded, sure, and permanent. Blanchot's distance from Heidegger at this point becomes more clearly articulated with the following question: why does errancy substitute for the domination of the same an affirmation that the word being in its identity cannot satisfy? Inasmuch as identity and possession belong to a same principle or concept, are governed by a same law, there are human relations to which the law of the same, its rights and privileges are those of possession do not answer. As Blanchot recalls in The Suppliant, the other, like autrui, comes from another country, he or she is without origin, foreign, but in this protected by the power of the divine. Precisely inasmuch as the stranger's or the guest's identity is open and unknown, he cannot be put out. He comes bearing a strange truth that one may not wish to receive, but a truth that cannot be set aside or done away with, precisely because it cannot enter the categories of the known or the to be known. Have we now come before the irreducible, the event of strangeness? Although this laborious attempt to name it has inevitably caused it to disappear, this is not the case in the infinite conversation. Its own dispersal and repeated return to the now of its speaking is the very space of encounter, a space whose reserve and silences give the text the breathing space, the pauses and interruptions whose infinite allows the text to say everything there is to say, but in an infinite curvature of space. A time between speaking wherein the world for an instant falls silent, and in whose disarming silence the reader is claimed by the appeal, the presence of something radically other. Ortruff's appeal to man, the infinite and infinitely silent presence of Fortrui makes an address that by its questioning and disappearing presence haunts the text and the reader, a shadow on the wall, a plaint, a cry or a murmur, a desire perhaps the unhoped for of hope that arises out of friendship for another human being, and out of a hope for what Blanchot has named the impossible. This appeal of the other that speech must bear, as it arises in a voice that is plural, and as an event that is impossible to sire, and this is the gift of Blanchot's speech. It can only arise in a neutral, intransitive speech, thus in a silence or reserve of speech that is heard only in an infinite speaking. Notes. 1. The word autrui has been left untranslated to distinguish it from /autre, the other. Autrui designates other people, neighbor, proceri, fellow man. It is most generally used in French as a compliment. 2. Holderlin's lines, from as on a holiday, we went amphiitage, but now the day breaks. I waited and saw it come. I and what I saw, the holy be my word. 3. We read in literature and the right to death, this original double meaning, which lies deep inside every word, has their strange effect of attracting literature to an unstable point where it can indiscriminately change both its meaning and its sign, but this disintegration is also a construction, if it suddenly causes distress to turn into hope and destruction into the element of the indestructible gaze of Orpheus. 4. It must be emphasized that Blanchot in no way wishes to deny the essential place of discourse, that of dialectical accomplishment, of the whole, which must also be struggle in the world. We read in the indestructible, the one who is dispossessed must be received not only as autrif in the justice of speech, but also placed back into a situation of dialectical struggle. We always come back, then, to this double exigency. That is, to the exigency of Fortrui, but also to the instance of a self-subject, to the possibility of a self become not only conscious of affliction as though this self were in Ortruff's place, but become responsible for it by recognizing in it an injustice committed against everyone, thus to a subject who affirms itself as being the representative of a collective structure and who can find in this injustice the point of departure for a common demand. I. Plural speech. The speech of writing I. Thought and the exigency of discontinuity. Poetry has a form, the novel has a form. One research, the research in which the movement of all research is in play, seems unaware that it does not have a form or, worse still, refuses to question the form that it borrows from tradition. Thinking, here, would be the same as speaking without knowing in which language one speaks or which rhetoric one employs, and without even sensing the meaning that the form of this language and this rhetoric substitutes for what thought would determine for itself. Specialized terms are sometimes used, concepts are forged for the sake of a particular field of knowledge, and this is legitimate. But the manner of conveying what is in question in research remains, generally, that of exposition. The scholarly, academic dissertation is the model. These remarks hold above all, perhaps, for modern times. There have been important exceptions, one should first recall them, then attempt to interpret them. A task worthy of a long study. I will cite as examples, and as chance permits a memory that is not erudite, the ancient Chinese texts, which are among the most significant, certain texts of Hindu thought, and the early Greek language, including that of the dialogues. In Western philosophy, the Summa of Thomas Aquinas are through the rigorous form of a determinate logic and a mode of questioning that is actually a mode of answering and realizes philosophy as an institution and as a form of teaching. In contrast, Montaigne's essays escape the demands of the thought that claims to have its place in the university. As for Descartes, if the discourse on method is important, be it only in its freedom of form, it is because this form is no longer that of a simple exposition, as in scholastic philosophy, but rather describes the very movement of a research that joins thought and existence in a fundamental experience, this being the search for a mode of progressing, that is, a method, this method being the bearing, the mode of holding oneself and of advancing of one who questions. Let us pass over this history. Such inquiry, which I recommend to researchers, would be very instructive. But I will note something that is valid for the most diverse epochs. The form in which thought moves to encounter what it is seeking is often tied to teaching. This was the case for the most ancient thinkers. But Heraclitus not only teaches, it may well be that the sense of the logos that offers itself when he speaks is contained in the word lesson. The intelligent conversation, where something is said to several persons in view of a dialogue that nonetheless must take its place in the sacred institutional framework. To Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, here, teaching is philosophy. And what happens is that philosophy institutionalizes itself and then takes its form from the pre-established institution in whose framework it becomes instituted, church and state. The 17th and 18th centuries demonstrate this with their striking exceptions, which are significant, among other reasons, for the fact that they mark a break with philosophy as teaching. Pascal, Descartes, and Spinoza are dissidents who do not have the official function of learning while teaching others. Pascal indeed writes an apology, a unified and coherent discourse designed to teach the truths of Christianity and to persuade the libertines of them, but his discourse, in the twofold dissidence of thought and death, reveals itself to be a discursus or a broken, interrupted course that for the first time imposes the idea of the fragment as a form of coherence. In the 18th century, at least in France, it is the writer who will bear the destiny of philosophy itself. To write is to philosophize. Teaching is now the lively exchange of letters, as is already the case in the preceding century, the rapid circulation of libels, the distribution of pamphlets. Rousseau, finally, is the great philosopher, and a part of his discourse is dedicated to modifying pedagogical habits, for it is no longer man but nature that teaches. The high period of philosophy, that of critical and idealist philosophy, will confirm the relations maintained with a university. From Kant onward, the philosopher is primarily a professor. Hegel, in whom philosophy comes together and accomplishes itself, is a man whose occupation is to speak from the height of a university chair, to prepare courses, and to think in conformity with the demands of this magisterial form. I say this without disparaging intent. The encounter of wisdom and the university has great significance. And it is clear that the necessity of being a philosopher in the capacity of professor, that is, of giving philosophical research the form of a continuous and developed exposition, is not without consequences. But what about Kierkegaard? Nietzsche? Yes, of course. Nietzsche, too, was a professor, but he then had to give up being one for various reasons, one of which is revealing. How could his venturous thought, a thought that realizes itself in fragments in separate affirmations that demand separation, how could thus spoke Zarathustra have found a place in teaching and adapted to the requirements of academic speech? That noble manner of being together and thinking together according to the division of master and disciple, which the university, perhaps mistakenly, claims to maintain, is here refused. With Nietzsche, something unwonted comes to light, 3 as something unwonted had come to light when philosophy took up the mask of Sard, representing no longer the man ex cathedra, but the hidden man of the prisons. And yet the philosopher can no longer avoid being a professor of philosophy. Kierkegaard engenders great academics. When, in 1929, Heidegger poses the question, what is metaphysics? He does so in an inaugural lesson at the University of Freiburg, and while bringing into question the community of professors and students formed by the technical organization of the faculties, which he thereby challenges. And a large part of his writing is made up of courses and work for the university. For one could reduce to 4 the formal possibilities that are available to the man of research. 1. He teaches. 2. He is a man of science and his knowledge is bound to the always collective forms of specialized research, psychoanalysis, a science of non-knowing, the social sciences, and basic scientific research. 3. He combines his research with the affirmation of political action. 4. He writes. Professor, man of the laboratory, man of praxis, writer. Such are his metamorphoses. Hegel, Freud and Einstein, Marx and Lenin, Nietzsche and Sartre. To say that these four ways of being have always been related, that Pythagoras teaches, elaborates a unitary theory of the universe and founds a kind of religious and political party, and thus to suggest that nothing ever changes, is to say nothing at all. Let us avoid this kind of weak association. It would be more important, and more difficult as well, to question the long-standing and constant relations of philosophy and teaching. At first sight one might respond, teaching is speaking, and the speech of teaching corresponds to an original structure, that of the master-disciple relation. On the one hand, it is a matter of oral communication in its specificity, on the other, a matter of a certain anomaly affecting what one might call, guarding against any suggestion of realism, interrelational space. We should understand that the philosopher is not merely one who teaches what he knows, and we should not be content with attributing to the master the role of example, on with defining his bond with the student as an existential one. The master represents a region of space and time that is absolutely other. This means that, by his presence, there is a dissymmetry in the relations of communication. This dissymmetry means that where he is the field of relations ceases to be uniform and instead manifests a distortion that excludes any direct relation, and even the reversibility of relations. The presence of the master reveals a singular structure of interrelational space, making it so that the distance from student to master is not the same as the distance from master to student and even more, making it so that there is a separation, a kind of abyss between the point occupied by the master, point A, and the point occupied by the disciple, point B, a separation that will hereafter be the measure of every other distance and every other time. Let us say more precisely that the presence of A introduces for B, but consequently also for A relation of infinity between all things, and above all in the very speech that assumes this relation. The master is destined, then, not to smooth out the field of relations but to upset it, not to facilitate the paths of knowledge, but above all to render them not only more difficult, but truly impracticably, something that the Oriental tradition of the master shows rather well. The master offers nothing to be known that does not remain determined by the indeterminable unknown he represents, an unknown that affirms itself not through the mystery, the prestige, or the erudition of the teacher, but through the infinite distance between A and B. Knowing by the measure of the unknown, approaching the familiarity of things while preserving their strangeness, relating to everything by way of an experience of the very interruption of relations is nothing other than hearing speech and learning to speak. The relation of master to disciple is the very relation of speech when the incommensurable becomes measure therein, and elation, relation. But, as one can well imagine, a double alteration threatens the sense of this strange structure. Sometimes the unknown is limited to being the whole of things not yet known, or nothing more than the object of science itself. At other times the unknown merges with the person of the master, then it is his own quality, his value as example, his virtues as guru or tzaddik, his master's transcendence, and no longer the form of the interrelational space of which he is but one of the terms, that become the source of wisdom. In both cases teaching ceases to correspond to the demands of research. Let us retain from the preceding remarks 2 points. The unknown that is at stake in research is neither an object nor a subject. The speech relation in which the unknown articulates itself is a relation of infinity. Hence it follows that the form in which this relation is realized must in one way or another have an index of curvature such that the relations of A to B will never be direct, symmetrical, or reversible, will not form a whole, and will not take place in the same time. They will be, then, neither contemporaneous nor commensurable. One can see which solutions will prove inappropriate to such a problem, a language of assertion and answer, for example, or a linear language of simple development, that is to say, a language where language itself would not be at stake. But what is striking, and also comprehensible, is that solutions are sought in two opposing directions. One entails the demand for absolute continuity and a language that might be called spherical, as Parmenides first proposed. The other entails the exigency of a discontinuity that is more or less radical, the discontinuity of a literature of fragments. This solution predominates in the Chinese thinkers, as in Heraclitus. Plato's dialogues also refer to it. Pascal, Nietzsche, Georges Bataille, and René Char demonstrate its essential persistence and, what is more, the decision that paves its way. That these two directions should impose themselves in turn finally becomes quite understandable. Let us return to the master-disciple relation, insofar as it symbolizes the relation that is at stake in research. This relation is such that it involves the absence of a common measure, the absence of a common denominator, and thus, in some sense, the absence of relation between the terms, an exorbitant relation. Hence the concern for marking either the interruption and the rupture or the density and the plenitude of this field resulting from difference and tension. One can see as well, however, that continuity risks being merely the continuity of simple development, thus eliminating the irregularity of the curvature, or that discontinuity risks being the simple juxtaposition of indifferent terms. Being merely a continuity of surface rather than volume, continuity is never continuous enough, and discontinuity, never arriving at more than a momentary discordance rather than an essential divergence or difference, is never discontinuous enough. With Aristotle, the language of continuity becomes the official language of philosophy. But this is the continuity, on the one hand, of a logical coherence reduced to the three principles of identity, contradiction, and excluded middle. It is consequently a coherence of simple determination. On the other hand, this continuity is neither really continuous nor simply coherent insofar as the corpus of knowledge instituted by Aristotle is but a poorly unified whole, a disparate sum of expositions assembled together. 5 One must therefore await the Hegelian dialectic for continuity, a continuity engendering itself, moving from the center to the periphery, from the abstract to the concrete, being no longer simply the continuity of a synchronic whole, but adding to itself the parameter of duration and historia to constitute itself as a totality that is finite and unlimited, that moves according to the circular demand corresponding at once to the principle of understanding, which is satisfied only by identity through repetition, and to the principle of reason, which requires an overcoming through negation. Here, as one can see, the form of the research and the research itself coincide, or should coincide, to the closest degree. Moreover, the speech of dialectics does not exclude, but seeks to include the moment of discontinuity. It moves from one term to its opposite. For example, from being to nothingness. But what is between the two opposites? A nothingness more essential than nothingness itself, or the void of an interval that continually hollows itself out and in hollowing itself out becomes distended, the nothing as work and movement. Of course the third term, that of synthesis, will fill this void and close the interval, in principle. Nonetheless, it does not do away with it, since everything would be immediately arrested, but rather maintains it by accomplishing it, realizes it in its very lack, and thus makes of this lack a capacity, another possibility. A manner of progressing so formally decisive that philosophy seems compelled to come to rest in its movement. Nonetheless, several difficulties immediately shatter this form. First, the role of discontinuity is revealed to be insufficient. Two opposites, because they are simply opposed, are still too close to one another. A contradiction does not represent a decisive separation. Two enemies are already bound in a relation of unity, while the difference between the unknown and the familiar is infinite. Therefore, in the dialectical form, the moment of synthesis and reconciliation always ends by predominating. Formally, this elimination of discontinuity translates into the monotony of a three-step development, replacing the classical rhetoric of the three parts of discourse, while institutionally it leads to the identification of reason and state and to the coincidence of wisdom and the university. This last trait is not secondary. The fact that the sage agrees to disappear into the institution, the university as it is organized in the 19th century, is significant. The university is now nothing more than a sum of determinate bodies of knowledge having no relation with time other than that of a program of studies. The speech that instructs is in no way the speech that the master-disciple structure revealed to us as liable to open upon a fundamental rupture. It is rather content with a tranquil discursive continuity. The competent master speaks before an interested audience, that is all. Evoke the leveling of relations that the slightly elevated position of the lecturer before a group of docile students introduces into philosophical language, and one will begin to understand how the philosopher, now a professor, brings about an impoverishment of philosophy so visible that dialectics cannot fail to break with what appears to it to be the idealism of speech in order to arrive at the more serious divisions of revolutionary struggle. One of the questions posed to the language of research is thus bound up with this demand for discontinuity. How can one speak so that speech is essentially plural? How can the search for a plural speech be affirmed, a speech no longer founded upon equality and inequality, no longer upon predominance and subordination, nor upon a reciprocal mutuality, but upon dissymmetry and irreversibility, so that, between two instances of speech, a relation of infinity would always be involved as the movement of signification itself? Or, again, how can one write in such a way that the continuity of the movement of writing might let interruption as meaning, and rupture as form, intervene fundamentally? For the moment, we will put off approaching this question. Let us simply remark that any language where it is a matter of questioning rather than responding is a language already interrupted even more, a language wherein everything begins with the decision, or the distraction, of an initial void. But let us note as well that writing whether of an essay or a novel runs the risk of contenting itself with a supposed continuity that will in fact be nothing but a pleasant interlacing of upstrokes and downstrokes. In the text I am writing at this moment, sentences follow one another and link up more or less as they should. The paragraph divisions are no more than convenient breaks. There is a sustained movement designed to facilitate the course of reading, but this movement cannot pretend to correspond to a true continuity. Let us recall that, In modern literature, the preoccupation with profoundly continuous speech is what first gave rise with Lautréamont, with Proust, then with Surrealism, then with Joyce to works that were manifestly scandalous. An excess of continuity unsettles the reader, and unsettles the reader's habits of regular comprehension. When André Breton opens the space of our books to what he terms absolute continuity, and when he calls upon the writer to trust the inexhaustible character of the murmur, if he thus disrupts our manner of reading, it is because the mind, with its measured and methodical gait, cannot stand up to the immediate intrusion of the totality of the real, a real that is precisely the impossible continuity of the real and the imaginary. Yes, as always, the surrealist ambition helps us a good deal in understanding what is at stake in this play. Automatic writing would assure the immediate communication of what is. It not only assures it in its substantial continuity, automatic writing is the absolute continuity of what is. It is this imaginarily, a marvelous search for remediation. From this, perhaps, arises the misunderstanding that has related this movement to the Hegelian movement. Though no philosopher is more hostile to the seductions of the immediate than Hegel, it remains nonetheless true that both movements seek continuity, except that, for surrealist poetry, continuity can only be given immediately, while for Hegel it can only be attained, it is produced as a result. 6. But one discerns as well the postulate that would appear to correspond to such an aspiring to absolute continuity, that reality itself are the ground of things, the what is in its essential depth should be absolutely continuous. A postulate as ancient as thought. This is the great Parmenidean sphere of being, it is Einstein's model of the universe. From which it would follow that it is only the modalities of our knowing, the structures of our senses, of our instruments and the forms of our mathematical and non-mathematical languages, that force us to tear or to cut up this beautiful seamless tunic. But what does this mean? That one must see in discontinuity a sign of the adversity of understanding and analytic comprehension, and, more generally, an imperfection in the human structure, a mark of our finitude? Or should we dare an entirely different and very troubling conclusion that might be formulated in this way: why should not man, supposing that the discontinuous is proper to him and is his work, reveal that the ground of things to which he must surely in some way belong has as much to do with the demand of discontinuity as it does with that of unity? A troubling and an obscure conclusion that we will immediately try to make more precise by adding the following. When we speak of man as a non-unitary possibility, this does not mean that there would remain in him some brute existence, some obscure nature irreducible to unity and to the labor of dialectics. This is out of the question here. It means that, through man, that is, not through him but through the knowledge he bears, and first of all through the exigency of speech that is in advance always already written, it may be that an entirely different relation announces itself, a relation that challenges the notion of being as continuity or as a unity or gathering of beings, a relation that would accept itself from the problematic of being and would pose a question that is not one of being. Thus, in this questioning, we would leave dialectics, but also ontology. 7.2. The most profound question. We ask ourselves about our time. This questioning is not pursued at privileged moments, but goes on without pause. It is itself part of time, harrying in the harrying manner that is proper to time. Scarcely a questioning, it is a kind of flight. Upon the background noise constituted by our knowledge of the world's daily course, which precedes, accompanies, and follows in us all knowledge, we cast forth, waking or sleeping, phrases that are punctuated by questions. Murmuring questions. What are they worth? What do they say? These are still more questions. Where does this concern for questioning come from? And the great dignity accorded to the question? To question is to seek, and to seek is to search radically, to go to the bottom, to sound, to work at the bottom, and, finally, to uproot. This uprooting that holds on to the root is the work of the question. The work of time. Time seeks and tries itself in the dignity of the question. Time is the turning of times. To the turning of time corresponds the power to turn oneself back into question, into a speech that, before speaking, questions through the turn of writing. In a certain way, then, it is time, mere the movement of time and the historical epoch that questions. Time. But time as a question, as that which through time, and at a certain moment in time, brings forth the questions as a whole, and history as the whole of these questions. Freud more or less says that all of the questions randomly posed by children turn on and serve as relays for the one they do not pose, which is the question of the origin. We question ourselves about everything in the same way, in order to sustain and advance the passion of the question, but all questions are directed toward one question only, the central question, or the question of the whole. The question of everything as a whole. The question that bears all the questions combined. 1. We do not know whether these questions form a whole, nor if the question of everything, the one that includes all of the questions combined, is the ultimate question. The turning of time is the movement through which the question of everything is released. By emerging, by coming to the surface, the question uproots itself, and thus, having become superficial, it hides once again and preserves the most profound question. We do not know whether these questions form a whole, but we know that they seem to question only when questioning in the direction of this whole whose meaning is not given, even as a question. To question, then, is to advance or to back up toward the horizon of every question. It is thus to place oneself in the impossibility of questioning by partial questions, to experience the impossibility of questioning in particular, despite the fact that every question is particular and even all the better posed the more firmly it answers to the particularity of its position. Every question is determined. Determined, it is the very movement by which the undetermined, in the determination of the question, still reserves itself. A question is movement, the question of everything is a totality of movement and movement of everything. In the simple grammatical structure of interrogation, we already feel this opening of questioning speech. There is a demand for something else, incomplete. The speech that questions affirms that it is only a part. In which case, contrary to what we just said, the question would be essentially partial. It would be the place where speech is always given as incomplete. What would the question of everything signify, then, if not the affirmation that in the whole is still latent the particularity of everything? The question, if it is incomplete speech, rests upon incompleteness. It is not incomplete as a question, on the contrary, it is speech that is accomplished by having declared itself incomplete. The question places the full affirmation back into the void, and enriches it with this initial void. Through the question we give ourselves the thing and we give ourselves the void that permits us not to have it yet, or to have it as desire. The question is the desire of thought. Let us take two modes of expression. The sky is blue. Is the sky blue? Yes. One need be no great scholar to recognize what separates them. The yes does not at all restore the simplicity of the flat affirmation. In the question the blue of the sky has given way to the void. The blue, however, has not dissipated. On the contrary, it has been raised dramatically up to its possibility, beyond its being and unfolding in the intensity of this new space, certainly more blue than it has ever been, in a more intimate relation with the sky, in the instant of the question where everything is in instancy. Yet hardly is the yes pronounced, and even as it confirms in its new brilliance the blue of the sky brought into intimacy with the void, we become aware of what has been lost. Transformed for an instant into pure possibility, the state of things does not return to what it was. The categorical yes cannot render what was, for a moment, only possible. Still more, it withdraws from us the gift and the richness of possibility, since it now affirms the being of what is, but affirms it in response, thus indirectly and in a manner that is only mediate. So in the yes of the answer we lose the direct, immediate given, and we lose the opening, the richness of possibility. The answer is the question's misfortune, its adversity. This means that it makes the adversity that is hidden in the question appear. This is even the unpleasant trait of the answer. It is not in itself unfortunate, it retains an assurance, its sign is a kind of haughtiness. The one who answers is implicitly superior to the one who questions. One says of a child who forgets the status of childhood that he talks back. Answering back is the question's maturity. And yet the question demands a response? Certainly there is a lack in diction that seeks to be made up for. But this lack is of a strange kind. It is not the severity of negation, it does not do away with, it does not refuse. If it is a power wherein something negative exerts itself, this power takes up at a stage before the negative has reached a fully negative determination. The sky is blue. Is the sky blue? The second phrase withdraws nothing from the first, or it is a withdrawal in the mode of a sliding, like a door turning upon its silent axis. The word is not withdrawn, it is only lightened, rendered more transparent, committed to a new dimension. In some languages the interrogative is marked precisely by the promotion of the verb, which suddenly comes to the fore. Is the sky blue? First der Himmel blau. Here, with a kind of violence and suspect valor, the light falls upon being, which comes into question and by which the light of the question strikes all the rest. A rise in rank that resembles that of the stars, whose brilliance augments just before its end. The illuminating force that brings being to the fore, and that is like the appearance of a previously unapparent being, is at the same time what threatens to dissolve it. Questioning is the movement wherein being veers and appears as the suspension of being in its turning. Hence the particular silence of interrogative sentences. It is as though being, in questioning itself for the is of the questioning, had abandoned its part of resounding affirmation, its decisive, negating part, and had freed itself, even where it emerges foremost, from itself, opening itself, and opening the sentence in such a way that, in this opening, the sentence seems no longer to have its center in itself but outside itself, in the neutral. One might say that this is true of every sentence, each one pursues and completes itself in another. But the question is not pursued in the answer. On the contrary, it is terminated, closed again by the answer. The question inaugurates a type of relation characterized by openness and free movement, and what it must be satisfied with closes and arrests it. The question awaits an answer, But the answer does not appease the question, and even if it puts an end to the question, it does not put an end to the waiting that is the question of the question. Question, answer. Between these two terms we find the joining of a strange relation, strange insofar as the question calls up what is foreign to it in the answer, and at the same time wants to maintain itself in the answer as the turn of the question that the answer arrests so as to put an end to this movement and allow rest. But the answer, in answering, must again take up within itself the essence of the question, which is not extinguished by what answers it. We ask ourselves about our time. This questioning has its own characteristics. It is pressing, we cannot for an instant do without questioning. It is total, seeking only to bring to light in everything the question of everything. It bears upon our time, which bears it. Finally, we question ourselves in questioning this time. This last trait has been brought into sharp relief. Every question refers back to someone who questions, that is to say, to the being we are and for whom alone exists the possibility of questioning, or of coming into question. A being like God, for example, could not put himself in question or he would not question. The word of God needs man to become the question of man. When after the fall Yahweh asks Adam, where are you? This question signifies that henceforth man can no longer be found or situated except in the place of the question. Men is from now on a question for God himself, who does not question. But why is it that, far from feeling ourselves questioned in this pressing, always total questioning a questioning that bears upon our time and that is our possibility, coming from us and directed at us in every regard we are, rather, caught in an unmeasured movement from which all questioning character seems to have disappeared? Why is it that when we question, it is already to the inordinate force of the question, a question that is no one's and that leads us to identify with no one, that in the best of cases we are responding? This is our experience of the most profound question. It calls us to task without concerning us. We bear it, we who are preeminently the bearers of the question, and yet it acts as though it had no bearing upon us. It is as though, in the question itself, we had to contend with what is other than any question, as though, coming only from us, it exposed us to something entirely other than us. A questioning that does not question, wants no response, and that seems to draw us into the irresponsibility and evasion of tranquil flight. This can be indicated in another way: the personal capacity to question does not suffice. Mastery ceases to be an authentic manner effacing it. Even when expressed, this question is always implicit and handled rather than considerate, disposing of us as we dispose of it and transforming us into its unskilled laborers. At the same time, it does not hide. Questions abound, as do responses, so everyone takes part. But this evidency and this multiplicity seem to be there only in order to turn us away from the whole of the questions, which then reaches us only through the suspicion we have of this very detour. The question questions us in this detour, turns us from it, and from ourselves. Hence, when the question manifestly comes to affirm itself as the total question in all of the great dialectical movements that belong to our time, it disappoints us with its abstract poverty, a poverty that immediately reverses itself to become an exigency. For this abstraction is ourselves, it is our very life, our passion and our truth. Each time it forces us to bear, impersonally, toward the general action that we bear. We suffer from this abstract, impersonal force, we are tormented by it, unhappy, we deem it poor, and it is poor. Even our abstract language exerts upon us a constraint that separates us cruelly from ourselves, and yet we must answer for this abstraction. And in it we recognize, questioning us, our general truth. This does not suffice. This general truth, poor and abstract, making us poor and abstract, does not reach us as truth but as question, and in this question something more profound seems always to be at work. The most profound question, present in the very detour, turns us away from it and from ourselves. In other words, when we arrive at the end point that is the question of everything, this question once again dissimulates itself in the question of knowing whether the question of the whole is the most profound. This dispute between the question of the whole and the most profound question is the dispute that brings the dialectic into question. From the point of view of the dialectic, these proceedings still belong to it. The most profound question is but a moment of the general question, the moment when the question believes that it is in its nature to elaborate an ultimate, a final question, a question of God, question of being, question of the difference between being and what is. But for the dialectic there is no last question. Where we finish, we begin. Where we begin, we do not truly begin unless the beginning is once again at the term of everything, that is, unless the beginning is the result of the product of the movement of the whole. This is its demand for circularity. Being unfolds as a movement turning in a circle, and this movement goes from the most interior to the most exterior, from the undeveloped interiority to the exteriorization that alienates it, and from this alienation that exteriorizes up to an accomplished and re-interiorized plenitude. A movement without end and yet always already completed. History is the infinite accomplishment of this movement that is always already realized. The dialectic is thus always ready to begin with any particular question, just as one can begin speaking with any word. We have always already begun, always already spoken. This always already is the meaning of every beginning that is only a beginning again. Nevertheless, when we ask ourselves about our time, questioned in time and by time, we experience the impossibility of holding ourselves, in beginning, to a particular question. Today every question is already the question of everything. This general question, a question that leaves nothing out and constantly confronts us with everything, obliging us to interest ourselves in everything and only in everything with an exhausting, abstract passion who is present for us in all things. It is the sole presence, substituting itself for everything that is present. We no longer see men, we no longer handle things, we do not speak in particular words or singular figures. Where we see men, it is the question of the whole that stares at you. So this is what we are handling and what is handling us. It is what reaches us in every word, making us speak in order to put in question all of language, not allowing us to say anything without saying everything and everything together. When, therefore, we ask ourselves about our time, we first of all come up against the question of everything, which comes down to saying that the first question, the question against which we bear ourselves, head bowed rather than held high, is the question of the dialectic, the question of its validity and of its limits, or, to take up again the title of Sartre's book, the critique of dialectical reason. An essential question and, rigorously speaking, even the only near, hence its rigor and its cruelty. But at the same time, it is not at all privileged, it is even challenged by the dialectic itself as a particular question. The dialectic, of course, does not have to be justified, just as it will not accept being given but a part. Everything comes to it. It is this coming about of the whole. It is unjustified, then, in the sense that, being the movement through which it engenders itself by dissolving every particular justification, every demand for theoretical or immediate intelligibility, it affirms itself as the putting into question of everything which cannot itself be put to the question, since everything that contests it comes from it and falls back within this contestation, whose self-accomplishing movement it is, a going beyond that cannot be gotten beyond. But if every possibility passes by way of the dialectical imperative and passes only by way of it, what then of the most profound question? It is not at all disturbed by such omnipotence. It even requires that the dialectic have taken posse's sign of everything, for it is most nearly itself when the whole, in order to be affirmed, has been withdrawn from it. It is the question that is not posed. When the dialectic reigns, gathering all things up in the one general question, when through its accomplishment everything has become question, then the question that is not posed poses itself. On the one hand, this question is only the shadow of the question of everything, the shadow of the question, the illusion that there is still questioning to be done when there is nothing more to be said, in this sense, the most superficial, the most misleading. On the other hand, this question is the most profound, because it seems that it can be thought and formulated only if we do not cease taking a step back toward that which still demands to be thought, even when everything, the whole, is thought. This is just why the most profound question is always held back, held in reserve until that turning of time when the epoch falls and discourse is complete. With each change of epoch this question appears, momentarily, to emerge. With each revolution, it seems to merge so intimately with the historical question that it is beyond question. In one moment everything is affirmed, everything said, the general truth is there, deciding everything. But when, on the contrary, it becomes the object of a special problematic, when, as ultimate question, it is posed openly as the question of God or the question of being, this preeminence instead signifies its setting aside, its entry into a region where what is grasped of it allows it to escape. Thus we understand why today, when the dialectic takes possession of everything, this necessity of questioning that presses upon us by bearing us toward the question of the whole also presses upon us by insistently drawing us into this question that is not posed, a question we will call, in defiance, in derision and with rigor, the most profound questioner or the question of the neutral. 3. If the Greeks were able to elaborate a form of question that has retained its value and authority for thousands of years, it is because the most profound question and the general question mutually seize and obscure one another therein. Let us for a moment evoke the Sphinx as question and man as response. The being that questions is necessarily ambiguous, ambiguity itself questions. Man, when he questions, feels himself questioned by something inhuman and feels himself at grips with something that does not question. Oedipus before the Sphinx, at first appearance, this is man before non-man. All of the work of the question aims at leading man to the recognition that before the Sphinx, non-man, he is already before himself. Is the question thus posed a question poised between the playful, the enigmatic, and the menacing, a question lacking seriousness yet backed up by the seriousness of what is at stake here, the most profound question? In any case, a profound question. The profound question is man as Sphinx, the dangerous, inhuman, and sacred part that, in the face-to-face confrontation of an instant, arrests and holds arrested before it the man who with simplicity and self-satisfaction calls himself simply man. Oedipus's response is not only a response. It is the question itself, though with a change of meaning. When the Sphinx speaks in the language of lightness and danger that belongs to it, it is to give voice to the most profound question. When Oedipus answers, saying with assurance the one word that fits, it is to oppose to it man as the question of everything. A memorable confrontation of the profound question and the general question. We can recognize here some of the traits of both. The profound question is frivolous and frightening, it is distracting, attractive and mortal. Since it demands more than reflection, it is addressed not only to the mind, and yet the head is what is aimed at. One must respond, the stakes being no less than capital. This is sensed immediately. It is fascinating, it reigns by the lure of its presence, which is the presence of something that should not be there in truth, that is not there and before which one cannot be, cannot abide, cannot hold oneself erect, the presence of an image that transforms you into the enigma of an image. The most profound question is such that it does not allow one to understand it, one can only repeat it, let it reverberate on a plane where it is not resolved but dissolved, returned to the void from which it arose. This is its solution, it dissipates in the very language that comprehends it. An important victory. In an instant, the air clears. The crossroads, where open the paths descending toward the perfidious depths, give way to the space of sovereignty and a tranquil human reign. Nevertheless, we know what follows. The most profound question has disappeared, but disappeared into the man who bears it and into that word amana by which he had answered. In responding humanly, Oedipus drew into the question of man the very horror to which he wanted to put an end. Certainly, he knew how to answer, but this knowing did no more than affirm his ignorance of himself, his answer being possible only by reason of this profound ignorance. Oedipus knows man as a general question because he is ignorant of man and ignorant of his ignorance as a profound question. He attains, on the one hand, abstract clarity, that of the mind, but on the other hand, he plunges concretely into the abominable ignorance of his depth. Later, too late, he will put out his eyes in an attempt to reconcile clarity and obscurity, knowledge and ignorance, the visible and the non-visible, the two opposing regions of the question. 2 From this confrontation we learn that there is one question for which an accurate response does not suffice. If this question disappears and is forgotten, if it is taken at its word, ostensibly vanquished by discursive mastery, it is then that it prevails. Even when it presents itself in a clear form that seems to call for an answer that would conform to it, we cannot meet it except by recognizing that it poses itself as the question that is not posed. Even manifest, it still flees. Flight is one of its ways of being present in the sense that it unceasingly draws us into a space of flight and irresponsibility. To question in this profound mode, or to question it, is therefore not to question profoundly, it is, just as much, to flee, to accept the detour of this impossible flight. Yet perhaps this flight brings us into relation with something essential. Let us try to designate this new relation more precisely. To question is to make a leap in the question. The question is this call to assault that does not let itself be held back by a result. In order to leap there must be a free space, there must be firm ground, and there must be a force that, starting from a secure foothold, changes the movement into a jump. The freedom to question is a leap starting from, and moving away from, all firmness. However, in the depths of the flight in which we flee, questioning, there is nothing sure, nothing firm. Everything is already filled with our very flight. The flight into which the profound question draws us transforms the space of the question into an empty plenitude where, obliged to respond to an idle question and with our head on the line, we can neither grasp nor escape it. What in the world of mastery, truth, and power is a general question, in the space of profundity is a panic question. The similarity between these words in ancient Greek involves more than wordplay. The question of everything and the panic question have this in common, each draws everything into its play. But in the first, everything is with regard to the same. For example, the same that is the singular identity of the one who questions, or the principle of unity, and if this question always refers back to everything, it does so always in order to come back to the same, and finally, to reduce everything to the same. With the second question, everything is with regard to the other and not content with being everything, but designating what is other than everything, what is absolutely other and has no place in the whole, thus affirming the entirely other where there is no longer any return to the same. This dimension of the profound question, where in everything there is no longer place for the same, this panic relation whereby it questions everything by way of what would be outside of everything, questioning the world by way of a non-world where the question no longer has a question's value, dignity, or power, is not at all exceptional. On the contrary, it is constant, it simply slips away. It reaches us constantly as what constantly gets away from us and allows us to get away. In all the great movements in which we exist only as interchangeable signs, the panic question is there, designating us as anyone at all, and depriving us of all power to question. In a crowd our being is that of flight. But the crowd still has a determinate reality, it gives proper meaning to what has as its mode impropriety and indetermination. Opinion, the opinion without material basis that one reads in the newspapers but never in any particular area is already closer to the panic character of the question. Opinion settles and decides by way of a speech that does not decide and that does not speak. It is tyrannical because no one imposes it, no one is accountable for it. The fact that there is no answering for it, not because no guarantor is to be found, but because it asks only to be spread, not affirmed or even expressed, is what constitutes it as a question never brought to light. The power of rumor is not in the force of what it says, but in the fact that it belongs to the space where everything that is said has always already been said, continues to be said, and will not cease being said. What I learn through rumor I have necessarily already heard, it being what is simply related and what, for this reason, requires no oath or, no guarantee or verification. Rumor is what abides no contestation since its soul, its incontestable truth is to be related in a neutral movement wherein the relating seems reduced to its pure essence, a pure relation of no one and nothing. Assuredly, opinion is nothing but a semblance, a caricature of essential relation, if only because it is a system organized on the basis of utilizable means, instruments of the present pressure, the broadcast media and centers of propaganda that transform into an active power the passivity that is its essence, into a power of affirmation its neutrality, into a power of decision the sense of impotence and indecision that is opinion's relation to itself. Opinion does not judge or opine. Radically unavailable because foreign to any position, it has all the more at one's disposal. This justifies every criticism. Nevertheless, its panic movement escapes those critics who stress precisely opinion's seductive and tranquilizing alienation, for its movement constantly dissipates this power by which everything is alienated into a nullity or an inalienable indetermination. He who believes that he has rumor at his disposal rapidly loses himself in it. Something impersonal is always in the process of destroying in opinion all opinion. This is the vertigo of uprooting. The insipid ideas and linguistic banalities that serve as its vehicles dissimulate the way it sinks into profundity, the diversion that plunges into the vortex of flight. Opinion is thus never opinion enough, this is precisely what characterizes it. It is content with being its own alibi. But the fact that rumor, even while being only a semblance, appears capable of opening in such a way as to afford us a distance from which we might discover something more important to this play of illusion is also the trait it has in common with the play of the most profound question. With this latter, it seems that we question more than we are able to question, more than the power of questioning allows, and thus beyond the reach of any question. We will never have done with the question, not because there is still too much to question, but because, in this detour of profundity that is proper to it, a movement that turns us away from it and from ourselves, so the question places us in relation with what has no end. Something in the question necessarily exceeds the power of questioning, but this does not mean that there are too many secrets in the world that provoke questions, it is rather the contrary. When being is finally without question, when the whole becomes socially or institutionally realized, at that time and in an unbearable manner, the excess of questioning with respect to the power of questioning will make itself felt for the bearer of the question. The question will be felt as the impossibility of questioning. In the profound question, impossibility questions. Every true question opens onto the whole of questions, a whole that is the accomplishment of this opening that is the meaning of the question. Hence its moving force, its dignity, its value. But now we see that there is in it, more profoundly, a detour diverts questioning from being able to be a question, and from being able to bring about an answer. This detour is the center of the profound question. Questioning places us in relation with what evades every question and exceeds all power of questioning. Questioning is the very attraction of this detour. What shows in the questioning of the profound question, even as it slips away in the detour of speech, is that which cannot be seized by an affirmation, nor refused by a negation, nor raised up to possibility by interrogation, nor restored to being through a response. It is speech's detour. Questioning is this detour that speaks as a detour of speech. And history at its turning is like the accomplishment of this movement of turning and slipping away, in which, realizing itself completely, it would slip away completely. Since the movement of flight also gives us an idea of the nature of this turning aside, we might seek to learn something about questioning through it. Man flees. First he flees something, then he flees all things through the unmeasured force of flight that transforms everything into flight. Then when flight has taken hold of everything, or making of everything what must be fled, as much as what one cannot succeed in fleeing, a flight makes the whole, by a repulsion that attracts, slip away in the panic reality of flight. In panic flight it is not that everything declares itself to be what should be fled or what is impossible to flee, it is the very category of the wholly the one born by the general questioner that is unseated and made to falter. We are here at the juncture where the experience of the whole is shaken, and, in this shaking, gives way to panic profundity. When we flee, we do not flee each thing one at a time and one after another, according to a regular and indefinite enumeration. For each thing, equally suspect, has collapsed in its identity as a thing, and the whole of things has collapsed in the slipping movement that steals them away as a whole. Flight now makes each thing rise up as though it were all things, and the whole of things are not like a secure order in which one might take shelter, nor even like a hostile order against which one must struggle, but as the movement that steals, and steals away. Thus flight not only reveals reality as being this whole, a totality without gap and without issue, that one must flee, flight is this very whole that steals away, and to which it draws us even while repelling us. Panic flight is this movement of stealing away that realizes itself as profundity, that is, as a whole that steals away and from which there is no longer any place to steal away to. And thus it accomplishes itself finally as the impossibility of flight. This is Phaedra's movement, the sky, the whole world's full of my forefathers. Where may I hide? Flee to infernal night. How? My father holds the urn of doom. Flight is the engendering of a space without refuge. Let us flee. This should mean, let us seek a place of refuge. But rather it says, let us flee into what must be fled, let us take refuge in the flight that takes away all refuge. Or again, there where I flee, I do not flee, only flight flees, an undefined movement that steals away and leaves nothing into which one might steal away. Here, between the crowd and flight, and also rumor, we might rediscover this reversal of relations that the profound question seems to hold out to us. If, in the crowd, being is in flight, it is because belonging to flight makes of being a crowd, an impersonal multiplicity, a non-presence without subject. The unique self that I am gives way to an indefiniteness that is paradoxically always growing, that sweeps me along and dissolves me in flight. At the same time, the empty self that is undone in the crowd in flight remains solitary, without support, without contour, fleeing itself in everyone who flees, an immense solitude of flight where no one accompanies anyone else. All speech then belongs to flight, precipitates flight, orders all things upon the confusion of flight, and this is a speech that, in truth, does not speak, but flees whoever speaks, drawing him into a still more rapid flight. A flight, moreover, that is stationary, tranquil, a flight that makes a given epoch, a given people, into a simultaneity without constancy, a fleeting unreality. Yet this immensity, disoriented and deprived of a center, this immobile dispersal of movement, would turn into that which turns strangely around if out of its depths it were to succeed in reconstituting itself as a whole, a power to be everything and to gather everything unto itself in the face of something else that it flees. Let us assume this were possible. It would suffice that the alteration that is flight of the becoming other that it is to be cast outside, incarnated and affirmed in a reality that is other, in an adversity such that one might flee it, and thus also combat it. As soon as one can flee something, one has already regained the power to combat it. This movement is what occurs in the overturning that is called revolt, at times revolution. The abject disorganization of the crowd, that immense common powerlessness that is not even lived at first in common, turns into an exigency. It is dispersal itself, a disarrangement that by turning about now affirms itself as the essential, reducing to insignificance every power already organized, suspending any possibility of reorganization, and yet giving itself, outside every organizing organ, as the space between, the future of the whole where the whole withholds itself. A turning about that accomplishes itself in and through speech. Speech is this turning. Speech is the place of dispersion, disarranging and disarranging itself, dispersing and dispersing itself beyond all measure. For the speech that sets into flight, therein becoming flight, preserves in this very flight the movement of stealing away that is not content with desperate or even panic flight, and thus retains the power of stealing away from it. What sort of power is this? Is it still a power? Speech flees more rapidly, more essentially than flight does. It holds in it the essence of flight in the movement of stealing away. This is why speech speaks it, pronounces it. When someone, in flight, begins to speak, it is as though the movement of stealing away suddenly took to speech, suddenly took form and appearance, came to the surface and restored depth as a whole, but a whole without unity in which the irregularity of disarray is still decisive. Naturally, when this speech becomes petrified in a watchword, flight simply ends and everything returns to order. But flight can also, even while maintaining itself as an infinite power of dispersal, recapture in itself this more essential movement of stealing and turning away that originates in speech as detour. This detour is equally irreducible to affirmation and to negation, to question and to response. It precedes all these modes, speaking before them and as though in turning away from all speech. Even if it tends to determine itself as a power to say no, particularly in the movements that manifest themselves in revolt, this no that challenges all constituted power also challenges the power to say no, designating it as what is not founded in a power, as irreducible to any power and, by virtue of this, unfounded. Language lends itself to the movement of stealing and turning while it watches over it, preserves it, loses itself there and confirms itself there. In this we sense why the essential speech of detour, the poetry in the turn of writing, is also a speech wherein time turns, saying time as a turning, the turning that sometimes turns in a visible manner into revolution, Let us temporarily conclude these remarks. Man has in all times turned away from himself as a profound question, and above all when he has endeavored to seize this as an ultimate question, the question of God, the question of being. Today, he seems to approach the very essence of stealing and turning away by approaching, through the opposing force of dialectical exigency, man as a general question. But what steals away profoundly, and profundity is still but an appearance that steals away. No one could say, without being inconsistent, men is what steals away. Nor would it suffice to turn this affirmation into a questioner in whatever form one might wish. For example, is man part of the movement of stealing away? Is it through man that being is what steals away? Is that which steals away the being of man, does it come to be in man? Profound questioning by no means finds its measure in a question, even if in this question it is the movement of slipping and stealing away that seeks to come into question. Can we at least delimit the experience of this neutral turn that is at work in turning away? One of the characteristic traits of this experience is that it cannot be assumed by the one to whom it happens, by a subject in the first person. It only realizes itself by introducing into the field of its realization the impossibility of its accomplishment. This is an experience that, even while escaping all dialectical possibility, refuses to fall into some realm of evidency or into an immediate grasp, just as it has nothing to do with a mystical participation. An experience, therefore, in which the disputes of the mediate and the immediate, subject and object, intuitive knowledge and discursive knowledge, the cognitive relation and the love relation, are not transcended but left aside. The most profound question is this experience of being diverted in the mode of a questioning that is foreign, anterior, or posterior to any question. Men is turned by the profound question toward what turns aside and turns itself aside. 3 Ill speaking is not seeing. I would like to know what you are searching for. I too would like to know. This not knowing is rather carefree, is it not? I'm afraid it may be presumptuous. We are always ready to believe ourselves destined for what we seek by a more intimate, a more significant relation than knowing. Knowledge effaces the one who knows. Disinterested passion, modesty, invisibility, these are what we risk losing by not just knowing. But we will also lose certitude, a proud assurance. Behind the face of the man of science, impersonal and as though effaced, there is the terrible flame of absolute knowledge. Perhaps. Nonetheless, this flame does not fail to glimmer everywhere there are eyes. I see it even in the unseeing eyes of statues. Uncertainty does not suffice to render modest men's efforts. But I admit that the ignorance in question here is of a particular kind. There are those who seek, looking to find or even knowing they will almost necessarily find something other than what they are searching for. There are others whose research is precisely without an object. I remember that the verb to find, trouver, does not first of all mean to find, in the sense of a practical or scientific result. To find is to turn, to take a turn about, to go around. To come up with a song is to turn a melodic movement, to make it turn. No idea here of a goal, still less of a stopping. To find is almost exactly the same word as to seek, chicha, which means to take a turn around. To find, to search for, to turn, to go around. Yes, these are words indicating movement, but always circular. It is as though the sense of searching or research lay in its necessary inflection in turning. To find is inscribed upon the great celestial vault that gave us the first models of the unmoved mover. To find is to seek in relation to the center that is, properly speaking, what cannot be found. The center allows finding and turning, but the center is not to be found. Research would be, perhaps, that rash seeking determined always to reach the center instead of being content to act in response to its point of reference. A hasty conclusion all the same. It is true that the turning movement of research resembles the movement of a dog that, when its prey is motionless and menacing, believes it has captured its prey by encircling it, while in fact it remains solely under the fascination of the center to whose attraction it submits. The center, as center, is always safe. High searching and error, then, would be akin. To err is to turn and to return, to give oneself up to the magic of detour. One who goes astray, who has left the protection of the center, turns about, himself adrift and subject to the center, and no longer guarded by it. More accurately, he turns about to a verb without complement, he does not turn around something or even around nothing, the center is no longer the immobile spare, the point of opening that secretly clears the space of advance. One who goes astray moves steadily ahead and stays at the same point. He exhausts himself while underway, not advancing, not stopping. And he is not at the same point, although being the by returning. This is worth considering. The return effaces the point of departure, being without a path. Error is that arid force that uproots the landscape, ravages the wilderness, ruins the sight. An advance in the frontier regions and along the frontier of the march. Above all, an advance that opens no path and corresponds to no opening. Error designates a strange space where the hiding showing movement of things has lost its directing force. Where I am through error there no longer reigns either the benevolence of welcome or the rigor, itself reassuring, of exclusion. I think of the aged empedocles, driven by the heavens to the sea, spit from the sea to the earth, spit out again toward the sun and thrown back by the sun to the heavens, exiled from God and in error for having trusted myself to the frenzy of irritation. But to measure up to such an ordeal, one must be a daimon, a lesser daimon, the promise of man. There still, the exile remains one of exclusion. The exclusion takes place within a closed world where, through the play of the four corners that endlessly divide him, the being in exile nonetheless lives as though he were outside. The biblical exile is more essentially the departure and recognition of the outside where the covenant originates. Error, it seems to me, neither closes nor opens, nothing is enclosed and yet there is no horizon unbounded, it is not an open sky. A snow-covered expanse evokes the space of error, as Tolstoy and Kafka sensed. With the term error, you mean to say that things neither show nor hide themselves, not yet belonging to the region where there is a place for unveiling and veiling. Did I say that? I would say rather, error is an obstinacy without perseverance that, far from being a rigorously maintained affirmation, pursues itself by diverting the affirmation toward what has no firmness. Essential error is without relation to the true, which has no power over it. Truth would dispel error, were they to meet. But there is an error of sorts that ruins in advance all power of encounter. To err is probably this, to go outside the space of encounter. I confess to not understanding well your error. There would be two kinds, one being the shadow of the true, the other but this other, I wonder how you can speak of it. This is perhaps the easiest. Speech and error are on intimate terms. I see nothing but banter here, as though you were recalling that one would not deceive if one did not speak. Speech, we well know, is the resource and, etymologically, even the origin of the devil. Of the words ball and ballistics as well all diabolical works. Note that etymologies are important because they show the facetious force of language, and the mysterious play that is an invitation to play have no other purpose than to close the word rapidly up upon itself again in the manner of those shelled creatures that withdraw as soon as one inspects them. Words are suspended. This suspense is a very delicate oscillation, a trembling that never leaves them still. And yet, they are also immobile. Yes, of an immobility that moves more than anything moving. Disorientation is at work in speech through a passion for wandering that has no bounds. Thus it happens that, in speaking, we depart from all direction and all path, as though we had crossed the line. But speech has its own way, it provides a path. We are not led astray in it, or at most only in relation to the regularly travelled routes. Even more than that perhaps, it is as though we were turned away from the visible, without being turned back round toward the invisible. I don't know whether what I am saying here says anything. But nevertheless it is simple. Speaking is not seeing. Speaking frees thought from the optical imperative that in the Western tradition, for thousands of years, has subjugated our approach to things, and induced us to think under the guarantee of light or under the threat of its absence. I'll let you count all the words through which it is suggested that, to speak truly, one must think according to the measure of the eye. You don't wish to oppose one sense to another, hearing to sight? I would not want to fall into that trap. Especially since writing which is your own way, and no doubt the first way would be lacking to you in this case. To write is not to give speech to be seen. The game of common etymology makes of writing a cutting movement, a tear, a crisis. This is simply a reminder that the proper tool for writing was also proper for incising. The stylet. Yes, but this incisive reminder still evokes a cutting operation, if not a butchery, a kind of violence ere the word flesh is found in the family, just as graphy is a scratch. Higher and further back, to write and to curve meet. Writing is the curve that the turn of seeking has already evoked for us and that we find in the bending of reflection. In each word, all words. Yet speaking, like writing, engages us in a separating movement, an oscillating and vacillating departure. Seeing is also a movement. Seeing presupposes only a measured and immeasurable separation. To see is certainly always to see at a distance, but by allowing distance to give back what it removes from us. Sight is invisibly active in a pause wherein everything holds itself back. We see only what first escapes us by virtue of an initial privation, not seeing things that are too present, and not seeing them if our presence to things is pressing. But we do not see what is too distant, what escapes us through the separation of distance. There is a privation, an absence, precisely through which contact is achieved. Here the interval does not impede, on the contrary, it allows a direct relation. Every relation of light is an immediate relation. To see is thus to apprehend immediately from a distance. Immediately from a distance and through distance. To see is to make use of separation, not as mediating, but as a means of immediation, as immediating. In this sense too, to see is to experience the continuous and to celebrate the sun, that is, beyond the sun, the one. And yet we do not see everything. This is sight's wisdom, though we never see only one thing, even two or several, but a whole. Every view is a general view. It is still true that sight holds us within the limits of a horizon. Perception is a wisdom rooted in the ground and standing fixed in the direction of the opening. It is of the land, in the proper sense of the term, planted in the earth and forming a link between the immobile bound area and the apparently boundless horizon, a firm pact from which comes peace. For sight, speech is war and madness. The terrifying word passes over every limit and even the limitlessness of the whole. It seizes the thing from a direction from which it is not taken, not seen, and will never be seen. It transgresses laws, breaks away from orientation, it disorients. There is a facility in this liberty. Language acts as though we were able to see the thing from all sides. And then begins perversion. Speech no longer presents itself as speech, but as sight freed from the limitations of sight. Not a way of saying, but a transcendent way of seeing. The idea, at first a privileged aspect, becomes the privilege of what remains under a perspective to which it is tributary. The novelist lifts up the rooftops and gives his characters over to a penetrating gaze. His error is to take language as not just another vision, but as an absolute one. Do you want us not to speak as we see? I would want, at least, that we not give ourselves in language a view that is surreptitiously corrected, hypocritically extended, deceiving. We should choose then, speech, sight. A difficult choice, and perhaps unjust. Why should the thing be separated into the thing seen and the thing said, written? An amalgam, in any case, will not remedy the split. To see, perhaps, is to forget to speak, and to speak is to draw from the depths of speech an inexhaustible forgetfulness. Let me add that we do not await just any language, but the one in which error speaks, the speech of detour. An unsettling speech. A differing speech, one that carries here and there, itself differing speech. Obscure speech. Clear speech, if the word clarity, being the property not of visible but of audible things, does not yet have a relation to light. Clarity is the exigent claim of what makes itself clearly heard in the space of resonance. Hardly speech, it discloses nothing. Everything in it is disclosed without disclosing anything. That is nothing but a formula. Yes, and not too sure. I am seeking a way, without getting there, to say that there is a speech in which things, not showing themselves, do not hide. Neither veiled nor unveiled, this is their non-truth. A speech wherein things would be said without, for the fact of this saying, coming to light. Without arising in the place where there is always a place for appearing, or failing that, for refusing to appear. A speech such that to speak would no longer be to unveil with light. Which does not imply that we would want to go in search of the joy, or the horror, of the absence of the day, just the contrary, we would want to arrive at a mode of manifestation, but a manifestation that would not be one of unveiling veiling. Here what reveals itself does not give itself up to sight, just as it does not take refuge in simple invisibility. This word reveal, I fear, is not quite suitable. To reveal, to remove the veil, to expose directly to view. Revealing implies, in fact, that something shows that did not show itself. Speech, at least the one we are attempting to approach, writing, lays bare even without unveiling, and sometimes, on the contrary, dangerously, by revealing in a way that neither covers nor uncovers. Is it not this way in dreams? The dream reveals by revealing. There is still something like a light in the dream. But in truth we would not know how to qualify it. It implies a reversal of the possibility of seeing. To see in a dream is to be fascinated, and fascination arises when, far from apprehending from a distance, we are apprehended by this distance, invested by it and invested with it. In the case of sight, not only do we touch the thing, thanks to an interval that disencumbers us of it, but we touch it without being encumbered by this interval. In the case of fascination we are perhaps already outside the realm of the visible and visible. So it is, then, with the image, which seems to hold us at the limit of these two domains. Perhaps. Of the image, too, it is difficult to speak rigorously. The image is the duplicity of revelation. The image is what veils by revealing, it is the veil that reveals by revealing in all the ambiguous indecision of the word reveal. The image is image by means of this duplicity, being not the object's double, but the initial division that then permits the thing to be figured. Still further back than this doubling it is a folding, a turn of the turning, the version that is always in the process of inverting itself and that in itself bears the back and forth of a divergence. The speech of which we are trying to speak is a return to this first turning, a noun that must be heard as a verb, as the movement of a turning, a vertigo wherein rest the whirlwind, the leap and the fall. Note that the names chosen for the two directions of our literary language accept the idea of this turning. Poetry, rightly enough, alludes to it most directly with the word verse, while prose goes right along its path by way of a detour. It continually straightens itself out. But these words designate only the exterior aspect of these two literary forms: prose, a continuous line; verse, an interrupted line that turns about in a coming and going. And no doubt, but the turning must already be given for speech to turn about in the torsion of verse. The first turn, the original structure of turning, which later slackens in a back and forth linear movement, is poetry. Holden said, according to St. Clara and Bettina, everything is rhythm, the entire destiny of man is a single celestial rhythm, just as the work of art is a unique rhythm. Well, here we have explained rhythm and rhyme, which follows from it. You are right to recall us to some reserve. Nothing is explained, nothing laid out, rather, the enigma is again bound up in a word. I wanted, with too much haste, to trace this speech of detour that holds in it the errancy of seeking. And yet we were advised against haste by our very subject. The detour is not a short-cut. And in the speech that responds to it, the essential is vicissitude. It is a matter of holding to it, holding up and keeping up, between us. Hence, perhaps, the meaning of the conversation we are holding. In this turn that is rhythm, speech is turned toward that which turns aside and itself turns aside. This is a rare speech, it knows no precipitation, just as it does not know the refusal to go on, or oscillating doubt. It is most open in its obliqueness, through interruption always persisting, always calling upon detour, and thus holding us as though in suspense between the visible and the invisible, or on the hither side of both. Here again is something that is understood only with difficulty. What does this mean? What is not visible must surely be held to be invisible. Perhaps there is an invisibility that is still a manner of something letting itself be seen, and then another that turns aside from everything visible and everything invisible. Night is the presence of this detour, particularly the night that is pain and the night that is waiting. Speaking is the speech of the waiting wherein things are turned back toward latency. Waiting, the space of detour without digression, of errancy without error. There is no question of things either showing or hiding themselves in this space, at least inasmuch as these movements would entail a play of light. And in the speech that responds to this waiting there is a manifest presence that is not an act of the day, a disclosure that discloses before any fiat lux, disclosing the obscure through the detour that is the essence of obscurity. The obscure, in stealing away, offers itself to the turn that originally governs speech. Despite your efforts to avoid having to evoke light in speaking of the obscure, I cannot help but refer everything you say back today as the sole measure. Is it because our language has become abusively and necessarily an optical system that speech speaks well only to our sight? I wonder whether Heraclitus, when he says of sacred speech that it neither exposes nor conceals, but gives a sign, is not saying something about this. Might one not lend him the idea you wish to present, that there is a language in which things neither show nor hide? It is perhaps not for us to lend this idea to Heraclitus, but he may be the one to lend it to us. The speech here in question is the one that is questioned at Delphi. It speaks in the manner of those oracles that are oracles through signs, scorings and incisions a writing in the text of things. Nevertheless, at Delphi, we do indeed have to do with a language that escapes the necessity of showing, in escaping that of hiding. In this language such a difference does not rise, it neither covers nor uncovers. I speaking without either saying or being silent. I speaking by virtue of a difference other than that of the words legi corrupte, a difference that is bound up in the single word semeni, which we translate by to indicate or to give a sign. This difference that suspends and contains all others is the difference that is also conveyed by the word turn. In this turn that turns toward that from which it turns away, there is an original torsion in which is concentrated the difference whose entanglement every mode of speaking, up to and including dialectic, seeks to slacken, to put to use, to clarify, speech, silence, word, thing, affirmation/negation to all the enigmas that speak behind every language that is spoken live in these. For example, speech is speech against a ground of silence, but silence is still no more than a noun in language, a manner of speaking, or, the noun names the thing as being different from the word, and this difference can only be brought forth with the name. I won't belabor the point. This amounts to saying that we speak by way of this difference, which makes it so that in speaking we defer speaking. This is simply a play on words. Yes, and why should it not be? It plays with the idea of time, reminding us that time necessarily has a part in this difference, and suggesting to us that the turn of speech is not foreign to this turning that is the turning of history, and that essentially accomplishes itself now apart from any present. Then too, it plays with the idea that we speak only through the difference that holds us at a distance from speech, it's speaking only because we speak, and nonetheless not yet. This not yet does not refer back to an ideal speech, to the superior word of which our human words would be but an imperfect imitation. It rather constitutes, in its non-presence, the very decision of speech, this still to come that all speech that we hold to be present is and that is all the more insistent for designating and engaging with the future a future that is also a future to be spoken, the non-speech that belongs to language and that nevertheless places us outside language each time we speak essentially, just as we are never closer to speaking than in the speech that turns us aside from it. So here again is the peculiarity of that turning toward, which is to tour. Whoever would advance must turn aside. This makes for a curious kind of crab's progress. Would it also be the movement of seeking? All research is crisis. What is sought is nothing other than the turn of seeking, of research, that occasions this crisis, the critical turn. This is hopelessly abstract. Why? I would even say that every important literary work is important to the extent that it puts more directly and more purely to work the meaning of this turn, a turning that, at the moment when it is about to emerge, makes the work pitch strangely. This is a work in which worklessness, as its always decentered center, holds sway. The absence of work. The absence of work, that is the other name for madness. The absence of work in which discourse ceases so that, outside speech, outside language, the movement of writing may come, under the attraction of the outside. 4. The Great Refusal. 1. The outside. The absence of work. I hold such words in reserve, knowing their fate is bound up with the writing outside language that every discourse, including that of philosophy, covers over, rejects, and obscures through a truly capital necessity. Which necessity? The one to which everything in the world submits. It is therefore fitting to name it at once, without ostentation, without hesitation, and also without precaution, for it is death, that is, the refusal of death of the temptation of the eternal, all that leads men to prepare a space of permanence where truth, even if it should perish, may be restored to life. The concept, therefore all language, is the instrument in this enterprise of establishing a secure aim. We untiringly construct the world in order that the hidden dissolution, the universal corruption that governs what is should be forgotten in favor of a clear and defined coherence of notions and objects, relations and forms to the work of tranquil man. A work that nothingness would be unable to infiltrate and where beautiful names, all names are beautiful, suffice to make us happy. And is this not an important task, the fitting response to an untenable destiny? To be sure. Once the gods, once God, helped us not to belong to the earth where everything passes away, and helped us, our eyes fixed upon the unperishing that is the super-to-heirs trial, to organize meanwhile this earth as a dwelling place. Today, lacking gods, we turn still more from passing presence in order to affirm ourselves in a universe constructed according to the measure of our knowledge and free from the randomness that always frightens us because it conceals an obscure decision. There is, however, defeat in this victory, in this truth of forms, of notions and of names, there is a lie, and in this hope that commits us to an illusory beyond, to a future without death or to a logic without chance, there is, perhaps, the betrayal of a more profound hope that poetry, writing, must teach us to reaffirm. 1. Struggling in a superb manner and with extraordinary resources, it is not possible that we should not have sacrificed something, lost, in order to save ourselves, the truth of that from which it was our task to keep ourselves secure. But here we enter into a more secret realm, saying with words that betray, we have lost death. Lost death? What are we seeking to say here? Have we forgotten that we are mortal? Do we not at every instant name what makes us mortals? We name it, but in order to master it through a name and, through this name, finally rid ourselves of it. All of our language, and therein lies its divine nature, is arranged to reveal in what is not what disappears, but what always subsists, and in this disappearance takes form, meaning, the idea, the universal. In this way language retains of presence only that which, escaping corruption, remains the mark and the seal of being, its glory as well, and therefore is not truly either. The drawing back before what dies is a retreat before reality. The name is stable and it stabilizes, but it allows the unique instant already vanished to escape, just as the word, always general, has always already failed to capture what it names. Of course, we have words that designate this too, since I have just, and with what ease, referred to it. We speak of sensible reality, we say the presence of what is present, the being of an instant in a fortuitous place, or, as does all poetry that is banality's accomplice, what one will never see twice. Buto and here Yves Bonnefoy runs up painfully against Hegel. Scarcely have I said now, saying in this single word at one and the same time every now in its general form and in its eternal presence, and this now itself, this unique now, has slipped away into the word, carrying with it the proper enigma of what dissolves there, and around which I can very well multiply singularities, but without doing anything other than altering it still more in trying to particularize it with the help of universal traits and in trying to catch it disappearing with a hold that eternalizes it. We thus find ourselves caught in the treachery of I know not what trap. And it is from here that Yves Bonnefoy, through images and the summons he knows how to hear in them, will seek in a sustained effort, for himself and for us, the path of returner seeking to recapture the active presence, the true place, that site where there gathers in an undivided unity what is, this broken leaf of ivy, this bare stone, a step fading in the night. But I will stop here, not to criticize this approach. It has a force of attraction and a noble meaning that we must not avoid either, but to see better what is at stake in such a movement. I will say simply that Yves Bonnefoy was perhaps wrong to follow Hegel and at the same time flee him as though in secret. When he speaks of the concept, it is of philosophy as it comes together in Hegel that he is speaking, but when he speaks of the concept as the instrument through which thought has contrived to refuse and to forget death, he is then expressing himself in a manner that situates poorly, I think, his opposition. For, I repeat this hastily, this knowledge is now so profoundly inscribed in us, the force of the concept does not reside in refusing the negation that is proper to death, but on the contrary in having introduced it into thought so that, through negation, every fixed form of thought should disappear and always become other than itself. Language is of a divine nature, not because it renders eternal by naming, but because, says Hegel, it immediately overturns what it names in order to transform it into something else, saying of course only what is not, but speaking precisely in the name of this nothingness that dissolves all things, it being the becoming speech of death itself and yet interiorizing this death, purifying it, perhaps, in order to reduce it to the unyielding work of the negative through which, in an unceasing combat, meaning comes toward us, and we toward it. I will not betray the author of L'Improbable by situating his defiance precisely at this juncture. For through an astonishing vocation, mind and language have succeeded in making a power of this death. But at what price? By idealizing it. What in fact is it now? No longer an immediate dissolution in which everything disappears without thought, but the infamous death that is the beginning of the life of the mind. And how could we not be led to claim that what is lost in this idealizing denaturation is obscurity itself, and the dark reality of this indescribable event turned by us, thanks to an astonishing subterfuge, into a means of living and a power of thought. We again find ourselves, therefore, before what must be called the great refusal, the refusal to stop beside the enigma that is the strangeness of this singular end. Around the already decomposing remains of Lazarus, there is a curious assembly of sages and a kind of struggle, in the end almost laughable, yet analogous to that struggle of giants over being of which Plato has spoken in his irony. Which is the true death? One will answer that the gift forever courageous, presence of mind, lies with he who, without being engulfed in cadaverous reality and even while looking steadily at it, is able to name it, comprehend it, and, by this understanding, pronounce the laissez venifers through which death will become a principle, the terrible force in which the life that bears it must maintain itself in order to master it and find there the accomplishment of its mastery. The temptation of rest, cowardly surrender, and abdicating laziness consists, in this sense, in falling back to the level of nature and in losing oneself in thoughtless nothingness, that empty and meaningless banality. To which another, in a more subdued voice and more obscurely, will respond, but what does this Lazarus saved and raised from the dead that you hold out to me have to do with what is lying there and makes you draw back, the anonymous corruption of the tomb, the lost Lazarus who already smells bad and not the one restored to life by a force that is no doubt admirable, but that is precisely a force and that comes in this decision from death itself. But which death? That death comprehended, deprived of itself, become pure privative essence, pure negation, the death that, in the appropriated refusal that it constitutes for itself, affirms itself as a power of being, and as that through which everything is determined, everything unfolds as a possibility. And perhaps this is indeed the true death, death become the movement of truth. But how can one not sense that in this veritable death, the death without truth has entirely slipped away, what in death is irreducible to the true, to all disclosure, what never reveals itself, hides, or appears. And, certainly, when I speak, I recognize very well that there is speech only because what is has disappeared in what names it, struck with death so as to become the reality of the name, the life of this death. This is indeed what the most ordinary speech is admirably, as is the speech of the concept at a higher level. But the fact remains, and this is what it would be blindness to forget and weakness to accept, that what is has in effect disappeared, something was there that is the no longer. How can I find it again? How can I, in my speech, recapture this prior presence that I must exclude in order to speak it? And here we will evoke the eternal torment of our language when its longing turns back toward what it always misses, through the necessity under which it labors of being the lack of what it would say. 2. The question, torment of the immediate, but what is it lacking? Can we, now that we have as it were encircled and tracked down this strange prey, always a shadow as soon as we seize it, and now leaning with Eve Bonifoy over this emptiness, perhaps empty because of its plenitude, that is not only the most ancient tomb, but every sensible thing in its fresher newness, can we, having so resolutely sacrificed what we can find again only by rejecting it, finally come upon, perhaps throw light upon, what is at stake in this contest that is no longer a crusade or a dispute over the empty sepulchre, but the struggle over origins? In a word, we can on condition that we ask it of the one for whom in his speech and even his life this sacrifice was the tearing of discovery, and who once affirmed, but now the day breaks. I waited and saw it come, and what I saw, the holy be my word. To das Heilige, the sacred, an august word charged with lightning and as though forbidden, serving perhaps only to conceal with the force of a too ancient reverence the fact that it can say nothing. But let us bring it together with what Blanchot often indicates directly, and will we not be brought before a knowledge so simple that it cannot but disenchant us, saying in our turn, and refusing to say, the sacred is immediate presence. It is this body that passes, is pursued and nearly grasped even unto death by Baudelaire, this simple life flush with the earth that René Char announces. The sacred is then nothing other than the reality of sensible presence. Yes, this is truly an easy knowledge, tranquil, within our reach, and yet a bitter knowledge, for holding on to our affirmation we must immediately reverse it and restore to it its enigmatic force, now saying, presence, this is the sacred of the very thing that offers neither any hold nor stopping point, the terror of the immediate that defeats every grasp, the shattering of chaos. 3. If this approach is justified, and even if we do not yet know precisely what we have approached, we understand better why this real presence to whose promise Blanchot wants to return us, and about which at times he speaks so easily, at times refuses to say anything, placing this unpossessable gift in our hands as he withdraws it from use obliges us, even as we have it, to await it still in an immobile search, by a progression of trials in which life is consumed. For here it is no longer a matter of that somehow technical or abstract difficulty we delimited above, to the extent one can. Because in the difficulty of our approach we have a presentiment that, in turning ourselves about through an impossible movement in order to see face to face what we are authorized to look at only by turning away from it, what we will see, what in truth we have always already seen, call it the sensible or the earthly body, is the divine itself, what men have always indistinctly had in view with this name. This, then, is the entire secret. Blanchot will thus speak of negative theology, of initiatory realism, and, using a word that is indeed dangerous, will promise us salvation even when it is only a question of glimpsing, on the side of some mountain, a window pane in the evening's sun. For we thus find ourselves once again at the heart of the most serious debate, where perhaps our destiny is at stake. Must we affirm with Hegel that this immediate singularity, intuition or ineffable vision, is nothing? The most vain and banal of platitudes, or rather that, inviolate and safe, it is, has long been, and has always been being itself in its very secret? Must we affirm, still with Hegel or perhaps with Marx, that we will recover what is of value in the immediate not at the beginning, but at the end, and in the entire development of our history, our language, and our action, namely, as the concrete universal, the object of an incessant struggle, not what is given, but what is conquered through the work of mediation? Or must we claim that if there is not some kind of experience, some kind of vocation of presence, an unwarranted guarantor of everything that is present, that we will give ourselves over still more to the great refusal, losing sight of that on the basis of which alone we can begin to see, and perhaps to speak? Or, finally, we can certainly speak of what Blanchot favors too much by calling it what is, the originary immediate. This is easy, but can we say it? And is the poetry because the one who would have seen being, the absence of being through the mortifying gaze of Orpheus, will also, when he speaks, be able to hold on to its presence, or simply make remembrance of it, or keep open through poetic speech the hope for what opens on the hither side of speech, hidden and revealed in it, exposed and set down by it? So many questions. But might there not be still another? That is, another way of putting these questions into play without reducing them to the form to which we are bound by the obligation to choose between a dialectical speech, that refuses the immediate in order to rely solely upon the mediating force, and a vision, a speech of vision, also visionary, that speaks only insofar as one sees, entering through speech into sight, and, through sight, immediately drawn into the being that would be an opening of light? There cannot be an immediate grasp of the immediate. Holden says this with dreadful force that is his in the fragment entitled The Most High. The immediate excludes everything immediate. This means all direct relation, all mystical fusion, and all sensible contact, just as it excludes itself or announces its own immediacy each time it must submit to the mediation of an intermediary in order to offer access. So we find ourselves denied as though on all sides. Let us reflect, nonetheless, on this strangeness. The immediate excludes everything immediate. Let us try to understand that what is in question is not a simple contradiction between presence and access to presence or to representation. The immediate excluding everything immediate, as it does every mediation, tells us something about presence itself. Immediate presence is presence of what could not be present, presence of the non-accessible, presence excluding or exceeding any present. This amounts to saying, the immediate, infinitely exceeding any present possibility by its very presence, is the infinite presence of what remains radically absent, a presence in its presence always infinitely other, presence of the other in its alterity, non-presence. What can we conclude from these propositions? Nothing, for the moment. Except this, 1. That when we question about immediate presence, attempting to retain the immediate in thought as a fundamental shaking, it is not in order to privilege a direct relation, be it a mystical or a sensible contact, a vision or a fusion. 2. That if the immediate is for mortals as well as for immortals, strictly speaking, Impossibilities perhaps because impossibility a relation escaping power is the form of relation with the immediate. 3. Finally, and we approach here the decisive question, that if the immediate is infinitely absent, exceeding and excluding any present, the only relation with the immediate would be a relation reserving in itself an infinite absence, an interval that nevertheless would not mediate, that should never serve as intermediary. 3. The desiring call, speech. Perhaps now we ought to return to Holden's words. They give us no answer. But in their sober and simple rigor, we find gathered everything that has just come into question. To begin with, the now that Bonifoy proposed to us as what is at stake in poetry, and that erupts from the beginning of the line with the impatience of a first light, but now day breaks. Then, immediately after the burst of this present in which the day dawns, we fall back, having lost it, to the past, and we must again live the infinite of waiting, the time of distress and destitution without companionship, waited. A waiting without a term, existence reduced to a fruitless waiting without a present that is nevertheless also a waiting rich and full of the presentiment in which the coming and the vision of what always comes is prepared. Waited and saw it come. What is seen? The coming. But what is it that comes? This remains undetermined, or better, is said in the mode of the near, even though in this undetermined and in this neutral there is certainly understood the approach of the now in which day dawns, but that could not be seen directly, is only seen as a coming, being what dispenses everything that can come to pass. But now day breaks. I waited and saw it come. Just as, in this first line, we have an alternance and an opposition of tense, being sent back from the burst of the present to the pain of the waiting without present, in the second line, and in the same way, we pass again from a time remembered to a present, but to another kind of present in whose nuance, it seems to me, our entire poetic destiny is at stake. And what I saw, the holy be my word. I will limit myself to 2 remarks. The first, uncertainty. What I saw. It is indeed affirmed that something occurred, that vision took place. What is the view of this vision? We might think, the holy. This is generally what French translations specify, punctuating the text in this manner, and what I saw, the holy, may it be my word. But it is not this way in the original where, at the moment of breaking the seal and finally revealing what we were destined to see, once, through the poet's intervention, the line interrupts itself, becoming silent for an instant before gathering impetus to give form with an urgent force to a new present, but which one? The present of desire, in which, therefore, absence presents itself, of poetic desire in its highest form. The holy be my word. May my word be the holy. Here, in this sort of exclamatory prayer and desiring appeal, is all that is given to us of the relation that holds between the poet, speech, and the sacred. Holden does not say that he saw the holy. This he could not say. He can only, having seen, give himself in a movement that evokes and invokes to the footer of the fundamental wish. The holy be my word. We perceive, on the one hand, the extent of the ambition. It is not only a matter of speaking of the sacred, or around the sacred, or the sacred must be speech, and, even more, my very speech. A demand that must be qualified as mad, strictly speaking. But on the other hand, we see the extreme restraint of the ambition, since all is limited to the exigency of a fervent wish, so that, finally, what I saw is perhaps nothing more than the present of this wish, this provoking resolution that gathers in an intimacy of belonging and through an already sacrilegious contact the sacred and speech in the space of the extremity of desire. This is an outcome we will once again be tempted to find disappointing if, at the moment when the sacred present declares itself for us in its now, we have with it no other relation than that of desire and are still only able to reach, in the very name by which we establish it, our fervent wish to name it. Desire is very little. And is it not an entirely subjective impulse? But perhaps it is much more, as we sense when, with the same movement with which Holden's line opens, René Char says, the poem is the realized love of desire that has remained desire. But perhaps we would do well to take our distance from these divisions. A subject, object borrowed from the knowledge that is proper to this world in which truth is constructed. In the same way, when Yves Bonifoy rises up against the clarity of the concept, decisively taking the part of the sensible, he well knows that by entering into the play of oppositions and determinations that are elaborated precisely by the rational order, he is still thinking and speaking within, and in favor of, this conceptual order whose value he seeks to challenge, or at least delimit. But the text we are considering also calls this desire hope. I would like to bring together, I would like almost to identify poetry and hope. What does this hope want? What does it say? What is its relation with poetry and with the act or the place of poetry? 2. How to discover the obscure. This help is not just any hope. Just as there are 2 poetries, the one chimerical, deceiving and fatal, there are 2 hopes. Poetic help is to be reinvented, or to put this another way, it is up to poetry to found a new hope. Even as help is all but identified with poetry, so that the reality of poetry would be that of hope. Hope appears, coming after it, as the gift that poetry would offer us. Poetry would be the medium of this new hope. Hence the affirmation, Poetry is a means and not an end. 5. Help is to be reinvented. Would this mean that what this hope aims at is to be obtained through invention, a beautiful utopian future, or through the splendor of the imaginary that certain romantics are said to have had as their horizon? Not at all. The hope that passes by way of the ideal, the lofty heavens of the idea, the beauty of names, the abstract salvation of the conceptu is a weak hope. Help is true hope in so far as it aspires to give us, in the future of a promise, what is. What is presence. But help is only hope. There is hope when, far from any present grasp, far from any immediate possession, it relates to what is always yet to come, and perhaps will never come. Hope says the hoped for coming of what exists as yet only in hope. The more distant or difficult the object of hope is, the more profound and close to its destiny as help is the hope that affirms it. I hope little when what I hope for is almost at hand. Help bespeaks the possibility of what escapes the realm of the possible. At the limit, it is relation recaptured where relation is lost. Help is most profound when it withdraws from and deprives itself of all manifest hope. But at the same time we must not hope, as in a dream, for a chimerical fiction. It is against this that the new hope appoints itself. Helping not for the probable, which cannot be the measure of what there is to be hoped for, and hoping not for the fiction of the unreal. True hope, the unhoped for of all hope, is an affirmation of the improbable and a wait for what is. On the first page of his book, one of the most beautiful, Yves Bonnefoy has written, dedicate this book to the improbable, that is to say, to what is. To a spirit of vigil. To the negative theologies. To a poetry longed for, of rains, of waiting and of wind. To a great realism that aggravates instead of resolving, that designates the obscure, that takes clarity for clouds that can always be parted. That has concern for a clarity high and impracticable. Why the improbable? And how would what is be the improbable? The improbable escapes proof, not because it cannot be demonstrated for the time being but because it never arises in the region where proof is required. The improbable is what arises in a way other than through the approbation of proof. The improbable is not simply that which, remaining within the horizon of probability and its calculations, would be defined by a greater or a lesser probability. The improbable is not what is only very slightly probable. It is infinitely more than the most probable, that is to say, what is. And yet what is remains the improbable. What does such a word seek to tell us? I would like to clarify it by translating it in this way: were there a meeting point between possibility and impossibility, the improbable would be this point. But what do these two new names indicate to us? 4. Possibility, language as power, they belong to our everyday vocabulary. We say something is possible when a conceivable event does not run up against any categorical impediment within a given horizon. It is possible. Logic does not prohibit it, nor does science or custom object. The possible, then, is an empty frame. It is what is not at variance with the real, or what is not yet real, or, for that matter, necessary. But for a long time we have been alert to another sense. Possibility is not what is merely possible and should be regarded as less than real. Possibility, in this new sense, is more than reality, it is to be, plus the power to be. Possibility establishes and founds reality. One is what one is only if one has the power to be it. Here we see immediately that man not only has possibilities, but is his possibility. Never are we purely and simply, we are only on the basis of and with regard to the possibilities that we are. This is one of our essential dimensions. The word possible becomes clear, then, when it is placed in relation with the word power /pouvoir, first in the sense of capacity, then in the sense of a power that is commanded or a force /puissance. I am simplifying a great deal. To what extent is power as a force an alteration? To what extent a definition of possibility? With this latter, at least, power, puissance, comes to be, and the appropriation that is accomplished by possession receives its determination. Even death is a power, a capacity. It is not a simple event that will happen to me, an objective and observable fact. Here my power to be will cease, here I will no longer be able to be here. But death, insofar as it belongs to me and belongs to me alone, since no one can die my death in my stead or in my place, makes of this non-possibility, this impending future of mine, this relation to myself always open until my end, yet another power /pouvoir. Dying, I can still die, this is our sign as man. Retaining a relation to death, I appropriate it as a power, this is the utmost limit of my solitary resolution. And we have seen that death seized again as a power, as the beginning of the mind, is at the center of the universe where truth is the labor of truth. From this perspective, our relations in the world and with the world are always, finally, relations of power, puissance, insofar as power is latent in possibility. Let us restrict ourselves to the most apparent characteristics of our language. When I speak I always exercise a relation of force /puissance. I belong, whether or not I know it, to a network of powers of which I make use, struggling against the force that asserts itself against me. All speech is violence, a violence all the more formidable for being secret and the secret center of violence. a violence that is already exerted upon what the word names and that it can name only by withdrawing presence from it are a sign, as we have seen, that death speaks, the death that is power, when I speak. At the same time, we well know that when we are having words we are not fighting. Language is the undertaking through which violence agrees not to be open, but secret, agrees to forego spending itself in a brutal action in order to reserve itself for a more powerful mastery, henceforth no longer affirming itself, but nonetheless at the heart of all affirmation. Thus begins that astonishing future of discourse wherein secret violence, disarming open violence, ends by becoming the hope and the guarantee of a world freed from violence, and all the same constituted by it. This is why, I say this in passing, and these things can only be said in passing, we are so profoundly offended by the use of force that we call torture. Torture is the recourse to violence here always in the form of a technique here with a view to making speak. This violence, perfected or camouflaged by technique, wants one to speak, wants speech. Which speech? Not the speech of violence one speaking, false through and through, logically the only one it can hope to obtain but a true speech, free and pure of all violence. This contradiction offends us, but also unsettles us. Because in the equality it establishes, and in the contact it re-establishes between violence and speech, it revives and provokes the terrible violence that is the silent intimacy of all speaking words, and thus it calls again into question the truth of our language understood as dialogue, and of dialogue understood as a space of force exercised without violence and struggling against force. The expression "we will make him see reason" that is found in the mouth of every master of violence makes clear the complicity that torture affirms, as its ideal, between itself and reason. 5. The thought of the impossible, the other relation. As soon as we are in relation within a field open to possibility, and opened by possibility, force threatens. Even comprehension, an essential mode of possibility, is a grasp that gathers the diverse into a unity, identifies the different, and brings the other back to the same through a reduction that dialectical movement, after a long trajectory, makes coincide with an overcoming. All these words a grasp, identification, reduction conceal within themselves the rendering of a sequence that exists in knowledge as its measure. Reason must be given. What is to be known or the unknown must surrender to the known. But then comes this apparently innocent question, might there not exist relations, that is to say a language, escaping this movement of force through which the world does not cease to accomplish itself? In this case, such relations, such a language, would also escape possibility. An innocent question, but one that is already questioning at the margins of possibility and that, in order to guard its dignity as a question, must avoid disintegrating in the ecstasy of a response without thought, to which it may well lead. We sense, of course, that impossibility now employing this word as though by chance here could not be an easy movement, since we would see ourselves drawn by it away from the space in which we exercise power, if only in a negative manner, by the simple fact of living and dying. Likewise, if the thought of the impossible were entertained, it would be a kind of reserve in thought itself, a thought not allowing itself to be thought in the mode of appropriative comprehension. This is a dangerous direction, and a strange thought. It must be added, however, that the impossible is not there in order to make thought capitulate, but in order to allow it to announce itself according to a measure rather than that of power. What would this other measure be? Perhaps precisely the measure of the other as other, and no longer ordered according to the clarity of that which adapts it to the same. We believe that we think the strange and the foreign. But in reality we never think anything but the familiar, we think not the distant, but the close that measures it. And so again, when we speak of impossibility, it is possibility alone that, providing it with a reference, already sarcastically brings impossibility under its rule. Will we ever, then, come to pose a question such as, what is impossibility, this non-power that would not be the simple negation of power, or will we ask ourselves, how can we discover the obscure? How can it be brought out into the open? What would this experience of the obscure be, whereby the obscure give itself in its obscurity? And, continuing to question, will we ask ourselves further, if there is possibility because, always being able, we are the being that is fixed toward the future, always ahead of itself and even in the delay it also is, forewarning and anticipating itself, or would we not be fortunate to be drawn into an entirely other experience, if it happened that this experience were that of a time out of synchrony and as though deprived of the dimension of passing beyond, henceforth neither passing nor ever having had to pass? This is an experience we do not have to go very far to find, if it is offered in the most common suffering, and first of all in physical suffering. No doubt, where it is a matter of a measured suffering, it is still endured, still, of course, suffered, but also brought back into our grasp and assumed, recaptured and even comprehended in the patience we become in the face of it. But it can lose this measure, it is even of its essence to be always already beyond measure. Suffering is suffering when one can no longer suffer it, and when, because of this non-power, one cannot cease suffering it. A singular situation. Time is as though arrested, merged with its interval. There, the present is without end, separated from every other present by an inexhaustible and empty infinite, the very infinite of suffering, and thus dispossessed of any future, a present without end and yet impossible as a present. The present of suffering is the abyss of the present, indefinitely hollowed out and in this hollowing indefinitely distended, radically alien to the possibility that one might be present to it through the mastery of presence. What has happened? Suffering has simply lost its hold on time, and has made us lose time. Would we then be freed in this state from any temporal perspective and redeemed, saved from time as it passes? Not at all. We are delivered over to another time mere to time as other, as absence and neutrality, precisely to a time that can no longer redeem us, that constitutes no recourse. A time without event, without project, without possibility, not that pure immobile instant, the spark of the mystics, but an unstable perpetuity in which we are arrested and incapable of permanence, a time neither abiding nor granting the simplicity of a dwelling place. We must admit that, considered in this light, this experience has a pathetic appearance, but on condition that one also give the word pathos its non-pathetic sense. It is a question not of the paroxysmic state where the self cries out and is torn apart, but rather of a suffering that is almost indifferent, not suffered, but neutral, a phantom of suffering, insofar as the one who is exposed to it, precisely through this suffering, is deprived of the I that would make him suffer it. So now we see it, the mark of such a movement is that, by the fact that we experience it, it escapes our power to undergo it, thus it is not beyond the trial of experience, but rather the trial from which we can no longer escape. An experience that one will represent to oneself as being strange and even as the experience of strangeness. But if it is so, let us recognize that it is this not because it is too removed. On the contrary, it is so close that we are prohibited from taking any distance from it, it is foreign in its very proximity. But we have a word that designates what is so close that it destroys all proximity, a word before which we once again find ourselves. I am referring to the immediate that allows no mediation. The absence of separation, that is absence of relation as well as infinite separation, because this separation does not reserve for us the distance and the future we need in order to be able to relate ourselves to it, to come about in it. Thus we can begin to surmise that impossibility, that which escapes, without there being any means of escaping it, would be not the privilege of some exceptional experience, but behind each one and as though its other dimension. And we can surmise as well that if possibility has its source in our very inner, which it brings to light as the power most proper to us, according to Holderlin's demand, for what I want is to die, and it is for man a right, it is from this same source that impossibility originates, though now sealed originally and refusing itself to all our resources, there where dying means losing the time in which one can still come to an end and entering into the infinite present of a death impossible to die, a present toward which the experience of suffering is manifestly oriented, the suffering that no longer allows us the time to put a limit to it even by dying, since we will also have lost death as a limit. 6. The passion of the outside. Here we will have to ask ourselves whether we have reached a point from which we might become attentive to what until now has offered itself to us merely as the other side of possibility. This is hardly certain. Nevertheless, we have arrived at a few characteristics. First, this one: in impossibility time changes direction, no longer offering itself out of the future as what gathers by going beyond. Time, here, is rather the dispersion of a present that, even while being only passage, does not pass, never fixes itself in a present, refers to no past and goes toward no future, the incessant. A second trait: in impossibility, the immediate is a presence to which one cannot be present, but from which one cannot separate, or, again, it is what escapes by the very fact that there is no escaping it, the ungraspable that one cannot let go of. Third trait: what reigns in the experience of impossibility is not the unique immobile collecting unto itself, but the infinite shifting of dispersal, a non-dialectical movement where contrariety has nothing to do with opposition or with reconciliation, and where the other never comes back to the same. Shall we call it becoming, the secret of becoming? A secret that stands apart from every secret and that gives itself as the diverging of difference. If we hold these traits together, the present that does not pass, while being only passage, that which cannot be let go of, while offering nothing to hold on to, the two present to which access is denied because it is always closer than any approach, reversing itself to become absence and thus being the two present that does not present itself, yet without leaving anything in which one might absent oneself from it, we perceive that an impossibility it is not only the negative character of the experience that would make it perilous, but also the excess of its affirmation, what in this excess is irreducible to the power to affirm. And we perceived that what comes into play in impossibility does not withdraw from experience, but is the experience of what no longer allows itself to be withdrawn, what accords neither distance nor retreat, and without ceasing to be radically different. Thus we could say, very approximately and provisionally, that what is obscure in this movement is what it discloses, what is always disclosed without having had to disclose itself, and has always in advance reduced all movement of concealing or self-concealing to a mode of the manifest. a present in which all things present, including the self that is the present, are suspended, and yet a present exterior to itself, the very exteriority of presence. Finally, we perceive here the point at which time and space would rejoin in an originary disjunction. Presence is as much the intimacy of instancy as the dispersal of the outside. More precisely, it is intimacy as the outside, the exterior become an intrusion that stifles, and the reversal of both the one and the other, what we have called the vertigo of spacing. 6. But all of these traits tend to delimit, in its limitlessness, the fact that impossibility is nothing other than the mark of what we so readily call experience, for there is experience in the strict sense only where something radically other is in play. And here is the unexpected response. Radical non-empirical experience is not at all that of a transcendent being, it is immediate presence or presence as outside. 7. The other response is this: impossibility, which escapes every negativity, does not cease to exceed, in ruining it, every positivity, impossibility being that in which one is always already engaged through an experience more initial than any initiative, forestalling all beginning and excluding any movement of accession to disengage from it. But we know, perhaps, how to name such a relation, which is the hold over which there is no longer any hold, since it is again what we have tried to designate, confusedly, by the term passion. So we shall be tempted to say provisionally, impossibility is relation with the outside, and since this relation without relation is the passion that does not allow itself to be mastered through patience, impossibility is the passion of the outside itself. These remarks once again assembled, we see that the situation with regard to our questioning at the beginning has reversed itself. It is no longer impossibility that would be the non-power, it is the possible that is merely the power of the no. Should we then say, impossibility is being itself? Certainly, we must. Which amounts to recognizing in possibility the sovereign power to negate being. Man, each time that he is on the basis of possibility, is the being without being. The struggle for possibility is this struggle against being. But must we not also say, impossibility, neither negation nor affirmation, indicates what in being has always already preceded being and yields to no ontology? Certainly, we must. Which amounts to the presentiment that it is again being that awaits impossibility, and that if it negates itself in possibility, it is in order better to preserve itself from this other experience that always precedes it and is always more initial than the affirmation that names being. This would be the experience that the ancients no doubt revered under the title of destiny, that which diverts from every destination and that we are seeking to name more directly in speaking of the neutral. But what does such a whirlwind of rarefied notions, this abstract storm, signify? That we have just been toyed with by the indefinite overturning that is the attraction of the impossible relation, a relation to which those extraordinary ancients had also become attentive in their encounter with Proteus. As men of mere shore through knowledge of the lack of measure that was close to them, did they not recommend that Proteus be held firmly and bound in order that he should agree to declare himself truthfully in the most simple form? Simplicity is, in fact, what alone answers to the duplicity of the enigma. When, for example, Simone Weil says simply, human life is impossible. But misfortune alone makes this felt, we understand very well that it is not a question of denouncing the unbearable or the absurd character of life ere negative determinations that belong to the realm of possibility but of recognizing in impossibility our most human belonging to immediate human life, the life that it falls to us to sustain each time that, stripped through misfortune of the clothed forms of power, we reach the nakedness of every relation, that is to say, the relation to naked presence, the presence of the other, and in the infinite passion that comes from it. In the same way, Simone Weil writes, desire is impossible. And now we understand that desire is precisely this relation to impossibility, that it is impossibility become relation as separation itself, in its absolute air that becomes alluring and takes form. And we will begin also to understand why, in inspired words, René Char has said, the poem is the realized love of desire that has remained desire. And finally, if ever we were to declare imprudently that communication is impossible, we should understand that such a sentence, so clearly rash, is not meant to negate scandalously the possibility of communication, but to alert us to that other speech that speaks only when it begins to respond to the other region that is not governed by the time of possibility. In this sense, yes, we must for an instant say it, if only to forget it just as immediately, communication, to take up again a term that is here out of place since there is no longer any common measure, exists only when it escapes power and when impossibility, our ultimate dimension, announces itself in it. 7. Naming the possible. Responding to the impossible, let us leave this path of reflection. We ought not count on a simple confrontation of words to prove that poetry might orient us toward another relation, a relation with the obscure and the unknown that would be a relation neither of force/puissance, nor of comprehension, nor even of revelation. We sense even that it is not the role of language, be it literary or that of poetry, even true poetry, to bring to light or to the firmness of a name what would affirm itself, unformulated, in this relation without relation. Poetry is not there in order to say impossibility, it simply answers to it, saying in responding. Such is the secret lot, the sacred decision of every essential speech in us, naming the possible, responding to the impossible. A lot that nevertheless must not lead to a kind of allotment, as though we were free to choose between a speech for naming and a speech for responding, as though, finally, between possibility and impossibility there were a frontier, perhaps moving, but always determinable according to the essence of the one and the other. 8 Naming the possible, responding to the impossible. Responding does not consist in formulating an answer, in such a way as to appease the question that would obscurely come from such a region, even less in transmitting, in the manner of an oracle, a few truth contents of which the daytime world would not yet have knowledge. It is poetry's existence, each time it is poetry, that in itself forms a response and, in this response, attends to what is addressed to us in impossibility, by turning itself away. Poetry does not express this, does not say it, does not draw it under the attraction of language. But it responds. Every beginning speech begins by responding, a response to what is not yet heard, an attentive response in which the impatient waiting for the unknown and the desiring hope for presence are affirmed. V. Knowledge of the unknown. What is a philosopher? That is perhaps an anachronistic question. But I will give a modern response. In the past one might have said it is a man who stands in wonder. Today I would say, borrowing words from Georges Bataille, it is someone who is afraid. Philosophers are numerous then, excepting Socrates and Elena, both famous for having been good combatants and for having drunk hemlock without trembling, the first at least, but also on occasion the second. But perhaps philosophical fear is of a more noble character. Not at all. Fear, whether it be cowardly or courageous, is intimate with what is frightening, and what is frightening is what makes us leave peace, freedom, and friendship all at the same time. Through fright, therefore, we leave ourselves, and, thrown outside, we experience in the guise of the frightening what is entirely outside us and other than us, the outside itself. Then common fear would be philosophical fear insofar as it gives us a kind of relation with the unknown, thereby offering us a knowledge of what escapes knowledge. Fear, anguish. And we thus approach philosophies that themselves are not unknown. Yet there is in this experience a movement that collides as though head-on with philosophy. The fearful man, in the space of his fear, participates in and unites with what makes him afraid. He is not only fearful, he is fearer, that is, the eruption of what rises and is disclosed in fear. You mean that this is an irrational movement? To say it is irrational would be saying very little. We are past the point of reducing philosophy to reason, or reason to itself, and we long ago found the means for recuperating sensi, the power of comprehension, from the movements of sensibility. But if your definition of the philosopher is to be challenged, it is because fear or anguish either does not make the one who experiences it go beyond his limits, being always a fear experienced by a self in the world, or it does make him go beyond them, destroying his power to be still himself, lost in anguish, we say. But in this latter case, what happens in fear and trembling constitutes an ecstatic, properly speaking, a mystical movement. There is an intense pleasure and a fruition, a union in and through repulsion, a movement one might revere or denigrate, but that one cannot call philosophical, any more than a divine union could come about under the supervision of a metaphysics. Why? Let us leave aside go, the name is too imposing. Why should the contact with the unknown that is determined by fear, or that way of being the unknown brought to us by fear, not be of central concern to philosophy? Perhaps being afraid, searching for what is reached in fear, putting oneself at stake in the shaking that is fear, is not philosophy. And yet, does not the thought that is afraid, the thought that is the thought of fear and the fear of thought, bring us closer to a decisive point that, if it escapes philosophy, does so because something decisive escapes philosophy? But is it thought that can be afraid? Are you not already using here a language that is symbolic, full of imagery or literary? It is the thinker who becomes frightened. He is frightened of what threatens his thought. And what does he fear, as a man of thought? Nothing other than fear. The philosopher, in this case, would be someone who is afraid of fear. Afraid of the violence that reveals itself in fear and that threatens to transform him from a frightened man into a violent man, as though he feared less the violence he suffers than the violence he might exercise. Why is this so? But let us first reflect on the question concerning contact with the unknown and why it would not belong to philosophy. Note that we are here tacitly admitting that philosophia, or anything you wish to imply by this name here, is essentially knowledge of the not known, or, more generally, relation with the unknown. Let us admit this for the time being. But as I am saying the unknown as an unknown, perhaps we will not be so quick to affirm it. For if the unknown is to remain unknown in the very knowledge we have of it and not falling under our grasp, and irreducible not only to thought alone, but also to every manner of seizing it in our power, do we not risk being obliged to conclude from this that we have knowledge only of what is close to us, of the familiar and not of the foreign? One could easily object that in speaking of the unknown it is the unknowable that we aim for, but knowledge of the unknowable is a monster that critical philosophy exorcised long ago. I will add that if we are able to have commerce with this unknowable, it is precisely in fear or in anguish, or in one of those ecstatic movements that you just refused as being non-philosophical. It is there that we have some presentiment of the other which seizes us, staggers and ravishes us, carrying us away from ourselves. But precisely in order to change us into the other. If in knowledge, even dialectical knowledge, and through any intermediary one might wonder, there is appropriation of an object by a subject and of the other by the same, and thus finally a reduction of the unknown to the already known, there is in the rapture of fright something worse, for it is the self that is lost and the same that is altered, shamefully transformed into something other than myself. I see nothing shameful there unless one should be ashamed of fearing this shame, if such a shameful movement were to permit us to relate ourselves finally to what is outside our limits. The unique dignity of the relation philosophy proposes I entertain with what would be the unknown, and which in any case escapes my power, being that over which I have no hold, consists in its being a relation such that neither myself nor the other ceases to be, in this very relation, preserved from everything that would identify the other with myself, that would confuse me with the other, or alter both of us through a middle term, it being an absolute relation in the sense that the distance separating us will not be diminished but, on the contrary, produced and maintained absolutely in this relation. A strange relation that consists in the being no relation. That therefore consists in preserving the terms that are in relation from what would alter them in it, a relation that excludes, therefore, ecstatic confusion, that of fear, mystical participation, but also appropriation, every form of conquest, and even, when all is taken into account, the seizing that comprehension always is. I think this is another approach to the question we once formulated like this: how can we discover the obscure without exposing it to view? What would this experience of the obscure, in which the obscure offered itself in its obscurity, be? Yes, we were seeking then to circumscribe the affirmation of impossibility, this non-power that would not be a simple negation of power. And in asking ourselves what thought it might be that could not be thought in the mode of power and of appropriating comprehension, we came to say that impossibility is the par sign of the outside itself, and also that impossibility is the experience of non-mediate presence. A response, if to give affirmative force to a question is to respond, that philosophy has the right to despair of. But we must not despair of philosophy. In Emmanuel Levinas's book Aware, it seems to me, philosophy in our time has never spoken in a more sober manner, putting back into question, as we must, our ways of thinking and even our facile reverence for ontologia. We are called upon to become responsible for what philosophy essentially is, by entertaining precisely the idea of the other in all its radiance and in the infinite exigency that are proper to it, that is to say, the relation with autrui. It is as though there were here a new departure in philosophy and a leap that it, and we ourselves, were urged to accomplish. One Now the idea of the other, is it so new? Do not all contemporary philosophies accord this idea a place that is more or less privileged? Indeed, more or less, which means more or less subordinated. For Heidegger, being with is approached only in relation to being and because it bears, in its way, the question of being. For Husserl, if I am not mistaken, only the sphere of the ego is original, that of autrui is for me only appresented. Generally speaking, almost all Western philosophies are philosophies of the same, and when they concern themselves with the other it is still only with something like another myself, being at best equal to me and seeking to be recognized by me as a self, just as I am by him, in a struggle that is sometimes a violent struggle, at other times a violence appeased in discourse. But we are led through the teaching of Levinas before a radical experience. Autrui is entirely other, the other is what exceeds me absolutely. The relation with the other that is autrui is a transcendent relation, which means that there is an infinite, and, in a sense, an impassable distance between myself and the other, who belongs to the other sure, who has no country in common with me, and who cannot in any way assume equal rank in a same concept or a same whole, cannot be counted together with the individual that I am. Well, this autrui is strangely mysterious. This is because he is in fact the stranger, that unknown with regard to whom we supposed, in beginning, that the relation with him was philosophy itself, metaphysics, says Levinas. The stranger comes from elsewhere and is always somewhere other than where we are, not belonging to our horizon and not inscribing himself upon any representable horizon whatsoever, so that his place would be the invisibly on condition that we hear in this expression, following a terminology we have sometimes used, what turns away from everything visible and everything invisible. But is this not to propose a philosophy of separation, a kind of solipsism? There is myself, and, separated from me, this lowly autrui without residence, wandering on the outside or confused with the destitution or the strangeness of an outside that is inaccessible. This seems to me to be the contrary of solipsism, and yet it is indeed a philosophy of separation. I am definitely separated from autrui, if autrui is to be considered as what is essentially other than myself, but it is also through this separation that the relation with the other imposes itself upon me as exceeding me infinitely, a relation that relates me to what goes beyond me and escapes me to the very degree that, in this relation, I am and remain separated. We come back, then, to that strange relation of which we had begun to speak. I confess that I see nothing more uncertain or more abstract. On the contrary, nothing is more real. One of the strongest aspects of Levinas's book is to have led us, through the beautiful, rigorous, vigilantly controlled, and yet trembling language that is Hesa, but in a manner for which we ourselves feel responsibly to consider or truly from the basis of separation. We are led to entertain this relation that might be called impossible along four paths that differ through the movement of the analysis alone. The first takes up again the Cartesian idea of the infinite. The finite self thinks the infinite. In this thought thinks what goes infinitely beyond it and what it cannot account for on its own. It thinks, therefore, more than it thinks. A unique experience. When I think the infinite, I think what am not able to think, for if I had an adequate representation of it, if I comprehended it, assimilating it and making it equal to myself, it would be a question only of the finite. I therefore have a thought that goes beyond my power, a thought that, to the very extent that it is a thought of mine, is the absolute exceeding of the self that thinks it, in other words, a relation with what is absolutely outside myself, the other. I'm sorry, but this remains very abstract. What the abstraction hides here is perhaps not at all abstract, but a movement almost too consuming. Here is another approach to it. The thought that thinks more than it thinks is desire. Such a desire is not the sublimated form of need, any more than the prelude to love. Need is a lack that awaits fulfillment, need is satisfied. Love wants union. The desire that one might call metaphysical is a desire for what we are not in want of, a desire that cannot be satisfied and that does not desire union with what it desires. It desires what the one who desires has no need of, what is not lacking and what the one who desires has no desire to attain, it being the very desire for what must remain inaccessible and for ignorant desire of the other as other, a desire that is austere, disinterested, without satisfaction, without nostalgia, unreturned, and without return. Wouldn't René Char's superb words be fitting here? The poem is the realized love of desire that has remained desire. Levinas mistrusts poems and poetic activity, but when Simone Weil writes desire is impossible, which we commented upon by saying desire is precisely this relation to the impossible, it is impossibility become relation, or perhaps such a manner of speaking would not be out of place. Is this philosophical desire not akin to the Platonic eros? That it may owe it its name I would readily grant, but eros did not serve as its model, or only by way of its difference from it. Eros is still the nostalgic desire for lost unity, the movement of return toward true being. Metaphysical desire is desire for that with which one has never been united, the desire of a self not only separated but happy with the separation that makes it a self, and yet still in relation with it from which it remains separated and of which it has no need, the unknown, the foreign, autrui. Then let us say a bit brusquely that this desire is the desire for a strict transcendence that has taken autrui is what it aims for, and that makes autrui the transcendent. Let us say it attentively and soberly, for it may be that everything that can be affirmed of the relation of transcendency of the relation of God to creature must be first, for my part, I would say only, understood on the level of the social relation. The Most High would be autrui. This name seems to mean something to me. But if autrui is the Most High, and this not in an approximate way but in an original sense, autrui, eluding all manifestation, risks being as far from me as the sky from the earth, as uncertain and as empty. As far from, yes, one can say that. But this extreme remoteness is not only able to manifest itself, it presents itself to us face to face. In the visage whereby it offers itself to me openly, in the frankness of a gaze, in the nakedness of an approach that nothing prevents, it is presence itself, and Levinas gives precisely the name visage to this epiphany of autrui. When autrui reveals himself to me as what is absolutely outside and above me, not because he would be the most powerful, but because my power sees, so there is the visage. Here, finally, is a more tangible reality. Although I suspect that this visage is not a simple part of the body. But are we not to understand at least that, through the visage, autrui, whom you were elevating as though outside the world, falls suddenly into the domain of visible things? The visage is necessarily a way of approach that, coming about through sight, depends both upon the light by which it comes forward, and upon my power to look, that is to say, to unveil by light. The visage, but I admit this name creates difficulties, is on the contrary a presence that I cannot dominate by my gaze, that always exceeds both the representation I might make of it and any form, any image, any view, any idea by which I might affirm it, arrest it, or simply let it be present. The visage here is the essential, it seems to me, is that experience I have when, facing the face that offers itself to me without resistance, I see arise out of the depths of these defenseless eyes, out of this weakness, this powerlessness, what puts itself radically in my power and at the same time refuses it absolutely, turning my highest power into impossibility. In front of the visage, Levinas emphasizes, am no longer able. And the visage is that before which the impossibility of King of the Thou Shalt Not Killer is decided on the very basis of what exposes itself completely to my power to bring death. Or again, facing the visage, I come up against the resistance of what in no way resists me. And this resistance, at least as Levinas characterizes it, is ethical. This is why, if metaphysics is the transcendent relation with autrui, and as this transcendence is first of all of a moral order measured by an impossibility that is an interdiction, it must be said that the first philosophy is not ontology, the care, the question, or the call of being, but ethics, the obligation toward autrui. Unexpected and moreover courageous assertions in a time when no one expects anything good to come from morals. And the precipitous manner in which you present them makes them all the more fierce. Because the only fitting approach to morals cannot but be abrupt. Is the general name ethics in keeping with the impossible relation that is revealed in the revelation of autrui, which, far from being a particular case, precedes any relation of knowledge? And does the experience of impossibility, if it can take secondarily the form of a thou shalt not come down, ultimately, to a prohibition? These are questions of such gravity that we must, for the moment, leave them aside. What to my mind remains decisive is that the manner by which autrui presents himself in the experience of the visage, this presence of the outside itself, of exteriority, says Levinas, is not the presence of a form appearing in light or its simple retreat in the absence of light, neither veiled nor unveiled. Here we are again at grips with what cannot be grasped. But without being reduced to effusions of the heart, for autrui speaks. Autrui speaks to me. The revelation of autrui that does not come about in the lighted space of forms belongs wholly to the domain of speech. Autrui expresses himself, and in this speaking proposes himself as other. If there is a relation wherein the other and the same, even while holding themselves in relation, absolve themselves of it, being terms that thus remain absolute within the relation itself, as Levinas firmly states, this relation is language. When I speak to the other, I call out to him. Before all else, speech is this address, this invocation in which the one invoked is beyond reach, in which, even when disparaged or respected, and even when called upon to be silent, he is called to the presence of speech. The other is not reduced to what I say of him, to the theme of a discourse or the subject of a conversation, rather he is the one who is always outside and beyond me, exceeding me and looming over me, since I appeal to him, unknown, to turn toward me, and stranger, to hear me. In speech, it is the outside that speaks in giving rise to speech, and permitting me to speak. So that the interlocutors would not speak except by reason of their preliminary strangeness, and in order to give expression to this strangeness. Yes, fundamentally, there is language because there is nothing in common between those who express themselves, a separation that is presupposed and not surmounted, but confirmed in all true speech. If we had nothing new to say to one another, if through discourse there did not come to me something foreign, something capable of instructing me, there would be no question of speaking. This is why Mana or so one may suppose he would lose both his visage and his language in a world where nothing would reign but the future dialectical accomplishment, the law of the same. So language acquires here an exceptional signification. All the more so as it is language that founds and gives all signification. I am not saying this in order to shock. But what must be clearly understood is that it is not a matter of just any language, but solely of the speech whereby I enter into relation with the other in his dimension of height, when autrui presents himself face on, beyond the reach of my powers, when he is present in his speech that is his presence, and when, by this infinite presence, he teaches me and teaches me what exceeds me absolutely, the thought of the infinite. As autrui is the master, all true speech is magisterial. Whence it follows that oral discourse alone would be a plenitude of discourse. Socrates already affirmed that. Levinas often invokes Socrates on this point, recalling the well-known pages of Plato where the pernicious effects of writing are denounced. But I wonder whether this comparison doesn't introduce into Levinas's thought some ambiguity, or unless it be a necessary ambiguity. On the one hand, language is the transcendent relation itself, manifesting that the space of communication is essentially non-symmetrical, that there is a kind of curvature of this space that prevents reciprocity and produces an absolute difference of levels between the terms called upon to communicate. I believe this is what is decisive in the affirmation we must hear and must maintain independently of the theological context in which it presents itself. To autrui is not on the same plane as myself. Man is autrui, always coming from the outside, always without a country in relation to me, a stranger to all possession, dispossessed and without dwelling place. He who is as though by definition the proletarian is always the other, does not enter into dialogue with me. If I speak to him, I invoke him and speak to him as there, one I can neither reach nor place at my disposal. When he speaks to me by way of the infinite distance he is from me, and his speech announces precisely this infinite, thereby inviting me, through his powerlessness, his destitution, and his strangeness, to a relation that is incommensurable with a power exercised, a conquest, a joyful possession or a knowledge. All true discourse, Levinas says solemnly, is discourse with God, not a conversation held between equals. How are we to understand this? In the strongest sense, as one always must. And in remembering, perhaps, what is said in Exodus of God speaking, as one man to another. But here, I believe, is the ambiguity. This speech of eminence, which speaks to me from very far away, from very high above, or very far below, is the speech of someone who does not speak with me on an equal footing and such that it is not possible for me to address myself to autrui as though he were another myself, or yet, suddenly, this speech once again becomes the tranquil humanist and Socratic speech that brings the one who speaks close to us, since it allows us, in all familiarity, to know who he is and from what country, according to Socrates' wish. Why, then, does oral discourse seem to Socrates, and to Levinas, to be a manifestation without peer? Because the man who speaks can assist his speech, he is always ready to answer for it, to justify and clarify it. Contrary to what happens with what is written. Let us for a moment admit this, though I hardly believe it. We see, in any case, that the privilege of spoken language belongs equally to autrui and to the self, and thus makes them equal. Furthermore, we see that this is a privilege attributed to the vigilance of the self who speaks in the first person, that is, with the privilege attributed to all subjectivity and no longer to the incommensurable presence of the visage. But it is not at all certain that in such a rigorous conception of the relation with autrui one can speak of the self and of the other in the common terms of subjectivity. No, one cannot. No more than one could say of the one and of the other that they are equally existent beings or are equally men, if it is understood that autrui can never enter with the self into the identity of any name or any concept. Unless we are to understand precisely that the relation of man to man is such that the concept of man, the idea of man as a concept, even dialectical, could not account for it. That is perhaps so. Nevertheless, the thought that recognizes in autrui this dimension of radical exteriority with respect to the self cannot at the same time ask of interiority that it furnish a common denominator between the self and autrui, any more than it can seek in their subjective presence of the T to its speech what would make language a manifestation without peer. First, because it is the property of all language here spoken, but also, and perhaps to a higher degree, written language always to lend assistance to itself, never saying only what it says but always more and always less. Moreover, as we have had occasion to affirm, and as we find authoritatively confirmed in the analyses of Levinas, a language's center of gravity is as follows. Speaking turns away from everything visible and everything invisible. To speak is not the same as to see. Speaking frees thought from the optical imperative that for thousands of years in the Western tradition has subjugated our approach to beings and induced us to think only under the guarantee of light or under the threat of its absence. Yes, I remember that we were following the idea that to speak is to break originally with all sight and no longer to refer back to clarity, or to the lack of clarity, as the sole measure. And we said that there is in speech a manifest presence that is not brought about by the light of day, a discovery that discovers, before any fiat lux, a speech that we now sense would be the revelation of autrui. But this autrui, I confess, remains for me a mystery. It is a mystery. But also an enigma. What is it then? The unknown, the stranger, the proletarian, but also the Most High, or again, the Master. Now and then, in listening to you, I wondered whether autrui were not simply the locus of some truth necessary to our relation with the true transcendence that would be the Divine One. There is this inclination in Levinas's thought, as when he says that autrui must always be considered by me as being closer to God than myself. But he says also that man alone can be absolutely foreign to me. In any case, what must be kept in mind is that the privilege I am to recognize as belonging to autrui, and whose recognition alone opens me to him, this recognition of height itself, is also the one thing that can teach me what man is, and what is the infinite that comes to me from man as autrui. What ensues from such an assertion? We perceived that it could engage us in a denunciation of all dialectical systems, of ontology, and even of nearly all Western philosophies, at least those that subordinate justice to truth or only take as being just a reciprocity of relations. So this philosophy could well signify, in its turn, the end of philosophy. And the approach of what we would name in its terms prophetic eschatology, that is to say, the affirmation of a power of judgment capable of wresting men from the jurisdiction of history. The interruption of history, prophetic eschatology, this is what happens when morality is awakened. Would you fear the shaking that can come to thought by way of morality? I fear the shaking when it is provoked by some unshakable. But I recognize that today there is nothing that ought to give more cause for reflection. Let us reflect and give ourselves some time. Keeping to words. Since our last conversation, I've been thinking that if what you say points in the right direction, the human relation, as it affirms itself in its primacy, is terrible. Most terrible, but without terror. It is most terrible because it is tempered by no intermediary. For in this view there is between man and man neither God, nor value, nor nature. It is an act relation, without myth, devoid of religion, free of sentiment, bereft of justification, and giving rise neither to pleasure nor to knowledge, a neutral relation, or the very neutrality of relation. Can this really be asserted? It can also be said more soberly. One can say that the relation I have with autrui does not pass by way of being, be it as God or as the whole, or as the Heideggerian being, totality, and all the concepts that are connected with these terms are not only ill-suited for defining this relation, but also, perhaps, undone by it. Or, to put this in different terms that rejoin your own, my relation with autrui is irreducible to any measure, just as it excludes any mediation and any reference to another relation that would include it. Yes, this is just what I was saying, it is terrible. Why this word terrible? Between this autrui and myself the distance is infinite, and yet, at the same time, autrui is for me presence itself, the presence of the infinite. A presence diverted from any present, thus what is most impoverished and least protected. But a presence infinitely other. Yes, these two traits must always be retained together. Only man is absolutely foreign to me, he alone is the unknown, he alone the other, and in this he would be presence, such is man. Presence that rests neither on being nor on having, a presence that one might call immediate, if mediate and immediate were not unsuitable words here. Each time we project strangeness onto a non-human being or refer the movement of the unknown back to the universe, we disburden ourselves of the weight of man. We sometimes imagine in a very impoverished fashion our frightened encounter in the sky of the planets and the stars with a different and superior being, and we ask ourselves, what would happen? Action to which we can perfectly well respond, for this being has always been there, it is man whose presence gives us all measure of strangeness. What is so terrible in this relation? I would just as soon call it grave. And because of this gravity that should in the first place govern our words, we must try not to hurry. Several movements need to be separated out here. One is almost clear. Every relation in the world is established by means of the world. We meet around a table, we gather together around a task, we find one another around truths and values. Companions are not face to face, they have in common the bread that they earn, share, and eat in common Monday. These are relations whereby men, when they go to meet one another, do not go directly but in working toward the affirmation of a common day. This is the law, that is to say, the accomplishment of the whole that then holds them together. Dialectical fulfillment is at work, and this is necessary. Naturally, a relation of this sort is a relation of struggle and of violence. In the world, bound to negation, we know how to make of negation a possibility, as we know how to make of death a power. This negation, barring accident, is partial, limited, hidden by the affirmation of what is accomplished thanks to it. Extended in time, compensated by time, negation is time itself building upon its ruins. But in this instant we are trying to delimit, the density of things is no longer between us. The walls have fallen, those that separate us, those two that permit us to communicate, and those, finally, that protect us by keeping us at a distance. In a sense, man is now the inaccessible, but the inaccessible is in a sense the immediate. What exceeds me absolutely is absolutely at my mercy. Here is man come forth in his presence, that is to say, reduced to the poverty of presence. I say this encounter, which is not fortuitous, but originary, is terrible, for here there is no longer either measure or limit. My intervention that of the selfer will not be limited to the partial violence of work, nor to the limited and veiled negation of refusal. There, if I assert myself still as a power, my power will extend to death, and this not a partial but a radical death. Indeed, how could I take on presence in its simplicity without the risk of making it disappear? How could I even grasp it, if only by way of my gaze? Let us once again recall Orpheus and Eurydice. Eurydice is the strangeness of the extreme distance that is autrui at the moment of face-to-face confrontation, and when Orpheus looks back, ceasing to speak in order to see, his gaze reveals itself to be the violence that brings death, the dreadful blow. One would have to say, then, that man facing man like this has no choice but to speak or to kill. It is perhaps, in fact, the summary brutality of this alternative that would best help us approach such an instant. Should the self ever come under this command of speech or death, it will be because it is in the presence of autrui. But we would also have to say, then, that the absolute distance that me assures the relation of autrui to me is what calls forth in man the exercise of absolute power, the power to give death. Cain killing Abel is the self that, coming up against the transcendence of autrui, what in the other exceeds me absolutely and that is well represented in biblical history by the incomprehensible inequality of divine favor, attempts to confront it by resorting to the transcendence of murder. But are these two transcendencies of the same order? And what can their conflict mean? Cain says to Abel, your dimension as infinite and absolutely exterior, that by which you claim to surpass me, that which puts you beyond my reach, I will show you that I am its master, for as a man of power, I am master also of the absolute and I have made death into my possibility. This is because Abel's infinite presence stands in Cain's way like a thing that is thus truly a thing belonging to Abel and of which Cain must deprive him. And, in a sense, This is not false, this presence is also Abel's good fortune, the blessing, the flock that multiplies. As soon as the presence of the other in or truly is not received by me as the movement through which the infinite comes to me, as soon as this presence closes around or truly as a property of or truly established in the world, as soon as it ceases to give rise to speech, the earth ceases to be vast enough to contain at the same time or truly and myself, and it is necessary that one of the two reject the other absolutely. I notice that Cain says to Abel, when he wants to have it out with him, let's go outside, as though he knew that the outside were Abel's place, but also as though he wanted to lead him back to the destitution, to the weakness of the outside where every defense falls away. Perhaps. Only it is through Cain, that is, through the approach of mortal threat, at the very instant when presence is reduced to the nakedness of presence without defense, that presence also reveals itself to be what death as a power destroys but is unable to reach. What death can indeed make radically disappear, but cannot grasp. What it changes into absence but does not touch. Power has no hold over presence. On the contrary, what the decisive hold of the mortal act reveals is that presence, reduced to the simplicity of presence, is what presents itself but cannot be seized, what slips away from every grasp. Thus intact, but not intangible. Just the same, let us not give this assertion too facile a meaning. If it is true that mortal violence can neither take hold of presence, nor take in presence, it has at least the power to reduce it to insignificance. And if violence knows of presence only the insignificance to which it can reduce it, this is because presence is also always at the limit of insignificance insofar as it precedes all signification, or perhaps gives signification, but does not itself have the truth of a reality already constituted, rich in meaning, signified. It is therefore unsignified. Such would be the speech that measures the relation of man placed face to face with man when there is no other choice than to speak or to kill. A speech as grave, perhaps, as the death it diverts. The alternative speech, murder, is not the simple exclusion of the one by the other, as though it were a matter of choosing once and for all between a good speech and a bad death. What sort of speech is this? This isn't the moment for us to give an account of it. But I will say two things. First, if speech is weighty, it is because, being bare presence, it is what lays presence bare, what thus exposes it to radical violence in reducing it to the fragility of what is without power. To speak at the level of weakness and of destitution at the level of affliction is perhaps to challenge force, but also to attract force by refusing it. And second, in this situation, either to speak or to kill, speech does not consist in speaking, but first of all in maintaining the movement of this either. Or, it is what founds the alternative. To speak is always to speak from out of this interval between speech and radical violence, separating them, but maintaining each of them in a relation of vicissitude. From which we must conclude that if the relation of man placed in the presence of man is terrible, it is because it confines us within this alternative, either speak or kill, and because, in this alternative, speech is no less grave than death, with which it is conjoined as its reverse side. But I would now like to pursue this thought along another line. In speaking of the infinite presence of Autrui, we say that when the relation of man to man is the direct relation of Autrui to myself, the approach is particularly grave, because it is face to face. This expression is misleading, and doubly so. In the first place because such a vis-à-vis is not an encounter between two faces, but rather access to man in his strangeness through speech. In the second place because, in such a facing off, what makes capital the movement by which man presents himself directly to man, before all representation, is that there is no reciprocity of relations. I am never facing the one who faces me, my way of facing someone who comes before me is not that of an equal confrontation of presences. This inequality is irreducible. Yes. When Autrui turns toward me, he, being essentially exterior to me, is as though infinitely diverted, and Autrui is this movement of turning toward the where detour reigns. The presence turned toward me is thus still a presence of separation, of what to me is presence even as I am separated from it, distant and turned away. And, for me, to be facing Autrui is always to be in the abrupt presence, without intermediary, of the one who turns toward me in the infinite approach of the detour. The vis-à-vis of a diverted presence, in a sense. But what speaks in speech, precisely what this essential turn that is speech measures in its turning is the immeasurable irregularity of this movement that by disjoining joins, yet without bringing back together, and that consists first of all in the non-correspondence of the interlocutors, their absolute difference of level, their unequalness or inequality. Speech affirms the abyss that there is between myself and Autrui, and it passes over the impassable, but without abolishing or reducing it. Moreover, without this infinite distance, without this abysmal separation there would be no speech, so it is accurate to say that all veritable speech recalls the separation by which it speaks. But what is the meaning of this unequalness? Of what order is it? I don't see it. I don't see it well either. Emmanuel Levinas would say that it is of an ethical order, but I find in this word only secondary meanings. that autrui should be above me, that his speech should be a speech of height, of eminence. These metaphors appease, by putting it into perspective, a difference so radical that it escapes any determination other than itself. If he be higher, autrui is also lower than I am, but always other, the distant, the stranger. My relation to him is a relation of impossibility, eluding power. And speech is the relation whereby the one whom I cannot reach becomes present in his inaccessible and foreign truth. The word truth is perhaps premature. Let's keep it nonetheless. And let us repeat ourselves by saying that speech is the relation with no common measure between autrui and myself, a relation in which speech is not for me a means of knowledge, or a way of seeing, of having, of being able to do something. And I will add, no more than it is a way of speaking between equals. Here we are again before the difficulty. There is, in fact, something difficult to say here, as though when we speak of it, something kept us apart from this very speech. How can one say unequalness by means of what tends to equalize? How can one affirm the non-community of terms in the very movement and in the name of their communication? The language we are using at this moment can only send us back to speech as a dialectics, the only legitimate speech, let us not forget. Yet what we are seeking to express in affirming the inordinate relation beyond measure of autrui to the self is a non-dialectical experience of speech. The inequality in question signifies perhaps nothing other than a speech that would speak without leveling, without identifying, that is, without tending toward the identity implied by satisfaction and full understanding. That is to say, a speech that would maintain in its irreducible difference a foreign truth, that of the stranger who, in his very speech, is the presence of strangeness. Yes, but let's watch where we are heading. When, in speech, autrui speaks to me as the stranger and the unknown, this speech is not of the kind that might enter into discussion, having no need, in order to come about, to come up in dialogue against an opposing affirmation. It is absolutely other and is itself without other, being the other of all speech. In this it is non-dialectical. It escapes contestation. It is outside contestation, without being incontestable. For I can always take exception to it, exclude it. I can even do away with it altogether. Nothing is easier, it suffices not to hear it. This is strictly my right. I can and I cannot, we would need to see the consequences more clearly. But I recognize nonetheless that such a speech eludes contestation in the same way that it escapes certitude, initiating signification but signifying nothing, or nothing determined, thus lacking a signified, as we were saying a moment ago, or, more precisely, withdrawing, always turning away from the signified that am led to attribute to it. Hence, in some sense, its superiority, its altitude, what situates it above you or before any horizon, and the exigency of always having to hear in what it says more than it says, and more than any saying. It must enter into the play of communication. It enters into it, but as a speech that is not in play, or whose play may as surely be grasped by the play, but only at the risk of neglecting what comes from it by forgetting what, in the accord of discourse, makes it hold to its disaccord. A speech without concordance. Thereby affirming the determinate discontinuity of every relation that is always both implied and hidden in the relation between man and man. Speech says, infinite distance and difference, a distance to which speech itself attests, and that holds it outside all contestation, all equality, and all commerce. Autrui is thus unequal in relation to me, revealing himself to me only through the hiatus of inequality. We come back, then, to our question. For it is of the nature of dialectical accomplishment to refuse such inequality inasmuch as it works toward affirming the whole wherein each one must recognize himself in the other as another myself. Nothing is more important. Nothing, indeed. But it may be that I cannot give the measure of equality its true sense unless I maintain the absence of common measure that is my relation to autrui. An equality of what is nevertheless radically unequal. Just as everything would have to be known to me in order that my relation with the unknown that is man should present itself to me in all its authenticity and as the very weight of the outside. I will add, though, that these two experiences of speech, these two movements that must be maintained together, are one being the work of equalization in which everything unequal is always destined to be included, the other being what in advance excludes itself from this equal truth, are also necessarily irreconcilable. For while the one wants to be everything, being the passion, the realization, and the speech of the whole, the other speaks before and outside the whole. The one is a speech of power, of confrontation, of opposition and of negation in order to reduce everything opposed, and in order that the truth be affirmed in its entirety as silent equality. The other is a speech beyond opposition, beyond negation, and does nothing but affirm, but it is also outside affirmation, because it says nothing but the infinite distance of the other and the infinite exigency that is autrui in its presence, that which eludes all power to negate and to affirm. A speech that nevertheless never names autrui but calls upon him, so that, unknown, he may turn toward me. Through this essential turn that is speech, and in whose movement man receives man in that from which he turns away. A speech that is other than any speech already said and thereby always new, never heard, to be precise, a speech beyond hearing and to which I must nonetheless respond. Such, then, would be my task, to respond to this speech that surpasses my hearing, to respond to it without having really understood it, and to respond to it in repeating it, in making it speak. To name the possible, to respond to the impossible. I remember that we had designated in this way the two centers of gravity of all language. This response, this speech that begins by responding and that in this beginning says over again the question that comes to it from the unknown and the stranger here is what lies at the basis of the responsibility that is subsequently expressed in the hard language of exigency. One must speak. I speak without power to hold to one's word. Engage with speech. 7. The relation of the third kind, man without horizon. I think we should try to be more open. More clear as well. More frank and more clear, two things that don't always go together. In the meantime, let us try to say what relation, among all those that exist, human experience and human exigency have allowed us to conceive among men. We can define, for example, more or less arbitrarily, 3 sets of relations. In the first reigns the law of the same. Man wants unity, he observes separation. What is other, be it some other thing or some other persona, he must work to render identical. Adequation and identification, with mediation as their means, that is to say, struggle and labor in history, provide the paths by which he aims to reduce everything to the same, but also to give to the same the plenitude of the whole that it must in the end become. In this case, unity passes by way of totality, just as truth is the movement of the wholly, the sole truth being an affirmation of the whole. The second kind of relation would be, it seems to me, the following: unity is always not only demanded, but immediately attained. In a dialectical relation, the I subject, either dividing itself or dividing the other, affirms the other as an intermediary and realizes itself in such a way that the I is able to reduce the other to the truth of the subject. In this new relation the absolutely other and self immediately unite. This relation is one of coincidence and participation, sometimes obtained through methods of immediation. The self and the other lose themselves in one another, there is ecstasy, fusion, fruition. But here that he ceases to be sovereign, sovereignty is in the other who is the sole absolute. And the other, in this case, is still no more than a substitute for the one. The relation mediate, immediate, or infinite, thought, like a magnetic needle, index of the north, always points toward unity. Even more than being, even more than the same. The rigor of the one holds thought captive. And surely it is not some gentle madness that will free us from the one, nor are we in any way rejecting this work toward unity. On the contrary, we are working as much as is in our power toward the affirmation and the accomplishment of the world considered as a unity of the whole. And as we will continue to repeat, this is the task of each one in working and speaking. But each time, too, we will add, we must try to think the other, try to speak in referring to the other without reference to the one and without reference to the same. We must try, and in this way will we turn toward the third kind of relation, a relation about which one must simply say, it does not tend toward unity, it is not a relation from the perspective of unity or with unity in view, not a relation of unification. The one is not the ultimate horizon, even if beyond every horizon, any more than is being thought always, even in its retreat, as the continuity, the gathering, or the unity of being. But toward what are we venturing? I am frightened and am resisting. Are we not going to become guilty of a parricidia one in regard to which Plato's would be an act of pious filiation? It is no longer here simply a matter of raising our hand against being or decreeing the death of God, but of breaking with what has always, in all laws and in all works, in this world and in every other, been our guarantee, our exigency, and our responsibility. Therefore we will only go forward with caution, not forgetting in any case that it is not from coherent thought that we would seek to break away, and that we do not seek to rid ourselves all at once of unity. What a joke that would be! Rather, speaking, and speaking necessarily under the authority of a comprehensive thought, we will try to come to a sense of another form of speech and another kind of relation wherein the other, the presence of the other, would return us neither to ourselves nor to the one. A relation, then, not of fiction or of hypothesis, but one that, though diverted and caught up in their real relations between men, is always in play as soon as they speak and encounter one another. A relation we are designating as multiple only inasmuch as it is not determined by the one. A mobile relation, untold and without number, not indeterminate but indetermining, always in displacement, being without a place, and such that it seems to repel any T into leaving its site or its role which, nonetheless, the T must maintain, having become nomadic and anonymous in an abyssal space of resonance and condensation. Let's go back then. I am to begin with what is most common and necessarily in relation with someone. This relation can be instrumental or objective, as when I seek to use someone as I might an object or even simply study him as an object of knowledge and of truth. or I can look at him in his dignity and his liberty, seeing in him another myself and wanting him to make myself freely recognized by him, being myself a self only in this free recognition that is both equal and reciprocal, a movement that is not accomplished by the sole impetus of the bell time, but through the labor, the discourse, and the liberating action of history. This is a long labor, an action that transforms nature into a world and, in the world, lays claim to transparency. Here, the whole supposedly accomplished, the reign of liberty would substitute itself for the reign of necessity, and we already know what measure of blood, sweat, and tears is required for this. Or again, I can desire to become immediately one with you in the instant through the rapture of communication and draw the other into me in an effusion where there remains neither the one nor the other. Desire, a certain desire, be it an illusion of truth or the truth of illusion, tends toward this immediate unitary relation, just as all the other relations aim at establishing between beings and between things, but in a manner that is only mediate, a form of unity or identity. We begin to have a sense, then, of what we have called the relation of the third kind. The first being immediate relation of dialectical or objective identification, the second a relation demanding immediate unity. Now what founds this third relation, leaving it still unfounded, is no longer proximity, a proximity of struggle, of services, of essence, of knowledge, or of recognition, not even of solitude here, but rather the strangeness between us, a strangeness it will not suffice to characterize as a separation or even as a distance. Rather an interruption. An interruption escaping all measure. Beauty, and here is the strangeness of this strangeness, as such an interruption, one that neither includes nor excludes, would be nevertheless a relation, at least if I take it upon myself not to reduce it, not to reconcile it, even by comprehending it, that is, not to seek to consider it as the faltering mode of a still unitary relation. And such would be the relation of man to man when there is no longer between them the proposition of a God, the mediation of a world, or the subsistence of a nature. What there would be between man and man, if there were nothing but the interval represented by the word between, an empty space, all the more empty as it cannot be confused with pure nothingness, is an infinite separation, but offering itself as a relation in the exigency that is speech. Let us suppose this, and ask ourselves what it means. Yes, what does this mean? It means first that, in this relation, man is what is most distant from man, coming toward him as what is irreducibly distant, in this sense, far more separated from him than he is from the limit of the universe, or than he would be from God himself. This means also that this distance represents what, from man to man, escapes human power which is capable of anything. This relation founded by a pure lack in speech is designated there where my power ceases, there where possibility falls away. In other words, the pure interval between man and man, this relation of the third kind, would be on the one hand what relates me to nothing but man, but yet in no way relates me to myself, to another myself. On the other hand, it is what does not arise from possibility and does not declare itself in terms of power. Yes, but let's not be content with so little, let us try to open a path for ourselves, patiently, and without being afraid of the possibility of making no headway. I have in this relation with man a relation with what is radically out of my reach, and this relation measures the very extent of the outside. This tells us that true exteriority is not that of objects, nor that of an indifferent nature or the immense universe, which it is always possible to attain through a relation of power by keeping it within the realm of my representation, the horizon of my knowledge, my view, my negation, and even my ignorance, nor is it this personal exteriority that distinguishes men by holding them to be interchangeable, but that also holds them with regard to one another under the judgment of the joinder of a set of common values. True strangeness, if it comes to me from man, comes to me from this other that man would be. He alone, then, is the eccentric, he alone escapes the circle of vision from which my perspective unfolds, and this not because he would constitute in his turn the center of another horizon, but because he does not turn toward me from the basis of a horizon that is proper to him. The other, not only does he not fall within my horizon, he is himself without horizon. A man without horizon, and not affirming himself on the basis of a horizon, in this sense a being without being, a presence without a present, thus foreign to everything visible and to everything invisibly. He is what comes to me as speech when to speak is not to see. The other speaks to me and is only this exigency of speech. And when the other speaks to me, speech is the relation of that which remains radically separate, the relation of the third kind, affirming a relation without unity, without equality. Does this mean that communication with autrui, such as it is marked in speech, is not a transsubjective or an intersubjective relation, but inaugurates a relation that would not be one of subject to subject or of subject to object? I think we should make the decision to say this. When autrui speaks to me, he does not speak to me as a self. When I call upon the other, I respond to what speaks to me from no sight, and thus am separated from him by a cesura such that he forms with me neither a duality nor a unity. It is this fissure, this relation with the other, that we ventured to characterize as an interruption of being. And now we will add, Between man and man there is an interval that would be neither of being nor of non-being, an interval born by the difference of speech, or a difference preceding everything that is different and everything unique. Here I would like to return to our point of departure, when one of us proposed trying to be more open. It seems to me that we have done no more than prepare ourselves for frankness through some rather devious detours. Because to be open is to speak after having crossed over some limit, a movement that is better accomplished when it is not done directly. I had the feeling, in fact, that we just passed some threshold, particularly at the moment when we said, when Autrui speaks to me, he does not speak to me as a self, and the relation of this Autrui to myself is not a relation of subject to subject. I confess that in saying and in hearing this, I experienced a feeling of fear, as though we were coming directly up against the unknown, or perhaps as though the alibi of our relations were about to be exposed. Clearly there is a question here that has continued to bear upon us, and whose pressure made us cross the threshold. This question might be, who is Autrui? I wonder whether we can draw Autrui into such a question. I wonder if this very word does not deceive us. It carries with it a hint of the term altruism created by Auguste Comte. On this basis morality can easily lay claim to it. Autrui is not, in fact, the word one would want to hold on to. Yet it comes from afar and was already used in epic language. Autrui is the other in the objective case and on the model of the word 7af, him, which was used at that time only as a verbal complement. According to certain supercilious grammarians, Autrui should never be used in the first person. I can approach Autrui, Autrui cannot approach me. Autrui is thus the other when the other is not a subject. Using this linguistic particularity as a reminder, we could say that Autrui is lacking an ego, but this lack, nonetheless, does not make him an object. When we ask ourselves who is Autrui, we question in such a way that the question necessarily distorts what it means to call into question. Autrui cannot designate a nature, it cannot characterize a being or an essential trait. Or, to express this crudely, Autrui is not a certain type of man whose task it is to occupy this role in the manner of the saints and prophets, delegates of the Most High opposite the clan of the T's. This must be recalled, even if such a precaution is somewhat ludicrous, because our language substantifies everything. Yet there is still another difficulty. If it is true that Autrui is never for me a self, for him the same is true of me. This means that the other who looms up before me outside my horizon and as one coming from afar is for himself nothing but a self who would like to be heard by the other, be received by the other and stand in my presence, as if I were the other, and because I am nothing other than the other, the unidentifiable, the teal-less, the nameless, the presence of the inaccessible. Whence a tangling of relations that seems necessarily to set us back up again under the exigency of dialectical accomplishment. Indeed this is one of the traps laid out for us. For the moment, we shall have to make two remarks, and say first of all that this redoubling of irreciprocity, the reversal that makes me apparently the other of the other, cannot, at the level at which we are situating our analysis, be taken over by the dialectic, for it does not tend to re-establish any equality whatsoever. On the contrary, it signifies a double dissymmetry, a double discontinuity, as though the empty space between the one and the other were not homogeneous but polarized, as through this space constituted a non-isomorphic field bearing a double distortion, at once infinitely negative and infinitely positive, and such that one should call it neutral if it is well understood that the neutral does not annul, does not neutralize this double-signed infinity, but bears in it the way of an enigma. And then too, we ought to say the following: if the question who is Autrui has no direct meaning, it is because it must be replaced by another. What of the human community, when it must respond to this relation of strangeness between man and mana, a relation without common measure, an exorbitant relation that the experience of language leads one to sense? And yet this question does not signify that the other Autrui would be simply a way of being, that is to say, an obligation that each in turn would either fulfill or avoid, whether knowingly or not. There is infinitely more at stake. In this relation, the other, but which of the two of us would be the other? Is radically other, is solely the other, and, as such, a name for the nameless whose momentary position on the board upon which he plays when he speaks, and in speaking puts himself at stake, here causes him to be now and again designated by the word man. Just as the pawn can become every piece except the king, the other, the presence of man precisely in so far as he is always missing from his presence, just as he is missing from his place. A man, that is to say, men. I will translate our preceding remarks, then, by saying more simply, in responding to this other relation, a relation of impossibility and strangeness which we experience as soon as we speak, and at a certain still poorly situated level of speech, we, as speaking beings, also experience man as the absolutely other, since the other cannot be thought either in terms of transcendence or in terms of immanence. We must not be content to say in regard to this experience that language simply expresses or reflects it, for it originates only in the space and the time of language, the way language, through writing, undoes the idea of an origin. An experience in which the other, the outside itself, exceeding any positive or any negative term, is the presence that does not refer back to the one, and the exigency of a relation of discontinuity where unity is not implied. The other, the he, but only insofar as this third person is not a third person and brings the neutral into play. The neutral, the neutral. How strangely this sounds for me. Am me, myself. Can one then still speak of a self? We have to do, perhaps, with an I without a self, a non-personal punctuality oscillating between no one and someone, a semblance that only the exigency of the exorbitant relation invests silently and momentarily with this role, or establishes in the position of the self-subject with which it can then be identified in order to simulate the identical, so that, on this basis, through writing, the mark of the absolutely non-identical in the other might announce itself. Perhaps, also, it is time to withdraw this term autrui, while retaining what it has to say to us, that the other is always what calls upon man, even if only to put him between parentheses or between quotation marks, not the other as God or other as nature but, as man, more other than all that is other. Therefore, and before we delete it, let us keep in mind that autrui is a name that is essentially neutral and that, far from relieving us of all responsibility of attending to the neutral, it reminds us that we must, in the presence of the other who comes to us as autrui, respond to the depth of strangeness, of inertia, of irregularity and idleness, désoeuvrement, to which we open when we seek to resave the speech of the outside. Autrui would be man himself, through whom comes to me what discloses itself neither to the personal power of the subject nor to the power of impersonal truth. All the mystery of the neutral passes, perhaps, by way of the other, and sends us back to him, passes, that is to say, through this experience of language in which the relation of the third kind, a non-unitary relation, escapes the question of being as it does that of the whole, leaving us exposed to the most profound question, that questioning of the detour through which the neutral which is never the impersonal comes into question. And let us add that every notion of alterity already implies man as the other, and not the inverse. Only, it follows from this that the other man who is autrif also risks being always other than man, close to what cannot be close to me, close to death, close to the night, and certainly as repulsive as anything that comes to me from these regions without horizon. We well know that when a man dies close by, however indifferent his existence might be to us, in that instant and forever he is for us the other. But remember that the other speaks to me, the decisive interruption of relation speaks precisely as an infinite relation in the speech of the other. You are not claiming that when you speak to autrui you are speaking to him as though to a kind of dead person, calling to him from the other side of the partition? When I speak to the other, the speech that relates me to him accomplishes and measures that inordinate distance, a distance beyond measure, that is the infinite movement of dying, where death puts impossibility into play. And, in speaking to him, I myself speak rather than die, which means also that I speak in the place where there is a place for dying. Listen in turn to these two voices, being neither close to the one, nor close to the other, being, nevertheless, one of them and being the other only insofar as I am not me, and thus, from the one to the other, interrupting myself in a manner that simulates only, the decisive interruption. How can one pretend to receive the enigmatic force that comes from the interruption that becomes infinite relation in speech, and that we betray with our insufficient means? Let us again repeat, 1. Language. The experience of language writing is what leads us to sense a relation entirely other, a relation of the third kind. We will have to ask ourselves in what manner we enter into this experience, assuming that it does not repel us, and ask ourselves if it does not speak to us as the enigma of all speech. 2. In this relation that we are isolating in a manner that is not necessarily abstract, the one is never comprehended by the other, does not form with him an ensemble, a duality, or a possible unity, the one is foreign to the other, without this strangeness privileging either one of them. We call this relation neutral, indicating already in this manner that it cannot be recaptured, either when one affirms or when one negates, demanding of language in this way not an indecision between these two modes, but rather a possibility of saying that would say without saying being and without denying it either. And herein we characterize, perhaps, one of the essential traits of the literary act, the very fact of writing. 3. The neutral relation, a relation without relation, can be indicated in yet another manner. The relation of the one to the other is doubly dissymmetrical. We have recognized this several times. We know, at least we sense that the absence between the one and the other is such that the relations, if they could be unfolded, would be those of a non-isomorphic field in which point A would be distant from point B by a distance other than point B's distance from point A, a distance excluding reciprocity and presenting a curvature whose irregularity extends to the point of discontinuity. L. 4. In making explicit this relation, we cannot avoid representing it as taking place between two terms, and as a consequence, we seem to give ourselves the right to consider them as having, outside this relation, their own reality and determinations. In a certain sense we are justified in doing so. First of all, because even if the two men who are present in a room and who speak are nothing but the site of a set of possible relations, we have recognized that among these relations certain ones make each of them exist as a distinct, objective reality, or as a self-subject, a unique existence, a center centered upon a radiating unity, finally a history by which all of their truth passes through the world that is being made. Many difficulties are assembled in these few words. Nevertheless, we will resolutely disregard them in order to hold to the relation upon which we are reflecting. Here too, it seems we were not mistaken in speaking of terms between which relationship could take place, and as though these terms could claim to affirm themselves in this very relation as distinct from the relation, and not only as distinct but as separated by a difference and a distance that are infinite. For such would be its meaning, to be an infinite double separation. Yes, let us remember this. It is of the nature of such a strange relation to designate an infinite double absence. But then, in this case, we could sire, and it is necessary to sire that the other, this other in play in the third kind of relation, is no longer one of its terms. It is neither the one nor the other, being nothing other than relation itself, a relation of the one to the other that requires infinity. Nevertheless, as we well sense, we cannot content ourselves with the simplicity of this affirmation. The other is not only said of the relation, designated as a relation of oneness between man and man, for in this other relation, and through it, the other is for me the very presence of the other in his infinite distance. Man is absolutely other and radically foreign, he who does not yield to the same nor is exalted in the unity of the unique. Or again, for myself, and insofar in myself as I am, momentarily and by function, the one, I undergo the experience of the other, not as a strange relation with a man like myself, but as man in his strangeness, that which escapes all identification, be it that of an impersonal knowledge, of mediation, or of a mystical fusion, the outside or the unknown that is always already beyond the aim of my sight, the non-visible that speech bears. This amounts to saying that for me the other is at one and the same time the relation of inaccessibility to the other that this inaccessible relation sets up, and, nonetheless, the inaccessible presence of the other in man without horizon, who becomes relation and access in the very inaccessibility of his approach. It is as though in the time-space of interrelation it were necessary to think under a double contradiction, to think the other first as the distortion of a field that is nevertheless continuous, as the dislocation and the rupture of discontinuity, and then as the infinite of a relation that is without terms, and as the infinite termination of a term without relation. 8. Interruption as on a Riemann surface. The definition of conversation, that is, the most simple description of the most simple conversation, might be the following: when two people speak together, they speak not together, but each in turn. One says something, then stops, the other something else, or the same thing, then stops. The coherent discourse they carry on is composed of sequences that are interrupted when the conversation moves from partner to partner, even if adjustments are made so that they correspond to one another. The fact that speech needs to pass from one interlocutor to another in order to be confirmed, contradicted, or developed shows the necessity of interval. The power of speaking interrupts itself, and this interruption plays a role that appears to be minor, precisely the role of a subordinated alternation. This role, nonetheless, is so enigmatic that it can be interpreted as bearing the very enigma of language: pause between sentences, pause from one interlocutor to another, and pause of attention, the hearing that doubles the force of locution. I wonder if we have reflected enough upon the various significations of this pause that alone permits speech to be constituted as conversation, and even as speech. We end up by confining someone who speaks without pause. Let us recall Hitler's terrible monologues. And every head of state participates in the same violence of this dictator, the repetition of an imperious monologue, when he enjoys the power of being the only one to speak and, rejoicing in possession of his high solitary word, imposes it without restraint as a superior and supreme speech upon others. But let us take the most steady conversation, the conversation least exposed to chance caprice. Even if its discourse is coherent, it must always fragment itself by changing protagonists. Moving from one to the other interlocutor, it interrupts itself. Interruption permits the exchange. Interrupting for the sake of understanding, understanding in order to speak. It is clear, however, that the stops that punctuate, measure, and articulate dialogue are not always of the same kind. Some block conversation. Kafka wondered at what moment and how many times, when 8 people are seated within the horizon of a conversation, it is appropriate to speak if one does not wish to be considered silent. But such silence, even if disapproving, constitutes the part that moves discourse. Without it, one would not speak, or only to ask oneself belatedly if one had not mistaken the interlocutor's attitude, and if it had not been the other who made you speak, just as, in other circumstances, one might reproach the host for having made you drink. It is, after all, the same intoxication. And even when remaining silent is a refusal, it is rarely abrupt. It takes part in the discourse, inflecting it with its nuances, contributing to the hope for, or the despair of, a final concord. Silence is still only a deferred speech, or else it bears the signification of a difference obstinately maintained. Interruption is necessary to any succession of words. Intermittence makes their becoming possible. Discontinuity ensures the continuity of understanding. There would certainly be a great deal to conclude from this. But for the moment, I would like to show that the intermittence by which discourse becomes dialogue, that is to say discourse, presents itself in two very different ways. In the first case, the arrest interval is comparable to the ordinary pause that permits the conversations each in turn. Here, discontinuity is essential since it promises exchange essential, but relative. What it aims at, be it later or never, and yet at the same time starting from today, is the affirmation of a unitary truth where coherent discourse will no longer cease and, no longer ceasing, will merge with its other, silent side. From this perspective, rupture still plays into the functioning of common speech, even if it fragments it, thwarts it, or impedes it. Not only does rupture give meaning, but it also brings common sense forth as a horizon. It is the respiration of discourse. In this category could be grouped all the forms of speech that belong to a dialectical experience of existence and of historia, from everyday chatter to the highest moments of reason, of struggle and of practice. Interrupting for the sake of understanding. But there is another kind of interruption, more enigmatic and more grave. It introduces the weight that measures the distance between two interlocutors are no longer irreducible, but an irreducible distance. Having mentioned this often in these investigations, I will simply allude to it again. Within an interrelational space, I can seek to communicate with someone in a number of ways. First, by considering him as an objective possibility in the world, according to the ways of objectivity. Another time, by regarding him as another self, perhaps quite different, but whose difference passes by way of a primary identity, that are two beings each equally able to speak in the first person, and a third time, no longer by immediate relation of impersonal knowledge or of personal comprehension, but by attempting to achieve an immediate relation wherein the same and the other seek to lose themselves in one another or draw near to one another through the proximity of a familiar address that forgets or effaces distance. These relations have in common the fact that all three tend toward unity. The I wants to annex the other, identify the other with itself, by making of it its own thing, or by studying it as a thing, or, yet again, in wanting to find in it another myself, whether this be through free recognition or through the instantaneous union of two souls. There remains another modality, without a mode. This time, it is no longer a question of seeking to unify. In the other I no longer want to recognize one whom a still common measure of the belonging to a common space holds in a relation of continuity or unity with me. What is in play now is the foreignness between us, and not only the obscure part that escapes our mutual knowledge and is nothing more than the obscurity of the self's position of the singularity of the singular self. This foreignness is still very relative. A self is always close to a self, even in difference, competition, desire, and need. What is now in play, and demands relation, is everything that separates me from the other, that is to say the other insofar as I am infinitely separated from him, a separation, fissure, or interval that leaves him infinitely outside me, but also requires that I found my relation with him upon this very interruption that is an interruption of being. This alterity, it must be repeated, makes him neither another self for me, nor another existence, neither a modality or a moment of universal existence, nor a super-existence, a god or a non-god, but rather the unknown in its infinite distance. An alterity that holds in the name of the neutral. To simplify, let us say that through the presence of the other understood in the neutral there is in the field of relations a distortion preventing any direct communication and any relation of unity, or again, there is a fundamental anomaly that it falls to speech not to reduce but to convey, even if it does so without saying it or signifying it. Now it is to this hiatus, to the strangeness, to the infinity between us that the interruption in language itself responds, the interruption that introduces waiting. But let us understand that the arrest here is not necessarily or simply marked by silence, by a blank or a gap. This would be too crude, but by a change in the form or the structure of language, when speaking is first of all writing, a change metaphorically comparable to that which made Euclid's geometry into that of Riemann. Valery once confided to a mathematician that he was planning to write to speaker on a Riemann surface. 1. A change such that to speak, to write, is to cease thinking solely with a view to unity, and to make the relations of words an essentially dissymmetrical field governed by discontinuity, as though, having renounced the uninterrupted force of a coherent discourse, it were a matter of drawing out a level of language where one might gain the power not only to express oneself in an intermittent manner, but also to allow intermittence itself to speak, a speech that, non-unifying, is no longer content with being a passage or a bridge, a non-pontificating speech capable of clearing the two shores separated by the abyss, but without filling in the abyss or reuniting its shores, a speech without reference to unity. The difference between these two kinds of interruption, as I have just schematized them, is theoretically very firm. It corresponds to the two kinds of experience we have with speech. One is dialectical, the other is not. One is the speech of the universe, tending toward unity and helping to accomplish the whole. The other, the speech of writing, bears a relation of infinity and strangeness. This decisive difference is nonetheless always ambiguous. When two persons speak, the silence that permits them to speak in turn as they speak together is still no more than the alternating pause of the first degree, but in this alternance there may also, already, be at work the interruption by which the unknown announces itself. Yet there is something more grave. When the power of speech is interrupted, one does not know, one can never know with certainty, what is at work: the interruption that permits exchange, the interruption that suspends speech in order to re-establish it at another level, or the negating interruption that, far from still being a speech that recovers its wind and breathes, undertakes so if this is possibly to asphyxiate speech and destroy it as though forever. When, for example, interruption arises out of fatigue, out of pain or affliction, all forms of the neutral, do we know to which experience it belongs? Can we be sure, even though it may be sterilizing, that it is simply barren? No, we are not sure, and this, moreover, adds to the fatigue and the affliction. We sense as well that if pain, fatigue or affliction, hollows out an infinite gap between beings, this gap is perhaps what would be most important to bring to expression, all the while leaving it empty, so that to speak out of fatigue, out of pain or affliction, could be to speak according to the infinite dimension of language. And can we not go still further? Let us suppose an interruption that would in some sense be absolute and absolutely neutral. Let us conceive of it as being no longer within the sphere of language, but exterior and anterior to all speech and to all silence. Let us call it the ultimate, the hyperbolical. Would we have attained with it the rupture that would deliver us, even if hyperbolically, not only from all reason, this would be little, but from all unreason, that is, from the reason that madness remains? Or would we not be obliged to ask ourselves whether from out of such an interruption of barbarity itself there would not come an exigency to which it would still be necessary to respond by speaking? And would we not even have to ask whether speech, writing, does not always mean attempting to involve the outside of any language in language itself, that is to say, speaking within this outside, speaking according to the measure of this outside, which, being in all speech, may very well also risk turning speech back into what is excluded from all speaking. To write, to trace a circle in the interior of which would come to be inscribed the outside of every circle. Let us go no further and summarize. We have, first of all, two important distinctions, one corresponding to a dialectical, the other to a non-dialectical exigency of speech, the pause that permits exchange, the wait that measures infinite distance. But in waiting it is not simply the delicate rupture preparing the poetic act that declares itself, but also, and at the same time, other forms of arrest that are very profound, very perverse, more and more perverse, and always such that if one distinguishes them, the distinction does not avert but rather postulates ambiguity. We have distinguished in this way three of them, one wherein emptiness becomes work, another wherein emptiness is fatigue, affliction, and the other, the ultimate, the hyperbolical, wherein worklessness, perhaps thought, indicates itself. To interrupt oneself for the sake of understanding. To understand in order to speak. Speaking, finally, only to interrupt oneself and to render possible the impossible interruption. 9. A plural speech. I think of what Apollo affirms when, through the mouth of the poet Bacchialides, he says to Admetus, "You are a mere mortal, therefore your mind must harbor two thoughts at once." In other words, a multiplicity of speech in a simultaneity of one language. It is all very well for a god, bearer of the one and unitary thought, to scorn and pity us for the duality with which he charges us. To us falls the responsibility of extending it to the furthest reaches of a reign from which the heavens do not escape, even the one no longer inhabited by Apollo. To speak is always to put into play an essential duplicity from which one draws advantage. Here this is the ambiguity, the indecision of yes and no by claiming to reduce it through the rules of logic. But to speak according to the necessity of an irreducible plurality, to speak as though each word were its own indefinite echoing within a multiple space, is too heavy a burden for one to bear alone. Dialogue must help us share this duality. We double up in order to bear this double speech, now less weighty for being divided, and above all for having been made successive through the alternance that unfolds in time. Being two, thinking and speaking by twos in the intimacy of dialogue, would be an ingenious means for Admetus, given his status as a mortal condemned to simultaneous thoughts, to make himself Apollo's equal and even his superior, since this ever-present duality, be it that of two persons, maintains the movement of thought that is necessarily excluded from a being that is one. A perfect solution, then. Yet we must ask ourselves as soon as we have set aside the alibis of good conscience with which it provides use why the solution of dialogue remains insufficient, and why Admetus would have been wrong to see in it a fitting answer to the god's malediction. It is because dialogue is founded upon the reciprocity of words and the equality of speakers. Only two F's can establish a relation of dialogue, each one acknowledging in the second eye the same power to speak as his own, each considering himself equal to the other and seeing in the other nothing other than another self. This is the paradise of decorous idealism. But we know, first of all, that there is almost no sort of equality in our societies. It suffices, in whatever regime, to have heard the dialogue between a man presumed innocent and the magistrate who questions him to know what this equality of speech means when it is based upon an inequality of culture, condition, power, and fortune. But each of us, and at every moment, either is or finds himself in the presence of a judge. All speech is a word of command, of terror, of seduction, of resentment, flattery, or aggression. All speech is violence, and to pretend to ignore this in claiming to dialogue is to add liberal hypocrisy to the dialectical optimism according to which war is no more than another form of dialogue. But there is more to be said. Even if speaking equally were possible, even if speaking ensured this equality and worked toward this identity, something no less essential would be missing from speech. Let us return to Admetus. To Admetus is extended the burden of thinking, the burden, that is, of speaking doubly in one act of speaking. He believes he can escape by unfolding this duplicity and sharing it out between two men who speak on equal terms. We have, then, two words in one speech, two that are different and yet identical. Yes, let us once again acknowledge that this is an impressive feat. But something has been lost in this admirable turn of affairs. It is difference itself, a difference that nothing should simplify, nothing can equalize, and that alone, mysteriously, gives voice to two instances of speech by keeping them separate even as they are held together only by this separation. Admetus, the founder of dialogue, still falls victim to the terror of a god. Subject to the god's ideal, he has only unity in view, as though in aiming for the same the one had to be the truth of all comprehension, the goal of every relation human and divine. This is not the case. In the interrelational space, dialogue, and the equality dialogue presupposes, tend to do nothing other than increase entropy, just as dialectical communication, requiring two antagonistic poles charged with contrary words and provoking a common current through this opposition, is itself, after brilliant bursts, destined to die out in entropic identity. Dialogue is a plane geometry wherein relations are direct and remain ideally symmetrical. But let us suppose that the field of relations rests upon some anomaly analogous to what physicists would call a curvature of the universe, that is, a distortion preventing any possibility of symmetry and introducing between things, and particularly between man and man, a relation of infinity. Let us suppose with regard to this spatial knot, this point of abrupt density, this polarization, this fundamental irregularity that hollows out and swells extension and duration in such a way that there would be nothing equal in them, and nothing simply unequal either, and let us suppose that it falls to speech not to reduce it, not to turn away from it by declaring it unsayable, but rather to present it, that is, just the same. Give it form. Yes, let us suppose this, and let us agree to acknowledge the full reach of the exigency that is given to us by this supposition. First of all, that to speak is certainly to bring the other back to the same in a search for a mediating speech, but it is also, first of all, to seek to receive the other as other and the foreign as foreign, to seek autrui, therefore, in their irreducible difference, in their infinite strangeness, an empty strangeness, and such that only an essential discontinuity can retain the affirmation proper to it. What, fundamentally, is the god asking of Admetus? Perhaps nothing less than that he shake off the yoke of the god and finally leave the circle in which he remains enclosed by a fascination with unity. And this is no small thing, certainly, for it means ceasing to think only with a view to unity. And this means therefore, not fearing to affirm interruption and rupture in order to come to the point of proposing and expressing an infinite task of a truly plural speech. Precisely speech that is always in advance destined, and also dissimulated, in the written exigency. It is toward this difference that we are initially torn from every particular, different thing, and through a mysteriously alternative form by one of the first works in which thought was called to itself through the discontinuity of writing, a work time has broken in on as though to render accidental its fragmentary presence. Dissuading, in this way, rather than persuading, the broken texts of Heraclitus come toward us. 2. The limit experience I. Heraclitus. Clemens Ramnu has written that if, when reading Heraclitus, we translate day-night or lightning speech with the common nouns of the modern world, we already go against their meaning because modern nouns have not been formed in the same way. 1. Nonetheless, we are obliged to translate, for it must be done, at least first in seeking the linguistic tradition and the kind of discourse in relation to which the invention of a new form comes to situate itself, a form that seems eternally new, and is yet necessarily no relation of belonging and rupture with other ways of saying. Here erudition comes in, but it bears less upon the hard-to-grasp and always malleable facts of culture than upon the texts themselves, witnesses that do not lie should one decide to be faithful to them. A reading of Hesiod, one of the great early names to which Heraclitus responds by a sovereign opposition, suggests that in these more ancient times the Greeks had at their disposal two sorts of discourse for saying sacred things. One was a vocabulary of divine names with a corpus of fascinating legends, immemorial traditions, terrible mythic accounts, children thrust back into their mother's womb, fathers castrated by their sons, struggles with monsters, and another vocabulary having a more ambiguous destination that names the forces at work in the accounts of Genesis, thereby introducing the first questioning concerning origin. These names of forces: chaos, the primordial breach or the void; earth understood as the primordial firmness; night that divides into night and day; the children of the night; death, sleep are names that are certainly still sacred, but also signs of the stirring, extreme, and often contrasting experiences that nonetheless belong to the most intimate human experience. Hesiod's cosmogony already employs names and sometimes structures that will furnish a model for later teachings. Does this mean that when, around the 6th century BC, there appears among those traditionally entitled to speak an entirely new kind of master of speech are those who invented the discourses of nature, and for us this means first Heraclitus, so this appearance would have been less unexpected or less decisive for being in continuity with the past? On the contrary, it is all the more mysterious that the rarest of inventions should take form and place close to the traditional formulations it modifies from within to tell the secret of things, a language that is suddenly sober and severe. A prodigious event, not only a new manner of speaking, but one that invents simplicity, discovers the richness of words and the illuminating power of a speech that is brief, deprived of images, and, in a sense, ascetic. That the decisive deepening of human language should be brought about by an attention suddenly given to a few, very ordinary words, verbs as common as the verbs to speak, to be, and by the role accorded to these words that are recognized as being more important and charged with more secrets than the loftiest sacred name Isa, so much so that they become superior in dignity and able to challenge any notion of equivalence with them too. This is the surprise and truly divine teaching that continues to be of the highest value. Clemens Ramnu rightly speaks of a mutation. A new man is born here. And this birth occurs at little cost. One can technically read its signs in just a few characteristics. Sacred discourse becomes a discourse of physis, first, by doing with a few divine names that are handled always more soberly and taken for signs of some other thing, more secret or more difficult to name; also, through the strong meaning accorded to very common words, static verbs, to be there, not to be there, and dynamic verbs, to gather, to disperse, to approach, to depart; then through the choice of the singular neuter to designate, by a sort of non-designation, what we attempted to emphasize by calling it the essential, the wise thing, the one, the common, thing, the thing not to be expected; 3. And then through the decision to employ, in the singular and with a great heightening of meaning, a word such as logos, ordinarily used in the plural, most generali, through the privileged use of a severe type of formulation. With Heraclitus, we grasp this transformation at the moment when it carries at once all the gravity of the sacred language on the basis of which it is formed, and all the opening force of the severe language it offers to a future of truth. We have, therefore, a first double meaning of the initial possibility of a double reading, on whose basis Heraclitus's language, in a manner strangely concerted and with a conscious knowledge of its resources, will deploy the enigmatic power that is its own in order to seize in the network of its duplicities the disjointed simplicity to which the enigma of the variety of things corresponds. Heraclitus the obscure, so he has been qualified since ancient times, and so he is. Not fortuitously, and certainly not, as claimed some Greek critics, already as frivolous as some of Malum VI's commentators, so as to pass as more profound, but with the resolute aim of making answer to one another in writing the severity and the density, the simplicity and the complex arrangement of the structure of forms and, on this basis, to bring into correspondence the obscurity of language and the clarity of things, mastery over the double sense of words and the secret of the dispersion of appearances, in other words, perhaps, discourse and discourse. In nearly all of Heraclitus's sentences, such as time's memory has kept them in their fragmentation, one can read through their transparency the strict configurations to which they submit, at one moment the same form filled with different words, at another, the same words composing themselves in different configurations, and at another, the scheme remaining empty or calling attention to a hidden word called forth by one that is present and with which it forms elsewhere a visible couple. Life, death, wakefulness, sleep, presence, absence, men, gods, these words, coupled and held together by their reciprocal contrariety, constitute interchangeable signs with which the most subtle scripture game is tried out in multiple, mysterious combinations, at the same time, but this is also essential, as the structure of alternance is put to the test, a relation of disjunction that, from couple to couple, finds itself the same and nonetheless different for all one. This goes without saying, is not of the same structural relation as day-night or men-gods. For we must not be afraid to conclude that a very lofty play of writing is going on here. Each sentence is a cosmos, a minutely calculated arrangement whose terms are in relations of extreme tension, never indifferent to their place or figure, but rather disposed as though aiming at a secret difference they do no more than indicate by showing, in the form of a measure, the changes and visible conversans of which the sentence is the isolated site. A closed arrangement therefore, each formulation is tacitly sufficient, each unique, but one with the silence that both opens and closes it and that gathers in a virtual manner the dangerous sequence of the as yet unmastered alternations. Naturally, it is understood that in the archaic tradition, word games, riddles, and verbal jugglery constitute a manner of speaking that pleases the gods and of which they themselves, whether for good or for ill, make ample use. Furthermore, in divine as in human things, the Greeks passionately loved these games and this language between speech and silence, jest and mystery. This is quite certain. Heraclitus is Greek, to the point of serving as an enigma for the Greeks. He belongs to the age in which the gods still speak and speech is divine. But it is of great consequence that this severe language, which opens as though for the first time onto the depth of simple words, should reintroduce and reinvest the power of enigma and the part allotted to the sacred in writing. Then, equally so, that this obscurity to which all understanding is joined should be affirmed here in this first example as a necessity of mastery, as a sign of rigor and an exigency of the most attentive and most contained speech, supremely balanced between the contraries that it tests, faithful to double meaning, but only out of fidelity to meaning's simplicity, and in this way calling upon us never to be content with a reading that would have a single sense or direction. 5 But if the man awake is the man who remembers to read doubly, one would have to be sleeping and reading at the same time to see in the words Heraclitus so rigorously arranges no more than an arrangement of words. We are constantly reminded that when Heraclitus is there, things are there. When he speaks of the river whose waters flow over us, never the same, this is not an example given by a professor. The river itself is teaching us in an immemorial fashion through its call to enter into the secret of its presence, to enter it, but never twice and not even once, as into a sentence that has always already closed upon itself as soon as we pretend to keep our footing there and hold on to it. The teachings of the river, of fire, of the lowest and the highest of things. Almost every one of these formulations is thus written in proximity to neighboring things, coming to terms with them by a movement that goes from things to words, then from words to things. According to a new relation of contrariety we are powerless to master once and for all, but that makes us hear in concrete fashion the mysterious relation existing between writing and the logos, then between the logos and men, a relation according to the double direction of coming together going apart. When they approach they move away from one another. They are separated from the logos with which they are in the most continuous contact, and the things they meet with every day seem foreign to them. Fragment 72. A formula in which separation is inscribed in the logos itself as that which has always previously destined it to the disjunction of writing. The contrariety of it approaches departs, and the other of it gathers disperses, is also what measures our understanding of what is in what is said. Be it a matter of the manner in which things speak to the master, or the master to his disciples, a sort of conversation, both strange and familiar, amicable and hostile, understood and misunderstood, that Clemens Ramnu is perhaps inclined to place at the level of Socratic dialogue, Heraclitus thus becoming the direct precursor and as though the first incarnation of the inspired, untimely, prosaically divine and garrulous speaker whose merit, assuredly of the first order, according to Plato, consisted in turning back on his steps so that by thousands and thousands of turns and without taking a single step ahead he always came back to the same point. 6 And it is true that Heraclitus's movement does not advance along the one straight path, as tradition would have it of Parmenides, but rather makes us move, almost without our knowing it and even in the most diverse places, by way of the same crossing, to that point where the paths lead us, according to ever different itineraries, toward the thing not to be found, not to be expected and to which there is no access. 7 It is clear to me that Heraclitus was familiar with things, no less than with words. I mean first that he was not interested in closing himself up in aesthetics of speech for speech's sake, even if the rigor with which his sentences are constructed is such as to make us content with them and with this newly won austerity. I again cite Clemens Ramnu. His characteristic advance comes and goes between event and discourse. He has not yet disassociated unseizable event and autonomous discourse. Even less does he let discourse slip from his attention. He lives in the combat of things and words, working to compose a discourse that resembles and is not a discourse of pure semblance. Such would be the situation of man between things and words. This is a prudent way to orient our reading. Yet I wonder if the advice given to us to seek to capture this coming and going from words to things and from things to words does not risk leading us to arrest this movement and to establish a distance that would be of our own making between what is and what is said. Does Heraclitus truly want to compose a discourse of resemblance? Resembling what? And would not the very idea of resemblance, of imitation, an idea that sets us in the wake of Platonism, place speech not only in a state of submission, but also in an irreversible dependency? Would this not serve merely to authorize a one-way exchange rather than that indefatigable reciprocity through which the relations of contrariety, of difference, but in the mode of moving apart coming together, of things to words and of words to things give themselves in such a way that reversal is always possible and so one can begin and can end at times with the word, at other times with the thing? a physician of antiquity reproached Empedocles for having borrowed his manner of conceiving the composition of the cosmos from the plastic arts. A very shrewd criticism, even if it is not certain that the art of painting might then usher us into an aesthetics of resemblance. But between Empedocles and Heraclitus, who precedes him by perhaps 50 years, there is much more than a difference of generation. After Heraclitus everything changes because with him everything begins. One might be tempted to say, however, that if the art of painting permitted Empedocles to compose the world, it is from the art of speech that Heraclitus borrowed the structures that allow him to enter into an understanding of things. First of all, the idea of a changing configuration that, says Emile Benveniste, is equivalent to the word rhythm taken in its archaic sense. Then, the use of a rigorous proportion, understood by analogy with the carefully calculated relations between words and even parts of words. Finally, the very mystery of the logos, which, even if it gathers unto itself more than can be said, nonetheless finds in scriptural language its elected domain. Yes, this is a tempting view, that poetic rigor gave man the first idea, perhaps one that cannot be gotten past, of natural rigor, that the arrangement of words would have constituted the first cosmos, the first order secret, powerful, enigmatic, and upon which man, in the name of the gods, conspired to exercise a mastery capable of extending to other orders, and finally, that the first physicists would have entered into a prodigious new future by beginning to create a language, menophysis because men of this new speech. There is doubtless nothing in this perspective that does a grave wrong to truth. But it also arrests and freezes its movement. Heraclitus, this is his obscurity, his clarity admits speech no less from things than from words, and in order to return it to them in a kind of reversed form, speaking both with the one and with the other and, even more, holding himself between the two. Speaking writing are by way of their divergence and this between two that he does not immobilize but dominates, because he is oriented toward a more essential difference, a difference that is certainly manifest but not exhausted in the distinction that we who are attached to the dualism of body and soul too decisively establish between words and what they designate. Obviously Heraclitus is far from any primitive confusion and no one is further from this than he, but with the vigilance of a man to whom a knowledge of what is double has been imparted. He watches over the secret alterity that governs difference, but governs it by preserving it against the indifference wherein all contrariety would be annulled. Thus, under the sovereignty of this mysterious difference, things and names are in a state of unceasing reciprocity. At one moment it is the thing that represents movement toward dispersion, the name saying unity. The river in which we bathe is never the same river, except by the noun that identifies it. At another, it is the name that puts in the plural the thing that has one, and language, far from gathering, disperses. A god is variously named according to the law of each one who names. Occasionally there is a rigorous disparity between name and thing. Fragment 48, the bow's name is life. Bios, its work is death. Yet this game of words, a game of an oracular sort, is the not to disqualify language, but rather to establish the secret relation between contraries that is beyond contrariety. Life and death are one, example, the bow. In this formulation, perhaps customarily used in Heraclitean circles in the manner of a game, the first Zurialist game, we observe that the word is not quartered within language, but that both the name and the work of a thing belong to the logos as the site of difference, as much by their discord as by their accord, that is, by the tension of their always reversible belonging, the being a kind of meaning beyond meaning. We also observe that when the irreducible separation between word and thing is affirmed, this separation neither arrests nor separates but, on the contrary, gathers, for it signifies, at once signifying itself and making a sign in the direction of what would not otherwise appear. Here the essential couple life-death, directed perhaps toward unity, perhaps already beyond it. Fundamentally, what is language for Heraclitus? What speaks essentially in things, in words, and in the crossed or harmonious passage from the one to the other, and, finally, in everything that shows itself and everything that hides, is difference itself, mysterious because always different from what expresses it, and such that there is nothing that does not say it and in saying does not refer back to it, but such also that everything speaks because of this difference that remains unsayable. From this difference, which makes it so that in speaking we defer speech, the most ancient Greeks drew the presentiment that this was the heart, the admirable necessity in the name of which everything is ordered. But on condition that the initial indifference, diversity without direction, without form and without mere shore, had been initially reduced to a first, horizontal differencia an equalization of the for and the against, a rigorous equation of the diverse reasons for acting in one way or another, and then that this difference was in its turn put in question by a prior differencia, the vertical difference represented by the duality of the divine and the human. René Scherer expressed this very convincingly in his book Lycium Antique. The golden scales of the 8th book of the Iliad express this view. It is the great moment of Western discovery. Zeus, having decided to bring the Trojan conflict that was troubling everything to an end, brings the gods together and relieves them of all personal initiative, thus gathering unto himself all divine power. Then he ascends to Mount Ida, and from this highest point, an immobile gaze at the summit of the world, he is nothing more than ascendancy and pure contemplation. This divine gaze, from daybreak to noon, surveys the field of battle with an empirical eye, observing with a non-preferential equanimity the exactly equal forces up to the moment when the decisive action is taken, setting up the scales, placing the two mortal fates in the balance. Zeus raises justice up by the middle. Scherer comments, each side's chances first had to be equal, otherwise the weighing would have been useless. But it is first of all important to note that it is at this instant that Zeus's gaze moves from the battlefield to the scales, and that empirical observation gives way to speculative vision, a vision still contemplating the conflict, but this time formalized, reduced to pure alternative. The four Greek words of line 72, he balanced his golden scales, by the middle, mark the highest point of divine ascension and affirmation. The scales pronounced. 9 This image of the scales, Scherer observes, joins organically the horizontal plane of the arm that oscillates with the scales' two pans and the vertical axis of the divine gaze that observes. It is, in other words, the essentially unstable composition of two differences, which itself obeys a difference more hidden, that of the all-one that is unfolded in its turn, and as though in its difference, by the wise thing set apart from all. Let us recall that Apollo, through the mouth of the poet Bacchylides, said one day to Admetus, "You are a mere mortal, therefore your soul must harbor two thoughts at once." That Heraclitus should have been charged with unfolding this duality, forcing it in its reserve and never leaving it at rest, seeking always what it hides and the retreat of what hides it. This is what gives to each of his words its clarity, its obscurity, and the fascinating audacity we each time experience with the same surprise. A language that speaks through enigma, the enigmatic difference, but without complacency and without appeasing it, on the contrary, making it speak and, even before it be word, already declaring it as logos, that highly singular name in which is reserved the non-speaking origin of that which summons to speech, and at its highest level, there where everything is silence, neither speaks nor conceals, but gives a sign. 10-2. Measure, the suppliant. From Homer to the tragic poets, the suppliant is one of the great figures of Greek poetry. We read in the Odyssey, Zeus the quest god, who stands behind all strangers with honors due them, avenges any wrong toward strangers and suppliants. It is Zeus the protector who goes with them and would that they be respected. We are quite familiar with this, Thetis before Zeus, Priam before Achilles, Ulysses and Nausicaa, later the suppliants. But let us limit ourselves to the most ancient tradition. One supplication is a rite that shows two persons face to face, the suppliant and the one being supplicated, then invisible and out of play, but present in an almost immediate presence, the divinity itself. The suppliant gathers into himself, as though withdrawn from space and retired into his initial simplicity, as he pronounces the ritual formulas, "I clasp your knees. Take pity on me and respect the gods." The suppliant's posture and request bring into play a double meaning. They exalt the one being supplicated, who dominates as he looks down from above. The latter is in possession of everything: authority, force, the power of decision, freedom. Thus it is a matter of firmly establishing the fact of inequality, and even more, the fact that there is no common measure between the two limit terms facing each other. Through his humiliation, the suppliant carries out a psychological maneuver of appeasement, but at the same time lets it be understood, and often proclaims, that being thus separated from all force, he escapes power's jurisdiction and answers to another law, a law affirmed by his truth as a stranger, and that the god's close presence in his invisibility renders manifest. To the suppliant and the stranger are one, both are cut off from the whole, being deprived of the right that founds all others and alone establishes one's belonging to the home. Edmund John reminds us that the proper sense of the Greek word that we translate by suppliant is he who comes. The suppliant is thus the man who is coming, always on the move, because without a place, and of whom one must therefore ask the most mysterious of questions, that of the origin. Hence the response, he who comes from elsewhere comes from Zeus. The stranger, the suppliant, troubles the man of the household, even the most powerful. The Iliad says, when a mortal unexpectedly arrives at a rich man's house from a foreign land, a wonder seizes those who approach him. Even Achilles, although forewarned by his mother, loses his composure when Priam, an enfeebled and worn-out old man who has succeeded in crossing the enemy lines, appears to confront the slayer of his sons. Priam's presence in and of itself troubles the order of things. Later, in Pindar's fourth Pythian ode, it is Peleus the king who, in front of Jason, an unescorted traveler, falls into a state of utter confusion and loses his bearings. John expresses this in the strongest terms: every new arrival proposes a truth that must not be turned away, but who knows where it will lead should it be welcomed. It is said that the rite of supplication has to be linked to the Greek search for measure. As soon as force exceeds the limit, thereby compromising equilibrium, another force intervenes that reverses the situation of power in favor of the man without means, the man cast out, outside the law, as Aeschylus will say in the Eumenides. Thus the law protecting those whom force would crush merges with the law that holds the world in equilibrium and whose symbol is the scales of Zeus. Let us suppose this. But what of these words measure, excess that are so hard for us to grasp? We can see, at first glance, that, contrary to the romantic meaning of the term with which we are most familiar, unmeasure is for the Greeks human. It expresses the audacity of the man who trusts to his own forces, whereas measure is divine, an opening upon the divine and relation with a mysterious point to the center that moreover does not fall within our means. One can still speak of measure on this basis, and in the most diverse senses. When the later Greeks, in their famous address to the Meletians, want to persuade them that they do not have the right to invoke justice because there is too great a difference of force between the two adversaries, the Greeks make a perverse but legitimate use of the law of equilibrium. When one is very weak, it is strictly dishonest and impious to appeal to justice, which is only valid when forces are nearly equal. An entire tradition confirms this. One must not ask too much of the gods, this is mere sure. And if Athena saves Orestes by intervening in his favor at the moment of the vote of the Areopagus, it is because an equally divided number of human votes had previously been cast. As we have just seen, this is what Scherer commented upon in saying, "It falls to man first to equalize the for and the against while waiting for the heavens to tip the balance, and the heavens, in order to make the scales tip, wait until man has equalized them." What is the suppliant's place, and what recourse might he have from such a perspective? It is in changing perspective. Measure not only measures force by rendering it equal, it opens another dimension, another measure with which, in measuring itself, force must come to terms. The suppliant is not weaker or the weakest, he is so low he is utterly beyond reach, separate, sacred. His moves are religious because in himself he belongs to a region of separation, and no doubt his gestures are ritual, but the rite's incantatory powers in no way suffice to make it effective inasmuch as the suppliant supplicates without certainty and without guarantee, never sure whether or not he will be brought back within the system of rites that constitutes justice. What then, finally, gives him a chance? It is the fact that he speaks. The suppliant is, par excellence, the one who speaks. Through speech, he, the very low, is in relation to the very high and, without breaking down the distance, makes his powerful interlocutor enter into a space they do not yet have in common but that is between them. This between two, empty and sacred, is the very space of the middle, the mysterious median thing. Speech is measure not, however, just any speech at all. At the same time as the speech of entreaty gives voice to the one who speaks out of his pain, it manifests the presence of the god in his invisibility, a speech attending the invisible, and by way of the invisible reminding us that if Zeus is the one who comes from afar he is also Amphios, the master of voices. The stranger, lacking all common language, is paradoxically the one who is present solely through his speech, just as it is when everything is lacking that the man engulfed in misfortune has the means to speak, for therein is his true measure. It is after speech having arranged this space between two where men meet who are separated by everything that life once again becomes possible. Such is the great lesson of the Iliad. After having listened to the old man, then wept with him and having spoken in his turn, Achilles will not rest until Priam has eaten. Now then, divine old man, you too must think of a meal. Hospitality consists less in nourishing the guest than in restoring in him a taste for food by recalling him to the level of need, to a life where one can say and stand hearing said, "And now, let us not forget to eat." Sublime words. So much so that when Priam still refuses to take his place at the table, Achilles, again becoming furious, comes very close to killing him. 3 There is really no third term, you shall be either benevolent host or murderer. This too is measure, when there is no middle. And the rigor of the dilemma is in no way lessened, but rendered more essential by supplication. From which one might conclude that to supplicate is to speak when speaking is maintaining, in all its severity and its primary truth, the alternative, speech or death.